Yeah, man. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to Jesse Powell. Damn, man. Gone but not forgotten. Man, I used to love this song, man. I used to still love this song. Still love the song. Still love that song. I think it's probably, gotta count that as probably top 10 best wedding songs ever. You by Jesse Powell. Yeah, but definitely rest in peace to Jesse Powell. How do y'all feel? What's the deal? Let's make some noise out there. Let's make some noise. Wherever y'all at, make some noise. Yeah, man. Try to keep a real nigga down, but I'm back, baby. Back like I never left. How y'all feel? What's the deal, man? Feels so good to be home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. All right. Gonna have a good episode, man. Miss y'all, man. Hope y'all miss me. Yeah, but I miss y'all, man. Definitely miss y'all. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. We got a lot to talk about. I've been gone for a bit. Heard you was looking for me. Guess what? I was looking for you too. It's your man Marq Nash breaking beats. Let's start the show off.
This that squad sound.
This is me, man.
Yeah. What's up, y'all? How y'all feel, man? Drop this damn link, man. Man, they try to keep me down, man. Try to keep me down. But the devil is a lie. They didn't want to see me back. God did. God did. Oh, man, feel good. I'm dropping that link right now. Y'all can pull up, top it up with your boy. Wow, what a crazy last week, man. If y'all didn't know, your boy Marq Nash was in here about to die. Oh, man. Devil is a lie, man. I was in here cooking. My insides was cooking, man. Yeah, man. I ended up getting the C19, man. Yeah, I got C19, man. Yeah, man, wrong button. Y'all know what I meant. Yeah, definitely got that. I got the vid.
He lied.
No, I'm telling the truth.
Y'all niggas worship him.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And I got it from my wife. Well, funky ass. I don't know how she got it, but yeah, I got it from her. She probably got it from her side nigga, whatever. I told her make sure she wear condoms when she wear side niggas, but shit, she should have told her to wear a mask too. And stop kissing that nigga in the mouth. I'm joking.
Small hat.
Yeah, I'm joking. Small hat. All right, let me do a quick roll call. I bet y'all thinking, man, this nigga's back. Yeah, unfortunately. I know some of y'all mad too. Y'all just wishing I was gonna fall off and never come back. I know you did. But the devil is a lie.
He lied.
Yeah, the devil is a lie.
Y'all niggas worship him.
Better stop worshiping the devil. All right, let me do a couple drops real quick to all the members. Thank you so much for the people who emailed me, reached out to me, text me, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. Appreciate you all. Thanks for the people. Like
Blew my mind, brother. Blew my mind.
Yeah, it blew my mind. Y'all really got me through. Shout out to Matty Yoel.
What up?
C. Jones 0224.
What up?
Cliff Bailey. What up, family?
What up?
Con Shonery.
What up?
Lisa Bells.
What up?
That guy Eclipse 330.
What up?
Cooking with Sir Senior.
What up?
Cooking with the champ.
What up?
On the mic with Terrence Bailey.
What up?
New Media Today, USA Boxing.
What up?
My boy HLD.
What up?
Deuce Times.
What up?
Brandon Washington.
What up?
Born Supreme.
What up?
Karma Serene.
What up?
Ace Retro.
What up?
Lady Shan. Dun Dem Season.
What up?
Dub Right Side.
What up?
Boxing Lounge.
What up?
Tank the Sweet Sons Examiner.
What up?
Puro.
What up?
D Bevel the Champ.
What up?
Rob G Films.
What up?
And of course, my good brother Derek Lincoln.
What up, gangsta?
All right. Got a lot to talk about. Let me see. Did I put the link out there yet? So let me make sure I got it pinned at the top. Man, Jesse Powell. I heard Jesse Powell passed away, 51 years old. 51. 51 seems young to me, right? I remember when I was young, I would be like, man, 51. I'm like, well, kind of old. My mom be like, 51 ain't old. I'm like, to you, nigga, I'm 15. That's old. Had a long, healthy life. He's 51 years old. But looking back now, I'm like, whoa, 51 is still quite young. Still quite young. Does anybody know the cause of death? I'll look it up. If anybody knows, though, let me know in the chat. Let me make sure I got the link pinned at the top. But yeah, man, we're gonna have a good show. God willing. Let me make sure I got this pinned at the top. Let's talk about it. What did I miss while I was gone? Anything crazy happen? Yeah, a couple things, right? All right. Shout out to everybody pulling up. He said Marquez is bad. Yeah, Marquez is bad. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you for reaching out to me too, Carmen. Lisa Bells. Some of y'all ain't shit though. I'm joking. Con Sharnery, damn, you 50? All right. Congratulations. 50 years old. That's a good age right there. When your birthday, Con Sharnery? I wish I knew everybody's birthday. I need to create a birthday boy. I know my boy D Bevel, the champ, has a birthday coming next week. I believe it's the 21st or the 27th. I think it's the 21st. But we're going to have a party over here for D Bevel, the champ. Since he one of the few people I know their birthday. August the 8th. Okay, you just turned 50. Dope. All right, so look. This is how I found out I was sick, y'all. So, just going about my day. Now, last week I had a couple things going on. But on Friday, I had an appointment. I'm supposed to get a new VA health card. I'm supposed to go to the VA, add something to my records, but also I needed a VA card because we got a trip coming to Vegas. Oh yeah, I'm bringing COVID to a hotel near you in Vegas next month. Yeah, look out, Vegas. I'm coming to Vegas. Nah, I should be all right by the time we go to Vegas, but still probably radioactive like a motherfucker. So yeah, smash the like button on the way into the room. So I woke up. Now, I can't remember, but y'all know we did a pop-up. Like last week was just all crazy anyway. So we had that long crazy show on Sunday. Monday was a holiday, so I was like, man, we had like a long crazy show on Sunday. I took the Monday off, kicked it with my wife. We had a date. Tuesday, I had my oral surgery, right? Had to have surgery. I do the surgery on Tuesday. Wednesday, I'm recovering from the surgery, right? So then I say, okay, let's do the pop-up on Thursday. Do the pop-up on Thursday. I'm feeling like myself, feeling like everything's normal. Friday, wake up, I'm not quite feeling myself, but I had a little glass of wine on Thursday, you know what I'm saying? I had a little some sippy sip. So I'm thinking maybe it was just me having a reaction to the surgery. But I didn't know I had a fever. I was like, man, first I thought I was just hungover. Like, damn, I'm hungover. I was Merlot. All right, I'll be all right. Going about my day. I go to the VA. By the time I get to the VA, I don't know what happened from the time I got in the car. Now, it was a long trip to go to the regional office. It was a lot of traffic. The time of day I went. By the time I get there and I get out the car, I can barely walk. It feels like my legs have locked up on me, y'all. Could barely walk getting out the car. Felt like, you know how you see them girls that go to, never mind, I ain't even say it. But it was just hard to walk. So I get out, I do what I got to do, but I can just, you know how you just know your body, right? You was like, man, something is not right. I know me, I know my body. This just doesn't feel normal. Something doesn't feel right with me right now. I don't think nothing of it. I go in there, take my picture for my ID. Now, granted, if they would have took my temperature walking in that VA, I would have known. But normally, they do that. But they didn't take no temperature for me. Just told me I had to have a mask. I already had one. So I'm going about the day. Now, if I get in the car and I'm on my way back, I could just feel my legs not feeling right. It was like, as I was driving, it was uncomfortable keeping my legs bent. And when I straightened my legs out, then that was uncomfortable. It was to the point every time we got into a situation where it was like enough traffic or a stoplight, I could put my car in park. I would put the car in park and stretch my legs. You know what I mean? Even at a stoplight, it was bothering me that much, right? So I get home Friday. I take some medicine. Oh, actually, I don't take any medicine. I just go upstairs, lay down. Throw one of them things, lay down. So I'm laying down. Old lady comes in the crib. Got my daughter with her. I'm happy to see my baby. At that point, I hadn't seen my daughter all week. She's been going with her grandparents all week. So I'm just happy to see my baby, but I'm in pain. Like why does my legs feel like this? And it's not like a stabbing pain. It's like a throbbing pain. It's just uncomfortable. Like if you ever worked out and you really worked your legs or worked your arms or something, you know how it's just an uncomfortable pain where you can't lay on this way, you can't lay that way, you just can't get comfortable. That's how I felt. Thank you, Lisa. She said, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad I'm feeling better too. Still not 100%, but definitely on the road to recovery. I'm about 80%. About 80%. So I'm still radioactive though. I'm still radioactive. Shout out to my boy HLD. What up, family? So I do I go to, where we at? Friday. So we still on Friday. So at some point on Friday, my wife she tells me, did you check your temperature? I was like, oh yeah, I checked my temperature. Man, my temperature was like 104.8. I was like, damn, my shit is cooking. I'm cooking inside, right? So it was 104.8. So I take some Tylenol, lay down, wake up in the middle of the night, just stand on the Tylenol. I wake up the next morning, all I smell is Lysol, Pine Sol, Clorox. My wife was like, got the door blocked because I stayed in the guest room that night because I just couldn't get comfortable. I didn't want to be tossing and turning in there with her, right? She's like, oh, nigga, you got COVID. I was like, how you know I got that? She was like, because I got it. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, I gave it to you probably. My bad, dog. I was like, what? You funky? All right. So I realized I got the vid, right? I was like, oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. So so that's where it was at. That's how I found out. So she gave me a home test on Saturday. My personal nurse, shout out to Mrs. Nash, took good care of me, man. She really took good care of me. Lisa Bell's your birthday. When your birthday? Yeah, everybody put your birthday in the chat. When is everybody's birthday? I'm gonna screenshot this too. I'm gonna make a birthday board for everybody. I want to know whose birthday is when. You don't have to put the year if you don't want to, or the age, but definitely put your birthday in there. Everybody let me know your birthday. Because life is very important, right? You don't realize it too until you have one of these things happen. Y'all know I was in here too, playing it up too. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. This is it. I was like, this is what's gonna take me out. So damn coughing, some fever, that's what's gonna take the dog off the pound. No, can't go out this way. Okay, September the 29th. Okay, Cersei, you got a birthday coming up too. Man, we need to have a birthday party. We're gonna have a party for Cersei and my boy D Bevel the champ. Okay, Cersei is September. Okay. So Saturday it was still bad. Sunday was bad. Saturday it was off and on. I remember I was excited about the fight. I was talking to y'all all night on that joint. Should not have did that. Man, I woke up Sunday. It was like my throat felt like it was closing up. Maybe because I was doing all that damn talking and running my mouth with y'all on Saturday. But it feels good to be back, man. It feels so good to be back. I'm telling you, man, that shit ain't fake, man. For all the people who say it was fake and it's a conspiracy and it's a pandemic. It was real. Your boy got it, man. And when I tell you it shut down, she said a December what will shoot the block up. What? Don't cross sleep. What you say? A December girl will shoot the block up. Don't. Damn. Lisa, let me see. Lisa, December the what? Everybody put your birthday in the chat. Again, I'm making a birthday board. Fair. I'm trying to put everybody's birthday up there. And you know who you are. If you got something, I'm gonna do something nice for your birthday. Some of y'all don't. You already know you ain't getting nothing. So, no, I'm gonna slap shit out you, HLD. No, it wasn't no BBL surgery. And I'm ashamed of you for even typing that in his chat. As a man, you should feel uncomfortable typing that. Queen P, does that make you a Pisces? March the 9th? December the 13th. Oh man, they had this. Hey, did you have to consolidate your Christmas with your birthday when you was a kid, Lisa? Did they just consolidate it? Because December 13th, it sounds like that's on the same pay period as Christmas. I used to know this girl, her birthday was on Christmas, and she was like, or Christmas Eve. She like, we don't do no collaborations or something like that. She said, I gotta have it. I was like, yeah. It's all together. Like, this your Christmas and your birthday. She's like, I don't share my birthday with Jesus. I was like, what? All right. Troy said he had it twice. He said the first time was hell. The second time was just a cough. That's the crazy thing too. I ain't had a cough the whole time. Sorry, I'm eating my dinner right now when I'm talking. Please forgive me. Didn't have a cough the whole time, Troy. Didn't have a cough the whole time. Just that body aches, bro. That body aches on that first day was crazy. Saturday was all right. But today is the first day where I haven't had a fever for 24 hours. From Friday till today, I've had a fever. So what's that? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So what, like 4 or 5 days? I had a fever. I was taking Tylenol every day, but you know me, I don't like take no medicine. I like my boy Derek Lincoln said, take the vitamin C and the zinc. I said, nigga, I'm smoking vitamin W. Yeah, that's what we on. Yeah, so it feels good to be back. Man, I was looking for some of my enemies out here. I put on some old shirts and hats, and I was going to drop off some of my shirts and hats to some of my enemies' houses. I say, hey, man, just let you know it's all good. Here, take this leather jacket and this smallpox blanket, motherfucker. Yeah, I was looking for a couple. I'm joking, man. Bad joke, right? Shout out to Hap. What up, Hap? But yeah, man. Nah, it was the C19 HLD. The C19 had me down, bro. He said, yo, you wild smoking with the vid. Hell no, man. That's when you poster smoking. God put this on earth for me and you, man. Stimulate your mind. Hell yeah, I was smoking while I had it, bro. I was smoking on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I didn't smoke on Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday. I ain't smoked the whole day. Like with the same, I was tapping the same one though. Lincoln didn't take much. You know what I'm saying? When it's good, when the weed real good, you don't need no extensions. You don't need the whole blunt or a joint. So I was good though. But I was smoking on the same shit since Saturday, I think, or Sunday. One of the two. These days been blending together, but man, I thank God, man, that I'm still alive. I feel strong. Like I said, I'm only about 80% though, about 80%. But I'm all right though. I'm gonna be all right. I lost some weight though. I definitely have lost some weight since Friday. I lost about 8 pounds. About 8 pounds since Friday, man. Yeah, about 7-8 pounds since Friday. Yeah. So. But I'm back. I got an appetite now. And I got an appetite for entertainment. So the link is out there. Let's have a good time. This ain't gonna be a pity party. We're gonna get caught up, gonna talk a little boxing, a little entertainment, news, a little hip-hop. And yeah, man, pull up, have a good time. Let me drop the link out there. Make sure we got the phone number on the screen so you know what I mean. But shout out to everybody out there doing their thing, man. I've been watching y'all shows, but like I said, man, I've just been laid up, man. Quarantined. I'm still quarantined away from my family. Like I'm either in the studio downstairs or I'm in the guest room upstairs. So I haven't slept with my wife all week. But she told me she took a test today and she's clear. But it's just weird though, cause I really miss my baby more than anything. Miss my daughter because, like I said, last week she was gone all last week, and the day she comes back was the day I found out I have it. And actually, she came back Friday. I found out I had it Saturday, so we didn't want to drop her back off at at the in-laws on Friday. I mean, on Saturday, we didn't want to drop her back off because now she's been exposed to me, and we just didn't want to do that. So, all right, but that's it in a nutshell. That's what's been going on with me. He said, bro, I need a wrench. What happened? Somebody fucking with you? What you need a wrench for? What happened? What's going on, Maddie? They fucking with you? Who bothering you? Let me block them. He said, I need a, and that ain't even how you spell wrench. I'm gonna need you to spell wrench right first, Batty. But that's bad rapper. I need a wrench, a rank. He said, I just want one. All right, man, I'll give you one. I'll give you one, Batty. Here you go. Just cause you're a member and you asked. There you go. Now what you gonna do with it? Cause we don't be blocking nobody anyway. I took all them wrenches away and started from scratch, bro, because I had 179 wrenches, but I was like, we can't even get 179 likes. Shit. Then I had people in here trolling each other, bothering each other, but you want a wrench? There you go. Anybody else need one for the night? Y'all gonna be good? Let me know. He said, I wore the wrench out. I was lethal. Were you timing people out, blocking people too? Yeah, man. It was people. I had the PBC pull up in the chat, and we had people blocking Premier Boxing Champions in the chat while we're covering a Premier Boxing Champions event. That's crazy. Like, we're covering PBC, covering their event. They pull up in the chat, the official PBC, and they blocking them. And it was the dude who his name was like Boo Boo Andre needs to forget the fight. And I was like, his name was Ghost. Boo Boo Andre needs to get a fight. And I'm like, damn, did you do it on purpose? He said it was an accident. I can believe it's an accident, but even still, like, we can't have those kind of accidents, man. He said, never ask for a wrench. It's bad manners. It is, Hap, but he got one. It's all good. He's a member. I don't care. Yep. Hey, look, he gonna cancel his membership tomorrow now. I got my wrench down. I'm canceling. It's all good. All right, where y'all want to start at, man? Let's start with y'all want to get into some entertainment news first or some boxing talk? Let's do some entertainment news first. Let's get into some entertainment news. All right. Let's do it. Let's start off with the bad news first. Right? I believe in doing the bad news first so we can get that out the way. Rest in peace to PNB Rock. If you don't know, PNB Rock is a rapper. PNB Rock is no longer with us. He was born December the 9th, 1991. Damn, 91? He was a young boy for real. Wow, 91. Died September the 12th, 2022 in Los Angeles. He's from Germantown, Philadelphia. He was gunned down fatally at a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles in Los Angeles. Some believe that his Instagram post may have led to his killing. Truly, truly unfortunate. I guess unfortunate is a misnomer at this point to say somebody got murdered, right? A rapper. It's like, why does this happen in hip-hop? I'm always curious about that, y'all. Why does this happen in hip-hop? Doesn't happen in country. You never hear about Garth Brooks and Shania Twain having their convoy shot up, but it's just always happens in hip-hop. Truly, truly, truly disappointing that you can't escape. You can't escape it, right? Can't escape the life. Wow. I don't know what to say about this, y'all, other than I saw it was a video going around. Some people had said maybe his girlfriend dropped the location. But that's cap. That's cap. Ice-T did a thing, did an interview, and he was talking about how rappers basically need to stop wearing jewelry, which I think is low-level thinking. No disrespect to Ice-T, but that's low-level thinking to say, hey, look, just because you have jewelry on, you're a target. But he's not all the way wrong, but shouldn't you be able to wear what you want to wear? Shout out to Tony Boswell. Thanks for becoming a member, Tony. Let me give him the drop. Yeah. Peace to you, Tony. But you should be able to wear your jewelry. If you want to wear your jewelry, right? You should be able to wear some jewelry. That's what floats your boat. And you shouldn't be getting murdered for it. A lot of these dudes get killed, and these dudes don't even take the jewelry though. And what you gonna do with the jewelry anyway? The jewelry 9 times out of 10 got the rapper's name on it. What you gonna do with that? You got a deceased rapper's chain with his name on it. I mean, I ain't the smartest person in the room, but I don't think that's gonna go over too well at the pawn shop. You just walking in there with the PNB rock chain on with his name on it. I'm just saying that's not a good look. Tony Boswell said, much respect, Marq Nash in the chat. Stopped in to show support and join the membership. He said, work comes early, but here's support. But here's to the support. Good night. God bless. Man, it feel good to be back, man. Have a good day at work. Thank you again for your time and energy. And you just unlocked a lot of great content. We got a lot of great content. And don't forget to pull up Saturday. We're going to be watching that fight. So if you haven't bought the pay-per-view already, you can watch it with us on Saturday. Let me see. He said, I don't believe the part with PNB Rock girlfriend as it was reported that he felt like he was being followed days prior. Right. I did see that, Queen P. I did see that. Looked like he was being followed. And probably are. Like, LA is crazy, man. LA reminds me of East Atlanta. East Atlanta be doing that too. They'll follow you home, bro. They'll definitely follow you home. They play them tag games. I don't believe that, though. I don't believe that his girl set him up. Carmen said he was a taxpayer citizen. He should be able to go wherever, wear whatever. Make some noise for that. No, I'm a troll. Wrong button.
What up?
I agree with that, Carmen Serena. Like, why you can't wear what you want to wear? I'll tell you what, ain't nobody out there trying to take Prince Harry shit, is he? He in California, ain't nobody taking his shit. It's just disgusting, man. It's disgusting. Like, people should be able to live their life, wear what they want, go where they want. I agree with you on that, Carmen. You ain't lying. And it's always, and it's us. It's gonna be, mark my words, it ain't gonna be a Latino gang. It ain't gonna be some Asian people. It ain't gonna be the white man. No, Brandon Washington. Put a case on it. Put a case on it. It's not the white man. Niggas. Oh, I said it. I know it's gonna break some people's heart. Lisa Bell, I know you don't like those words, coons and niggas and mamies and niggas though. Niggas did it. No! I said it. I'm bold enough to say it. I'm gonna stand on it. Niggas. It ain't the media, like Chris Rock said. Why you gotta say that, brother? Why you gotta say that, black man? It's the media. The media ain't trying to rob you at the Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. It was not Don Lemon. Okay? Put a case on it. Don Lemon is absolved of all wrongdoing in this murder. Niggas. I said it. Y'all don't like it. I know. Some people gonna tell me though. Some people gonna say, Marq Nash, I'm glad you said it. This is nigga shit, man. Put some damn jewelry. Cars. I mean, come on, bro. You gonna take a person's life. Because remember the Young Dolph murder? They weren't trying to get no jewelry off of him. They just shot the shit up. Shot up the cookie shop. Killed him. And fled the scene. People just be wanting to kill you. Jay-Z had a line. He said, broke niggas don't want no money. They just want to kill you for the name. Don't know the rules. Disrespecting the game. Want you to blow your cool. Streets is watching. Shout out to Matty Yoel with the $10 drop. Let me give him the $10 drop. Thanks for supporting the show in a major way, my brother.
A 10, a fucking 10.
He said, thank you for helping the small hat.
Small hat.
It's all good, my brother.
Small hat.
But yeah, man, it's nigga shit, man. Oh, Brandon Washington said, man, please. Who killed him then, Brandon Washington? Link out there. I don't running from no smoke, homie. I am the smoke. Now tell the truth. I tell the truth. It's nigga shit, man. It's unfortunate. And it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. LA is on tilt these days, Nash. These days, when did it stop? I saw Reggie Owens do a whole documentary on this shit for weeks, talking about the LA coach and shit going on. Man, that shit been lit, man. It's been on tilt. It's been up. You know what Cardi said? When it's up, it's stuck. Oh, Brandon Washington really gonna get mad now. Cardi B, oh, I can't stand it. He can't stand the Cardi B reference. Yo, when I did a video while I was sick, Brandon, I put that Cardi B applause in there just for you. I said, oh, it's a picture of Cardi B clapping. And I was like, make some noise, a round of applause. I put the Cardi B gif up just for Brandon Washington. I know he hates that. Had to do it.
Small hats.
Yeah, but yeah, man, but that is he said that's not the reality of life. What's up, Jashawn? What's not the reality of life? Be more specific. If they did Nipsey, they'll do anyone in his own hood. In his own hood. He said, Mark, you get my super chat? You sent one? I missed it. Here we go. He said, I got 5 on it. That's the 2 on it. He said, I got 5 on it. That's a 2 on it, but I appreciate it.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Call from
Brandon.
What's good, my G? What's on your mind, Brandon Washington?
What up, man? You feeling better? Everything good?
I'm about at 70%, about 75%. But the more I talk to y'all, I'm feeling like I'm about like at 80%. I'm feeling back though. I feel good, man. I feel good all over. Life is for the living, man.
Okay, good.
So I'm living it. He said that's good. Let me chew your ass out. Let's go. Pause. Talk to me.
Well, make sure you good. Well, make sure you good first before we get into it. But I think this is always an overreaction when it comes to our community because it's just content. I mean, think about it. If the media wasn't talking about this, we wouldn't be talking about it, and it'll be just another day in the hood. So I don't get too. Yes. Why not? Sam Cooke got killed in L.A. the same way. He got killed in a hotel, and this been going on. Why are we acting like this is something new?
And that's still news. And that was still news. They got a whole Netflix movie about it 40, 50 years later, Brandon.
But, so the point that I'm making is this has always went on. So why are we trying to act as though that this is something new or this is something that here's the thing. Fuck a rapper. We need to be concerned about the behavior, how we treat each other in our community. That's why I always talk about the behavior. Let's talk about how we treat each other, not the little trinkets and the little chains. Let's blame the real people. Okay, now, when it comes to this internet and this technology, I'm gonna tell you something, Mark, that I've been really
Slow down. You all over the place, real quick. But go ahead. I'm listening. You said blame the real people.
I am.
Go ahead. I'm
blame
listening.
the real people. Now, because of the society we live in, everybody's connected to everybody, and everybody can see everybody and see what everybody's doing. It's exposing a certain part about society. It's exposing it. It's exposing the have and the have not. It's always been here, but everybody wasn't able to see it. Everybody wasn't able to be a part of it. Now, you're able to be connected to a millionaire that's on your phone right now.
Like that nigga from Whittier. Right, like that dude from Whittier. I get it. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure. Nah, fuck him. But I'm pretty sure that right now on Twitter or Instagram that you are following a millionaire or you have a millionaire that you are following that's in your phone. We've never been connected like this. So what it's doing, it's creating a system that's causing people to feed on each other. It's always been feed on each other because there's capitalism. But what's happening is we can see the riches, we can see it. So when you post something which is sad, or when you do certain things, I'm targeting you. So what have we got out there? But that's another question. But I say, man, this is a societal thing. It ain't just P&B rock. And we should talk about the actual violence that America breeds.
I agree.
And it starts at the top.
Okay, let's slow down a little bit. Let's unpack some of that. What other genre of music where this happens all the time, bro? This doesn't happen all the time. Now, granted, yeah, murder is murder. Death is death. This is a violent country. I get you on that, my brother. But what we're talking about right here is this. You don't hear about this in other genres of music. He's a taxpaying citizen, like my girl Carmen said. This happens. This isn't a one-off. This isn't like, well, it just happens and this just would be another day in the hood. He's a celebrity, bro. He's a rapper. He's a famous person.
Can I ask you a question?
You answer my question with a question? Can you?
Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. That's not proper.
Yeah, you know, because you know it's a non-starter, Brandon. And let's be real, you know, like I know, this doesn't happen in other genres of music.
I agree. So the question is asked. So the question is, welcome back. So the question is asked. No. So the question is asked. So I would ask the question, well, do we blame the music that's being put out? If you putting out, think about it. If I'm putting out music, murder, death, kill, bitches and hoes ain't shit. Fuck a nigga. I'm gonna slide on a nigga when I see. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this, and I do that.
And put a beat behind it. Go ahead, Brandon. Shit, that shit sound like a hit.
But when they put this out and they meet their untimely death, why are we shocked? We should be asking ourselves these questions. If they promote this type of culture, this behavior, this is the behavior and the culture they promote, a death and murderous culture. And when it comes back to them and they get killed, we like, oh man, what's going on? Look at the shit that they put out. They don't want to taught these children how to go out here and slide. You want to listen to the music. That's how you know. I know one thing. When I was coming up, we had self-destruction. We had different music that was teaching us not to do certain things. Their music telling them to go out here and look at their celebrities. All their celebrities, get the bag, the bag, the bag, the bag, the bag, the bag, the bag. That's all we talk about is being superficial and money. So think about it. Look at the culture that we're in, the internet culture. I know. So let's blame them. Thank you.
But look, but hold up, let's slow down. It's entertainment, Brandon. Let me say this. Arnold Schwarzenegger killed about 45 people in Terminator 2. Ain't nobody robbing him, murdering him, taking his shit. Every time I turn around, he killing somebody in the movie. Rambo, Sylvester Stallone. Why is it in hip hop we can't celebrate separate? His mama didn't name him P&B Rock, bro.
We emulate it because we are emulating it. There's nobody out here trying to be Rambo. We don't see Rambos. Now, if that movie started producing the Rambo,
they shoot up the whole school looking like Rambo.
Hold on, let me finish. If they started, but they don't do it in the name of Rambo. See, when we saw colors, everybody started picking up colors in the name of colors, blood and Crips. You see what I'm saying? So it's the images that are put out there that affect us. The images don't affect them because they got different other positive images. That's not the only image that's portrayed of them.
That's not the only image portrayed of us. Stop it. You had a black president of the United States, the highest office in the world.
But it's the most consistent. But it's the most consistent image that's portrayed of us. It's the most consistent image that you're gonna see of us. I can't say only, but I will. True.
Oprah been on TV her whole life. Oprah been consistent my whole life. Been on TV. You heard him.
Please. Please. I saw Oprah get struck up in Texas. I saw Oprah bow down and kiss these people's feet when she came here. So don't tell me nothing about no Oprah, because Oprah's not powerful. Oprah done lost everything when she came here. She spoke against the Texas cattle ranch industry, the Texas beef industry, and damn near got bankrupt. They drug her ass down to Texas and put her ass on trial. So don't start telling me about that.
You just moved the goalpost. We're talking about a positive image, though. She's not out there promoting death and killing people and promoting guns and drugs, right? You might not like her.
Far in between. Oprah on TV,
sir.
I said that's few far in between. When last time you see Oprah on TV?
I've She been on TV and on magazines my whole life. As soon as I go into a grocery store, I see her ugly. I see her on a magazine right there at the grocery store. You a bitter petty bitch when you. I'm sorry. When you was like, I'm gonna create a magazine and I'm gonna be on the cover of every episode. Every episode. They told me I wasn't pretty enough back in the day. I'm pretty enough now because I own this shit. That's what I'm gonna do with my. I'm gonna create Marq Nash magazine and I'm gonna just put myself on the cover every month. And hey, look, I'm gonna Photoshop my body on Dwayne Rock Johnson. Like you can be whatever you want to be if you got a green screen.
So if we let's examine it all. We can look at him. Let's go above him. Let's really deal with it and be layered. It's easy to just say, Brandon, the rappers today are.
But Brandon, can't you find, if you're looking for negativity, you're gonna find negativity. Rap is not the only genre. They're not the only image of success. And let's be clear, a lot of people wasn't even pumping all his music like that in the first place. Let's be clear. I mean, he ain't Drake and I'm just saying. Respectful. God bless the dead.
Black entertainment class. That's the only thing we're allowed to do. Go look and see what we do. What we prominent at? Entertainment. Singing, dancing, jumping, running, making people feel good. You want to come see us? Most of the time we on the stage or we on the field. When you want to come see us, come look at us on the stage or the field. Other than that, you ain't gonna see us nowhere else.
There are several images of black excellence and success that's not on TV, on the screen, or holding the microphone or dribbling ball. You just don't know. You don't look for it. But you know what they say, whatever the thinker, but Brandon, what the thinker thinks, the prover will prove. Right?
Indeed. Mm-hmm.
That's what you, if that's what you believe, I can talk to you for days and weeks and months. You will still have that same image.
It's not a belief, it's a fact. That we are the entertainment class and have been relegated to the entertainment class in this society. That's a fact. Name any prominent black man. You just name Oprah, entertainment. Name somebody else.
I started off with Barack Obama.
It's entertainment, political entertainment class.
Hold up, political. Hold up, he's not no entertainment, man. He's an elected official.
The fuck the people became an entertainer. Who? Obama?
Come on.
I'm an entertainer. Okay. When you start tuning, that's what he's doing. He's gonna be doing podcasts. He's gonna be doing. Watch what he's doing. He's entertaining. You might be able to catch him at a speech somewhere. You can buy tickets to go see him. He's entertaining. Trust me. You better buy tickets to go see him somewhere.
Well, after you, but that's not fair because every president, once they leave office, are paid, exorbitant amount of money to do speeches and speak all over the country. But that's
all of them don't do
it. Shit, a lot of them didn't have more money than Barack Obama too, to be honest too. So they ain't have to. Their family, they come from money. But it's people out there though, brother. Like if you, like I said, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover will prove. If that's what you feel, that's what you're looking for. That's what you only gonna see. But black people, our story in this country does not start and begin with entertainment, Brandon. You're smart enough to know that. You know about black inventors. You know that.
I do.
So why we don't lift those people up?
I do. Because it's easy. Think about it. America is geared for violence, isolation. So it's easier to market somebody that's participating in that behavior than it is a person that is doing something positive. I'd rather hear that most people, Mark, if somebody put up a video that Marq Nash did something negative, they'll go watch that video before they go watch the video of Marq Nash handing out backpacks to the children or shoes to the children. I could put up a video right now. Marq Nash did this to kill this person, to shot this person, and it'll get this many views versus Marq Nash goes back and gives to the community.
But that's not exclusive to people of color, though, Brandon. That is journalism. If it bleeds, it leads. But that doesn't mean.
Let's talk about.
But your life is not confined to the image on the screen, Brandon. Your life should not be confined to that, and your morals should not be confined to that. Tell live vision.
But a lot of things about how human nature works. A lot of times, that's where you get a lot of your ideas and concepts from. That's why they call it programming. They understand it. That's why they make commercials.
Yeah.
That's why they make infomercials, because they understand programming and they understand what it means, the images of it, or else they wouldn't make a McDonald's commercial. So they understand what it does.
Yeah, it is a program. I remember the FCC had a lawsuit against the national marketers of national advertising agency because people were putting subliminal clips and messages in the commercials. It was like, no, you can advertise, but you can't do the splicing trick where you just take one frame out and put the flash of a Coca-Cola in there, and your whole commercial is a desert, but you splicing a cold Coke in, and they don't allow shit like that. So you don't believe in free will, then, Brandon? You just whatever the media tells us to do and be, that's what we're gonna be.
I believe that propaganda. I know that propaganda works. I believe in programming. I know that it works, and I know if you keep putting certain things about it out of certain people, they'll start acting out those behaviors and really fall into the stereotypes. If you program them, but nothing.
Say that again. Somebody complained about your audio in the chat. Say that part again.
All right, hold on.
I'm gonna turn you up too. Just
that's why.
Say that again.
Hold on. No, I was saying that they understand programming, so they know that if we keep putting out a certain thing, no matter if it's a lie or not, then people will start to believe it, and even the people who are we saying this about, they'll start acting out the things that the images that we put in front of them, and that's exactly what we do.
When you say we, you mean Americans, or are you saying that's exclusive to African American people?
Americans, but it can be detrimental to a certain segment of people when you target them with certain images exclusively, and this is what it does. So, yes, America, which is, I tell you, this country is a degenerate country. It's a shithole, really.
What I will say is this: I know in certain countries, they won't allow certain things to be on the on their feeds and on their like in China, their version of TikTok don't look like the version of TikTok you guys see here. It ain't gonna be a bunch of shaking your ass in front of the camera. It brings me to something else. Perfect segue.
Because they said in China that they just banned effeminate men in China on their TV. They won't allow it. In Nigeria, they won't even allow foreign people who are not. They just passed a law, I think, where they won't even allow foreign people who are not Nigerian on their TV in their commercials. They don't want it. So somebody understands it.
So what's your solution, Brandon Washington?
My
I already know your solution.
Is,
we need to separate.
Right. That's right. You already know.
Brandon want to break up the families that are already integrated. Forget if your grandmama is white, or your dad is white, or your grandmother, or your grandfather, or is Asian, or Hispanic. Like, nope, leave them. Get on the boat and follow Brandon to Texas.
You want to hear something weird, Mark? This is something that I learned not too long ago.
I'm listening to something weird.
You know you missed us. I was doing research.
I missed the chat. I don't miss talking to y'all niggas on the phone. I'm joking. You could.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas worship him.
But do you know that they thought that once they released all the slaves, they didn't know what to do with it. They wanted to take us to Liberia. They tried that. Lincoln sent the scouts to Liberia. Tried that. They thought we were all gonna die off. And when we didn't die off within 20 years or 30 years, they were surprised. But they expected us all to die off. That was their way to get rid of us. They just gonna die off.
Okay. Well, Brandon, let me ask you this. Go ahead. And we what?
Go ahead.
Finish that sentence.
And we survived like we.
Oh, okay. Right. But look, Brandon, that's not gonna happen just because you can't take the pepper out the salt. You know, once you get what I mean. You ever heard of that? You drop some salt on the boil and you drop some pepper on top of it, right? A handful of pepper on top of the salt. I'm fucking this metaphor all the way up, but y'all know what I mean. How about this? How about that? It's baked into the cake already. Integration and mixed families is baked into the cake that is America, right? So you can't take it out. Is the basically right? You can't take the eggs out the cake. You can't take eggs out of the cake, Brandon. It's already baked in. It's in the batter. It's mixed in. And why
listen
don't we
to me.
have rights to this, Brandon? I think that's kind of fucked up. That motherfucker will even tell me I should go somewhere. Like, my family has fought in every war this country has had, and I mean from the Revolutionary War on.
I ain't tell you to go nowhere.
Revolutionary
I
War,
ain't tell you to
Civil
go
War,
nowhere.
like whatever. Like, you get what I'm saying?
I tell you to separate from me. I ain't tell you to go nowhere.
Well, you can't. Well, you know what the law? I'm just saying that sounds crazy. No, because that sounds insane that you would say that. Like, you can't separate from quote unquote them in this country. We're all together, Brandon, in government, in business, in commerce, in taxes.
Mark.
You're gonna have to pay taxes now.
Mark, do you know that they have gated communities, and some of these gated communities are 100% Anglo-Saxon? 100%. Which means they separated themselves with their own community, right? Is that possible?
You're talking about a neighborhood, bro? Like a subdivision?
Mm-hmm. Is that possible? Because that's what makes up a community, the neighborhood.
Oh,
is that possible?
You giving me a headache. Well, you can't be serious, bro. Those folks ain't separated themselves, man. They live in that's a house. That's a neighborhood, Brandon. And if a black person wanted to live in there, they could live in there. You saying they can't? The black person could have a house there?
It's called redlining.
What happened if hold up, you talking about redlining back in the day, or you talking about redlining now?
Redlining exists now, right now.
There, give me the name.
Redlining
where is it at, Brandon?
Well, I'll just give you this tidbit.
Oh no, I want specifics, Brandon. You can't say certain shit like that and not stand on it.
I'm gonna give you this.
Okay.
George Bush lived in an exclusive disease here. It's called Prestonwood.
Oh, okay.
When he moved in a charter specifically says that black people cannot live there.
What happens if you're one of your kids marry a black person? They got to get out your house. People can. What? I'm a single white man. I move in that neighborhood. I'm a single white wealthy man. I move in that neighborhood. Then I marry Serena Williams. I gotta move.
They don't do that.
That's impossible. Is it impossible?
No, it's not. Ain't nothing impossible.
Okay.
Ain't nothing. But I'm just telling you. And I think they didn't change the rule until he got there. George Bush got there, and then but still nobody lives there. Nobody of I hate saying the color, but no black person lives there in his neighborhood.
Chris Rock got this joke. Rock got this joke. He says,
my favorite.
Huh?
That's one of my favorite Chris Rock jokes.
Which one? Go ahead. You know the one talking about?
If we talking about the one where he said a white man went to his place with him and he rich. That one.
Say that again. Just say the joke. I don't know.
Chris Rock says that a white man wouldn't even switch places with him because he's rich.
Oh yeah, he said, and I'm rich. Nah, that ain't the one. Nah, I think this is. He was like, he said, ain't never. He said, racist. He said, listen to this. Here we go. I found it. Listen to this.
But racism's not gonna stop. It ain't never stopping. It's the American way, man. You know, they used to have signs up that said whites only. They used to have signs up that said no blacks allowed. Now they got something new.
You know what the new thing is?
It's called prices.
Prices, Brandon. Prices, Brandon. Listen to this.
Prices are the new Jim Crow. You know, the Four Seasons Hotel does not say no blacks allowed. But a $4,000 a night hotel suite show does.
There you have it.
That ought to handle your nigga problem right there.
George Bush living like that, B. Plus, he's a president too. I'm sure it's a different type of people there. But that is hilarious, bro. Pricing, Brandon. Prices matter.
Prices are the new Jim Crow, baby.
Prices are the new Jim Crow. I love that joke, and I agree 100%. Shout out to my boy, the Boston Scholar in the building. What up, family? Popping with you, man. The Boston Scholar called me every day while I've been sick, yo. Shout out to the Boston Scholar, man. He called me literally every day, a couple times a day. Checked on the boy. He was like, man, you all right? You all right? You all right, ain't you? I was like, yeah, I'm good, man. He was like, what's your temperature now?
You ain't take no elderberry.
That just with your southern accent, that just sounded funny. Hearing you say no elderberry, that just sounded weird. Like this sounded like I heard every vowel in that motherfucker and consonant. You ain't take no elderberries. It sounds like I'm doing something nefarious with an old lady. It sounds like I'm fucking somebody grandma in the nursing home. You ain't take no elderberries. I ain't eat her berries, dog. Damn, Brandon. That shit was weird right there. Yeah, I'm back, baby. I'm back. I'm him, man.
Did you take something?
Man, all I know, I did. I took Tylenol, bro, for this fever.
Oh no.
That's the only symptoms I was having was the fever. I had body aches the first day, but bro, I've been shaking a fever since Friday, man. Today was the first day I went 24 hours without a fever.
Oh, that's good. That fever's scary. Yeah. The fever takes everybody out.
Yo,
that's what gets everybody.
Because you can't break the fever. Yeah, you only can take Tylenol for so long.
Well, oh no, I threw the kitchen sink at it, Mark. I had vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin E. I was taking zinc. I was taking elderberry. I was drinking elderberry. I was throwing the kitchen sink at it. I think I had a fever for like 2 days or 1.5 days. Broke that fever. And but I had body fatigue for like 10 days. My body was just. I thought, COVID made it worse. But outside of that, man, it's good to hear you feeling better, man. I ain't gonna hold you up. I'm gonna jump back in the chat, and if you home late, I'm gonna jump back on.
My bro, appreciate it, man.
Shout out. Good feedback.
Yeah.
Peace, bro.
Yes. Hey, look, just talking to Brandon, man, about fear of the white man. Made me check my temperature again. I started getting scared. I was like, shit. I thought I was getting sick right then. I was feeling a little lightheaded. My head started hurting. Then I realized, nigga, that ain't COVID. That's just a regular conversation with Brandon Washington. You know what I'm saying? That's just how you feel after talking to him. Just saying, though. I ain't lying. Special like button on the way in the room, if you forgot. All right, man, we got to talk about this picture, too. Some people told me, like, man, I see nothing wrong here. My only question I'm asking people, what's the point of the picture? Why are you on your knee? Why are you kneeling to hand her a football? It ain't no room in the picture. Like, I mean, you're a big dude. You could have slid right there and they could have presented around you guys. Why? The optics. I mean, in the words of my boy, the boxing scholars, a lot of mayonnaise in this picture. A lot of damn mayonnaise in this picture. But what's good, boxing scholar? How you feel? What's the deal?
I'm good, man. I love that photo, bro. It just shows superiority.
Break it down.
I love it, man. I love when anytime black men that refuse to kneel for injustice of black people gets on his knees. In the words of Game of Thrones, bend the knee. I love what that does optics wise. It sends a good message to the kids and lets them know who's boss. No, I just fucking with you. That shit was the coolest shit I've ever seen in history. That was horrible, man. What does bending the knee to somebody do? They don't do. Quarterbacks don't hand the ball off and bend their knee. So why is he handing the football to white people? Like, what is he trying to image? The first thing that we notice in life is with our optics. That's the first thing we make our judgment on. What message is this sending to the world? Because he refused to do it and criticized Colin Kaepernick for doing it. And you can't say, it's football, it's not political, because he's doing it to a senator. So it's political.
He's running for Senate. He's running for the other seat.
Oh, running for Senate. So why? I don't understand why if I would have took a picture like this, let's just say I was innocent, right? I didn't know. I would have made them take this picture down immediately. This picture couldn't have got more disgusting unless the next one he was like wiping his mouth.
Yo. Hello. Is this thing on? You know you live, right? People can hear you.
yeah, man. That's the point, man. That was distasteful. That picture was. It reminds me of when LeBron James was on the cover of Vogue. You remember that was a big deal. And LeBron was like, I didn't see anything wrong with it. It's like, LeBron, look at that picture again.
I gotta go back and look at it. I forgot about it. They might have liked that from the net. But here's my thing. You know how I look at it, the more I think about it, and I talk to you guys right here and just thinking out loud as the thoughts are coming to me. It's almost like, okay, people kneeled because they didn't like to see, Colin Kaepernick said he was kneeling for the unarmed black man who was being shot by police, right? Okay. He's kneeling to the police. Understand? You see what I'm saying? I think he's trolling. Yeah. I think he's doing it and be rude.
He's definitely trolling, but I mean, it's not a good look. Every male in this picture looks masculine. They have their arms crossed, chest out, and you have the one guy on there kneeling down, smiling, looking demasculated.
I see some white people smiling in the picture. She's smiling. The dude behind her is smiling. The guy behind him is smiling.
not just the smile. Not just the smile. I'm saying he's smiling while being demasculated. The rest of them are have masculine poses. They look like they believe that they're the shit. He's the only one that's demasculating himself with a smile. It's like butt dancing like that. He could have. That picture made a sound effect to me. Da 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 da.
Like a minstrel show. Somebody said, "Is that a football or a pie?" Right, Con? What is that? I'm just saying, like, this is America. Like I said, you can be whatever, and you can do whatever, right? I'm just trying to figure out what was the point of this, the optics. Like, was it necessary to do that in this climate? And you're black. You don't see the optics, Con. I'm not trying to read nothing into it. I'm reading it exactly for what it is. Now, if he's just a black dude just standing there regular, taking a picture with him and handing him a football, that's one thing. Why is he on his knee? Why was that necessary for the pose? Why was that necessary for the pose in this picture? It's not. It's done to poke fun at people, which is crazy because the people you poking fun at look like you. It ain't me trying to read nothing into it. I'm reading it exactly for what it is until somebody tell me something else. Make it make sense. You don't have to do that. You don't have to get on your knees to hand somebody a fucking football and take a picture, yo.
Man, optics is everything, man. I don't get how people make it like it's no big deal. Like McDonald's, Wendy's, all these people study imagery for a reason because they understand that imagery is everything. So they market themselves with imagery like this. Like for instance, when you go to McDonald's, you know them burgers that be on the menu don't look that good, but they make it look that good on purpose because they understand the first thing we're gonna judge with is our optics. Right. Optics is important. That's why Black Panther was so big to us. A lot of people was like, why are they, it's just a fictional movie. Why are they so invested? It's like, we don't have any black superheroes to look up to. That's why optics is important. That's a fictional character. We know that, but it was somebody for us to finally look up to and maybe dress up like for Halloween instead of dressing up like Batman or somebody. So optics is very important and very underrated, but we depend so much upon it, like through our everyday life. Like a lot of the human language is nonverbal. We use our eyes and our senses. You know what I mean? So to act like this, that we're reading too much into this photo is crazy. Especially seeing as how people right now are losing their shit over the Little Mermaid being black.
Oh, they losing it?
Losing it, bro. Over a fictional character.
Oh, cause they grew up with her being white with red hair. A cartoon, a mermaid, some shit that don't even exist in the first place. And they mad that she's black. Okay.
Extremely upset, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if
I'm not
January
surprised,
6th don't happen.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do some January 6th shit again.
They gonna have an uprising at Disneyland. Oh my goodness. Yo, Disney, man, got a crazy history too. It's a letter online. You can still look up Disney. It's a rejection letter, I guess a lady still had, or they still got it out there where you can look it up. And basically, it was like, yeah, we saw your sketches, you did a good job, but unfortunately, we don't hire women to be animators and do any drawing for us. I'm looking to, how's your coffee skills? Can you type? But it was kind of messed up. But that's how Disney was rolling, man. I mean, so maybe they just trying to clean up their act. Definitely not surprised. Sorry, but I'm definitely not surprised that something like that occurred. Not surprised in the least. Hey man, what's your take on R. Kelly, man? You know, he got that got his new verdict in Chicago. You heard about that?
No comment.
Nah, man, it's a live show, man. You got to comment, man. What's the next topic, man? Come on, it's a live show.
Well, this is my comment on R. Kelly.
Let me do my read.
There is nothing that's going to come out in this case that's going to surprise me. Like the jury's out on R. Kelly. He's a pedophile. He likes little girls.
Okay, so as of 2 hours ago, the R. Kelly trial in Chicago results in a split verdict. Singer faces possibility of longer-term prison after convicted on child pornography charges. Let's continue. It took more than 2 decades for quote-unquote Jane, the victim, to come forward about sexual abuse she suffered at the hands of her godfather, R&B superstar R. Kelly. And in the end, a federal jury in Chicago believed her. They believed her testimony that she was the one in the graphic video directed by the Grammy-winning singer, a man twice her age. They believed their ears when they heard Jane's high-pitched, high-breaking young voice refer to herself, her 14-year-old genitalia. And they believed their own eyes and finally determined, a court of law, that Kelly was guilty. So I guess they played that video again in court. Excuse me. But it was a split verdict. Let me see, which charges was all of these he's convicted of? Conviction. Okay, the conviction comes on those counts. 14 years after Kelly infant. He got acquitted. Okay, this was 14 years ago when he got off. But I guess it happened 20 years ago. Oh yeah, because she was older by the time they went to court the first time. But now, that means they know she perjured herself now and not back. You get what I'm saying? If you take the stand once and say one thing, and she was an adult at that time, but got paid off for what we heard. Remember, the rumors was allegedly she got paid off and the family got paid off. Then you in court in the same place saying, yes, it is me on the video. So like, aren't you guilty of a crime right there? You kind of admitted to a crime. Maybe they gave her I'm sure his defense probably used that, but don't matter at the end of the day, because that's what they do in the movies. Like, when you're lying then or are you lying now? But I guess it don't matter because the jury said guilty. So he's 55. He got off on one of these though. He was acquitted on charges that, okay, no, let me see, where is it at? I'm trying to see what exactly did he get convicted of, and wait. Because he got some not guilty verdicts for something. Let me see. Okay, He was found not guilty on the last 3 counts against them. But and his people were happy about that. We're like, nigga, he got guilty on the other one, and he already guilty on some other crimes. But okay, but he was facing. Okay, he's still facing 10 to 90 years behind bars. He's already he has to serve 30 years, several 30 consecutive sentences he already got from New York. Oh man, yeah.
People still want R. Kelly to get out.
They're gonna ask for this to be consecutive, so that means he has to do the 30 years in New York and then do the Chicago time. They don't want it to be concurrent, so that's what they're asking for. I read that wrong. So, wow, he's facing 10 to 90 years. If you my lawyer and I'm still facing anywhere between 10 to 90 years, consecutive to 30 years already got to do, you should be quiet. I wish I was, if I was R. Kelly, my lawyers in there pump their fist like you just. I would have been
Silence.
Hey, nigga, still guilty on several charges. He's guilty on the porn, child porn.
I think R. Kelly belongs in jail. I think if they try to get him on off on a technicality, that man is sick. He needs help. I don't know if y'all watched that interview he did a while back where he talked about he had a crush on his mama and how he used to save the glass and put his lips where her lips were. But that man is fucking sick, man. That man belongs behind bars. I can't believe he still has supporters now. That blows my mind. Like, I don't expect people to boycott his music because that would be ludicrous, you know. But to still have supporters and people think it's this mass conspiracy to get R. Kelly. What was R. Kelly gonna do? Buy NBC? Because I remember y'all said Bill was getting ready to purchase them. What's the conspiracy with R. Kelly? Why they try to get R. Kelly? If anything, I think it's the opposite. I think R. Kelly's skills is what kept him, his music writing ability and what he brought to the table kept him out of the crossfire. But now that he's older, you know what I mean, and he ain't got a lot of hits left in him like he did in the past, and he ain't as valuable. That's when they like, we're not gonna cover it up anymore. He's no longer useful to us, so they just let the shit come out.
Yo, when reading this too, I'm reading this. They said during the 5-week trial, the jury was shown clips of 3 separate videos. 3 separate videos allegedly depicting Kelly abusing Jane. So they see her in court and they see a younger version of her. They know that's her. You don't look too much different from when you was 14, right? I'm talking about girls. You know what I'm saying? Dudes, they end up getting beards and shit, right? Well, shit, some of the girls got beards too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they say they played the clip, man. They played 3 separate tapes, including the same tape from his Cook County trial, as well as another one where he instructed her to repeatedly refer to her, and they got this in quote 14-year-old private parts, I guess. I'm gonna say that word. Like, this dude was wild, fam. Like, that is insane that you indicting yourself with that. What was his defense for this? That's not me. Oh, she was older at the time. That's why I told her to say it was younger. Like, no, man, this ain't no role play, bro. This, yeah. They said it's an inconvenient reality for the government. Bonjour said that lives are complex. For the first pound of the outcry, the family made the decision that they had to live with it at the time, right? And they said which continued far beyond her alleged abuse as a minor, and according to Bojane, was approved by her parents. Lock the parents up. Shane's parents lied to the grand jury about her sexual relationship with the singer because, quote unquote, they didn't care. Bojane said she was 17 and they didn't care. They condoned it.
It reminds me of Kris Jenner. Kris Jenner letting Kylie have a baby.
Say that again.
It reminds me of Kris Jenner whenever she basically now that we know Ray J, she signed off on the sex tape for Ray J and Kim, and like actually kind of like produced it. You know what I mean? And then she let Kylie date Tiger when she was still a minor. Like some people pimp their kids off for money.
When asked why did she wait almost 2 decades, why did she wait after 2 decades of silence? She did, why did she finally decide to come forward and speak out? She said, "I became exhausted living with Kelly's lies." That can be frustrating, I guess. You get what I'm saying? Seeing somebody on TV all the time.
Like living with his lies.
Huh?
What does she mean by living with his lies?
Ask a nigga. Hold on, let me call him real quick.
They don't say in the document. They don't say in the documents what she meant by that. That's true.
How do you? No, bro. They wouldn't even. That would have to be a question. They don't. It's not a mind reader. Somebody would have had to ask her what did she mean. They would have had to put that in the thing. I would have read that. Nobody asked her what that meant. It's kind of open direct. I'm tired of I became exhausted with living with his lies. Shit, I don't know what she mean by that. I can't ask her. That's all it say. And it goes to the article. Before you think I'm reading a court transcript or something?
I kind of thought you would, to be all the way honest with you.
I don't care that much about this shit. I don't care that much to get the court transcripts the same day as the court case. Like the shit just ended today, bro. I ain't that on point. I'm sorry.
You are, bro. I believe.
Now that Bud and that Bud Crawford Bob Aaron case, I'm gonna be on that shit. I'm gonna get that paperwork. I want to know what happened with that lawsuit. If this fight don't happen, I want to know what happened. Man, I heard somebody say what's going on with the fight is Showtime versus Fox, right? They got a little bidding war for the fight. Man,
small hats.
I don't believe it. I mean, it's very possible. It's very possible. And I would like to believe that's what it is, but we're running out of time. And that seems like something that would be worked out earlier in the contract. Because if not, what you mean? They can freeze y'all out, right? Y'all got the date, got the location, got the fight agreed. Y'all don't know what network is going to be on yet? That's the last piece? Seems like that would be early in the negotiation, right? We know what label, who putting on the fight.
Yeah, the suspense is killing everybody. All these people gonna start coming out with sources say shit because they don't really know. Nobody really knows. And we, like you said, Tom, what the fuck is taking so long to make this fight, man? God damn, make it already. But I mean, it is what it is. As long as it gets made, I don't care when it happens.
Karma says she don't believe it neither. I just know this. If something happens and the fight don't happen, all of these people who told y'all, yeah, my source told me it's happening, this, that, there, what they gonna say then? Because some people went out before and say, yeah, my source told me the fight is done, the deal is done, it's gonna be at the MGM, it's November, everything's done, we're just waiting to announce it. Gonna announce the 4th of July weekend. Nigga, we in September.
So basically, it's gonna be a lot of fatherless YouTubers out there. They're gonna be looking for new YouTube daddies. Is what you said?
Hey, success has 1,000 fathers. Failure is an orphan. Yeah. So there's definitely gonna be some orphans out here. Shout out to Carmen Serene. She said, I don't believe it neither, Mark.
Small hats.
Right. Small hats. Man, what was I at, man? But yeah, I'm just all over the place, man. I just feel good to be back, chopping it up. Shout out to everybody pulling up. My man said, rest in peace to Dolph. Salute to Dolph. Rest in peace, Mo 3. Getting them likes up, please. Absolutely. Big Pop. Hey man, we'll be here all night if we want to type them all. Solar, we can type them all. Slim 400, Pop Smoke, Dollar, Doe B. That's that. You don't even know his name. You just said Quando Rondo, homie. See what I'm saying? You reaching now, bro. You just reaching.
What? Why you just put the random RIPs?
Quando Rondo's homie. He didn't even know his name. Damn. That was the third one. You started RIP him, but you was like, damn, I gotta shout out Nip. Yeah. But then you just Quando Rondo's homie. What's his name, man? Juice World. Yeah, man.
Rolly.
Nigga, did you say Rolly?
Yeah, RP Big Rolly.
Yo, bro, that's funny as hell, man.
Hey, I gotta say this, Mark. I gotta say this, man. So I'm not I do more of the science. I don't do the news of boxing, right? So I'm subscribed to a couple of people, right? I gotta give you your credit, man. You came out and you said that the Eubanks fight was not off, because I don't follow this stuff. I'm not reading shit. Like, I stick to the X's and O's of boxing. I might put somebody else's link out there, but I stick to the X's and O's. But you stuck to your guns, and you were absolutely 100% correct, man. Like, a lot of people jump with that narrative, trying to be first to report it, and they ended up being wrong. Like, they had to retract their statements. But you said from the beginning that, you know, it was you stuck with your guns, and you was absolutely right. So I had to give you your credit.
Chris Eubank can't make that much money. No way. He gonna be working at that KFC that he was walking around with that chicken bucket at. He needs this fight. He needs the check. Gotta get that
check. Bro, I watched your story, bro. Why is he so fucking confident? What does he know that I don't know? He is super fucking confident, bro. Like, man, it's to the point where it's arrogant.
I promise, yo, he gonna get his ass dog walked in that bitch, yo. I'm sorry. I got Conor Ben beating his ass and stopping him, yo. I got Conor Ben stopping on Chris Eubank Jr. I'm on record. Fuck it. Put me out there. I got it. I can't believe it. I can't believe Chris Eubank Jr. take him seriously, man, with that talking about he said I'm only gonna abstain from sex for 2 weeks for you. He said Canelo Triple G 8 weeks. Billy Joe Saunders 6 weeks. Jake Paul 1 week. You 2 weeks. He said you ain't all the way at the bottom of the barrel, but you pretty close. I was like, yo, Chris Eubank Jr. about to get his ass whooped, man. He's
fucking capping, bro.
Ass whooped, bro.
He capping, bro. He not even gonna. I don't even think he's gonna sustain from sex at all. I think he's gonna go ahead and have sex anyway, because he showed up eating chicken, bro. Chicken, like he said, it's gonna be a walk in the park, bro. Like I could not see him sacrificing any. I wonder. I wish I had somebody. I wish these sources say, nigga.
Hold up. I'm sorry. He said, RC King Shooter. Carmen said, I guess he was the king. Yo, that's fucked up. Yo, she typed that for real. Yo, my niggas in the neighborhood be wildin', son. Oh my God, that is so funny, yo. She said, RB King. I guess he was the king. Yo, this is son, I'm rolling, bro. Man, my eyes are water. I can't even breathe. I'm doing right now. Hold on, let me tell you
that shit was funny. Man.
Oh my God. Because I can hear the voices. Sometimes you can hear voices and you can make your own voice too. I don't know what this guy's voice sound like, but I just gave him a voice and he was like doing all the RPs. RP Net. RIP such and such. RIP King Shooter. Guess what's king of the shooting after? I gotta pee. I gotta go to the bathroom. Go ahead, cook up, man. I'll be right back. Golly, I gotta go pee on that.
Damn, so we just putting random deaths down? Man, we gotta get serious for a moment. We gotta talk about the queen, man. She was so young. She was so young. She had her future all ahead of her, man. What the fuck, man?
Yo, chill, yo. Y'all gotta chill. Yeah, y'all gotta chill, man. This ain't the show for the RIPs, I guess, because these people are ruthless, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to King Shooter's family, fans, and friends. Damn. Oh my goodness. And you ain't no better. You like RIP Rolly. He got put in the dirt last time I saw him. Oh man. Boston media has no journalistic integrity. Go ahead, man. What was you talking about though? Go ahead.
Shit, I don't even remember. Fucking shit up.
Rolling, son. I'm still
I'm trying to think of some more people that died this year so I can put them in the chat, man. We just doing random RIP. Yeah, that's the wrong community to do that shit in, man. Boxing fans are ruthless, man. They make fun of people when they get knocked out.
Right. They used to get fans fucked up all the time. Boxing community they're not nice. They'll cheer you on, root you on, and then clown you. Even Roy Jones was forced to lean back. Oh shit. Yeah, boxing fans are ruthless, man. Definitely probably the wrong group for RIP Karma. That shit was the funniest shit. I haven't laughed that hard. King Shooter died of liver failure, but that still sounds funny. I'm sorry. That's not funny. Damn, that's a slow death too. Rest in peace to King Shooter, man. Yeah, Karma, you got joke of the night so far. That might be joke of the night. What's up, Bo Beats Lewis, aka BDL?
Bro, it's good, bro. It's good. How y'all bringing up dead people, bro?
Man, somebody in the chat put in, y'all cook up, man. I gotta go pee, man. Karma made me laugh, man. Too hard. I'll be back. I'm getting old.
Hey, Deuce, what's the conspiracy you got on R. Kelly, man? What they trying to do to R. Kelly, bro? Why they going after him so hard?
Hey, I'm still gathering more information on that, bro. I still feel like it's a whole little conspiracy to get him to make him the face of that type of thing. You know what I mean? Like the child thing. But the way they paint this guy to be, I don't think it's like excuse me, I don't think it's like that, the way they paint him to be.
Damn, dude. So you think R. Kelly being set up? You don't think he could just be a sick man?
Like, to me, bro, like, I don't see R. Kelly just targeting little girls. You know what I mean? I just don't see it. He can have any woman he want. He's been with any woman he want, but he targets little girls. He tell people to go bring him little girls. I don't think it's like that. And they've proven that people was intentionally trying to bring girls to him and then telling them after the fact, extorting money from him. That happened dozens of times.
So, Bo, what you think about that? You there, Deeply?
It's not. What's your opinion?
I think R. Kelly's a sick man. I think that he no longer serves the injury. He no longer serves a purpose. He's not as good as he once was. See, a lot of people knew about it, but they were silent because R. Kelly was writing hits. As far as a songwriter, he might be one of the, if not the GOAT, one of the GOATs. So he was valuable. So people would cover it up. But now that he's no longer used to them, they're just letting the stories come out and they're just letting them hang. Like, did you really believe that interview that he did with Gail where he was like, y'all killing me with this shit? You really believe that was sincere?
Hell yeah, man. Like, if you get into the nuance of the whole situation, bro, that's really like one of the interviews that he really did about situations, you know what I mean? So it's like, that was really his first time speaking out, and he really don't know how to articulate himself in that type of way. He don't have that many interviews and all that stuff going on. So
that's talking about R. Kelly?
Yeah, the lady.
This nigga Deuce believe that nigga, man.
No, bro. Like
11 more like you on the jury, he would have been all right.
Well, they dropped the other shit.
Deuce. What's so hard to believe about it? Other than because we all know people who do stuff like this. It's not for them. It's not about I can have any girl I want in the world. No, I want these young girls. Rape and things like that. These dudes, they can get some of these dudes can get some ass. No, but
so you think that R. Kelly was
rape is
intentionally
about
targeting
power,
young
it's about
girls?
control. So what?
You think he's intentionally targeting young girls?
Yes.
That's you think
Yes.
like that's what he
Bro,
was
that's
doing.
evidence, bro.
Yes, bro. He's into that. He like young girls. That he's into that.
I ain't seen no evidence, bro.
He's on the camera asking the girl to tell make sure you say in the video how young the vagina is. That's what he do.
They said that.
Yeah, that's in the transcript.
I read that. That's in the
Girl,
transcript. But hey, is that hearsay or is that on the camera, bro?
That's what the jury saw. Look, the jury saw that video. I just read it.
Him saying that. Oh yeah, I'm for.
During the 5-week trial, the jury was shown clips of three separate videos allegedly depicting Kelly abusing Jane, including the same tape from his Cook County trial, as well as others where he instructed her to refer repeatedly to her 14-year-old genitalia.
Okay, yeah, I gotta peep that out. That's what you're saying. Well, I gotta see where is that source coming from.
You want to actually see the tape?
No, I don't want to see the tape. I want to see where this comes from.
You hear him on tape saying it. You need to see that or hear that. You don't trust that the jury heard him say that in the news and
hell fucking no.
You don't trust none of that.
I don't trust that. Hell.
Why he ain't come out and speak on it?
Well, he in jail. So first of all, that's why he ain't come out and speak on it. He in jail.
Interviews,
Silence them.
got a phone, bro. He don't look. It's go ahead. Somebody wanted to say something. I'm gonna put this up.
Bro, R. Kelly really did these things, bro. He really is a menace to society, bro. R. Kelly is a type of guy bro, R. Kelly, he does have good music, but you can't deny.
It's not about the music.
You can't deny these
cut you
crimes,
off,
though.
bro. It's not about the music. I just want to know exactly what's going on. They can say anything. It's been proven time and time in court. They can say anything in court. You know what I mean? I want to know exactly what is going on.
I'm gonna tell you what's
this
going
guy.
on. Okay, hold up. I want you to hear this. What's going on, Deuce? Listen close.
Do you like teenage girls? When you say teenage, how are we talking? Girls who are teenagers, 19 and younger. I have some 19-year-old friends, but I don't like anybody illegal if that's what we're talking about, underage.
And what did that say? What did you just prove here?
Dude, you know what you should just said if it was true, how easy this is? No.
Bro, he was trying to get him in a trick bag, homie. She keep that shit. He's like, do you like teenagers? Is that 18? Is that 19?
Say no.
Dudes have so is
like teenage girls. When you say teenage, how are we talking?
See, yeah, he wanted to clarify it. 14 is different than fucking 19.
The interview ain't trying to catch him. Watch the interview.
He is trying to fucking catch him, bro.
Look at his face. Watch this.
Girls who are
he was like,
no, you trying to spin the narrative, bro.
19
and 16 is two different things.
That man brought it. He was open direct, 19 and younger. Keep in mind, Kelly, bro. At the time of this interview, Kelly had already been accused of this fucked up shit, bro.
He was on trial during that shit. I remember that shit. It was like in 2002. I remember that shit.
Nah, when he was on trial, he had braids.
Bro, that was during that time.
When he went to trial, he had braids though, right?
Maybe.
I think he did. It
cut his
was
hair.
a period in the Boondocks.
R. Kelly had cornrows going to jail.
Yeah, he had cornrows.
Yeah, this is after this. This is with a low season, homie. This shit is over. This is after all of that shit is over.
Like you said, bro, there's a difference between 14 and 19. Big difference.
And he went to jail. How about this, Drew? Dude said at the end of the day, a jury of his peers are finding him guilty over and over in different parts of the country. Different parts of the country. This ain't just, and he still got to go to trial in Michigan after this. He on tour right now. He ain't singing, but he on tour. Everybody else singing.
Joyful Day, Glory, Glory. R. Kelly, the biggest child violator ever on earth.
He's not the biggest. That was Jeffrey
The
Epstein.
biggest child violator on earth is going to burn in hell.
No, that was Jeffrey
Glory,
Epstein.
glory.
He's the biggest, I think. He might be one of the biggest. But I don't think these guys are alone. You think Jeffrey Epstein was innocent too, Deuce?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. But I don't think he's dead either.
You don't think he killed himself?
Hell no. They walked that nigga out the back door. Yeah, right.
Nah, bro, they definitely.
Where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the funeral? Where's the family members? Where's the body talking about how bad he got treated in jail? Bro, that motherfucker ain't dead, man.
What you mean? Tell me why he ain't dead, dude.
Because he's powerful, bro.
Live a life out there, right?
What?
Ain't it easier to kill him?
Nah, bro, they let him go. Too many people owe him.
You're to kill him.
Too many people owe him.
Dude, it's easier to kill him than to let him than to, bro, you gotta fix that. That's
Bro,
too loud.
they on code with each other, homie. Don't believe that. They on code. You're like, hey man, I got this. We gotta do this little superficial shit.
Who is they?
We walk you.
Who is they?
Hey, the people, the higher ups, the social oligarchs, all the people that was in his dossiers and shit, all the people that was taking trips to his island. Trump, everybody, Biden, Clinton's, all that, all those people, they're on code, bro.
Yeah, he fled though. I think where he at though? He's in Russia though, right? Didn't he go to Russia somewhere? We didn't have extra.
He had his own island, bro.
Yeah,
excuse me.
Talking about Roman Pulaski, how he fled. He fled.
He probably. I mean, he could have fled. It is. I mean, it's possible.
Where did he flee to though? I know he fled. Fled U.S. Oh hell no, he fled to France. Y'all supposed to go get his ass.
Bro, these people are all on code, bro. Hey, all right, welcome back, sir. You know what I mean? This dude has all this money, all these assets.
We ain't have maybe that's crazy. They didn't go get him. But they going to get old boy, huh? What's his name? The Julian Assange. But y'all couldn't go get Roman Pulaski. We got extradition with the UK. Come on, y'all supposed to go get his ass in 1978. No, that's crazy right there. I think that's crazy. I ain't with that. Lisa Bell. Go ahead, dude.
Batman has no jurisdiction.
You said Batman?
Batman. They have Batman type people. They can snatch your ass from anywhere. These mercenaries they have, they come get you from anywhere, bro.
Against your shirt or something, bro. While you talking, it's hard to hear you while your mic rubbing against your shirt or whatever that is, or your beard or something. Okay, go ahead, BBL.
Oh, bro. Okay, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Speaking on that R. Kelly situation, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. R. Kelly, he deserved to get buried, bro. But I feel like Bill Cosby, he should be taken out though. But R. Kelly though, he should be buried alive. But the parents of the children, they even more guilty than R. Kelly in my opinion. I think they should be jailed as well.
Okay,
I agree. Everybody should be in jail. If everybody's involved, everybody should be charged. Because we're not gonna believe that R. Kelly was out here by himself picking up these girls. Now we can't believe that, right?
No, yeah, cooperation from the parents. People leave that out though. I mean, he literally paid off the parents to like do things with these people's kids, and they allowed it. So essentially, they more guilty than R. Kelly inside this situation, in my opinion.
There isn't a dime in the world you can pay me to pimp out my damn babies, especially the girls.
But people like R. Kelly is why I think like a person like Bill Cosby, he should be let out of prison. I mean, I think he might be. I don't think he shouldn't have got all the flack.
I ain't even hear.
You said what?
What you say?
No, that's it. I ain't got that.
Hey, Cosby is out of jail, bro.
Is all right.
Yeah, they took 5 years of his life. Say, forget about it, bro.
Exactly, bro. Because of some old chicks. Some old chicks got some random cases on them from like 50 years ago, bro. And it's always, of course they see that Bill Cosby's still rich and all that. So like, man, let's sue him. It's the same thing with the George Foreman situation, bro.
Yo, my bad, y'all. I got so wrapped up in this Roman Polanski show. Like, why they never extradited? Okay, so he did plead guilty, and he thought he was gonna get probation. So he heard the judge was gonna give him a prison sentence instead of probation. He fled to France, where he had a dual citizenship. Don't know why they didn't extradite him back then, but they said on November the 27th, 2015, Poland decided not to extradite Polanski to the U.S. I guess maybe they was trying to get him in. People was talking about it. It sounds like some Me Too times around the Me Too era. And Polanski in the U.S. and prosecutors declined. And Polanski, they didn't extradite him to the U.S. after prosecutors declined to challenge the court's ruling, agreeing that Polanski had served his punishment and did not need to face a U.S. court again. So they was like, nope, we ain't sending you over there. But he's still a fugitive if he ever comes back to United States. All right. They should have started trying to get him extradited back in the 70s. But who knows? That's weird. Yeah, Cosby definitely got out on the technicality. But ain't even no technicality. It's like he shouldn't even been.
He should never went in on technicality.
Arrested. Like once you sign that paper and say, okay, you got to allocate to everything in a civil deposition, you can use that civil deposition in a criminal trial against him because then you took away his Fifth Amendment, the right to not testify and incriminate himself. So, yeah, they shouldn't even been able to use that. But they knew that when they went into it. That's why they should be getting sued because that's crazy. You knew that. The judge knew that. Everybody knew that when they went into it. But they just like fuck it. Take it up on appeal. Like they'll do some wild shit like that. Take it up on appeal. And just lock your ass up and hope you die in there. But he made it.
That's why I have such a big. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, that's it.
I was gonna say Cosby got lucky that he was just in a different era. That everybody didn't have cell phones and video cameras, and it wasn't enough evidence to be damning. And these people were all old.
Stop. Man, they had cameras back then because Cosby was on camera. Motherfuckers had cameras. Like,
stop.
But
this shit is 50 years old.
Years old. Those women, Cosby were grown women too. He wasn't accused of being with no 14-year-old girls, bro. And R. Kelly himself.
He didn't let me make
choice. And nobody filmed R. Kelly on no cell phone. He filmed himself with an old ass camera, one of them big over the shoulder cameras. Yeah, he did that to himself, bro. Think about it. That's what R. Kelly's main evidence against him is him being on camera doing this shit. That's it. That's how all this started.
That's the point I was making. That's the point I was making. That if Bill Cosby would have had a camcorder back in his day, he probably would have filmed it too. He just got lucky that he was born in a different era. I didn't mean somebody was going to pull up with their cell phone and start recording. I was just talking about the.
Look, but Cosby was a rich dude. He had a camera back then.
Please say that. Please say that.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He been rich. He been had a camera.
He's a damn director. He's a movie producer. You think he don't own a personal camera?
Brought up. I thought the charges that was brought up on Cosby was like from 50 and 60 years ago.
And
they were.
And I'm sure he had a camera there, bro.
But you're speculating that he had a camera.
Come on, bro. We were
50 and 60 years ago.
You're speculating he didn't have one.
Yeah, I am. But
thank you.
When was the conspiracy brother? When was the first camera invented?
I'm done with you, bro. I'm moving forward with this one, man.
Bro, we talking about from the 70s, bro. Cosby was on TV. You think he's just some nigga? You think he's just some regular nigga raping, violating women? No.
So there's no way he could have been a regular nigga violating women because he was on TV?
That's a whole different question.
I just repeated the same thing he said.
He's a bro. Bottom line is, both of them admitted to doing. I mean, one of them admitted to doing something wrong. One guy's out. One guy's in. Cases are totally different. That's the main thing. This shit is totally different. But
you're right.
Yeah,
No, the only similarity is that they choose and pick and choose what they can do to you and how they can do it to you. I always bring this up. If you allow them to do anything to you, to anybody, they'll do it to you.
I got some 70s camcorders on the screen for you, Boston fella. Here you go. They have them.
Yes. So when computers first came out, they've always been around, but it wasn't accessible to the public. Like, why y'all acting like what I'm saying is just absurd? I didn't say they didn't have camcorders in the 70s. I watched fights from the 20s and the 30s.
Yeah. But
absurd. It's absurd for you to assume that Bill Cosby didn't have one.
Yeah.
I hear you, Deuce, but Bill Cosby raped the women.
Oh, that's proven?
He admitted it.
Admitted to giving her a drink, a pill?
Uh-oh.
Deuce, I hope if I ever get in trouble, you ride for me like this, bro, because the evidence is there, bro. Like you acted like Chappelle, like I'd have to see the girl holding her ID. The grandma would have to be there to identify was R. Kelly. Like, man, come on, bro. These niggas is guilty.
Bro. I just understand propaganda and programming, bro. And you just going over any shit, man. You think that Bill Cosby, a black man, a rich black man, I don't know how powerful he was, but a rich black man was out here doing all this stuff, and the FBI, the CIA, COINTELPRO, J. Edgar Hoover, Bush, all these people just letting that shit go? All this shit's unreported for a black man to do it in the 70s? Give me a break.
They were partying, man.
Tell them, bro. Tell them.
Yeah, they was partying.
Was taking Quaaludes, man. That was the drug.
They was all doing drugs and stuff. So it's like you can't really say Bill Cosby. Like, nah, they was all doing like crazy shit, and then they happened to get whatchamacallit. But they said Bill Cosby still rich. Yeah, they ain't nowhere now. You know, they used up. So, but, you know, let's sue this man for some money real quick. That's how I see it.
Yeah, you still can just put shit in people's drinks unbeknownst to him, dog. So yeah, he's still wrong. Who knows? Look, it's this
I didn't know that part.
This is video. It's a video. Damn, it's like a show. It's like a Playboy show, I think, where they just all hanging out, kicking it, chilling, people smoking, going up there, saying Sammy Davis Jr. there, Bill Cosby there, and yeah, man, motherfuckers probably was going, like, you can tell they was just living, they doing it. Yeah, motherfuckers was doing lines right there, cocaine, Quaaludes. So it was a lifestyle, man.
And also point out that all these women were white or non-black, and you know what kind of drama that brings. Back then in the 70s.
Well, bro, even today, bro. Like, I remember, white people got this conception that white dudes is the most privileged, bro. No, bro. White females are the most privileged people inside America.
Explain.
They said explain?
Yeah, that's a bold statement. You gonna back that up with anything?
Yeah, you think that's a bold? You really think that's a bold statement, bro? Really?
Are you gonna back that up with anything, sir?
Bro, okay, bro. Number one, okay, you can go back to hold up, bro. Put me on the spot, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I put you on the spot. You said that. I think you got something to go with. I know.
I should have had something to go with it.
Sure. And the paperwork of the country, they had to get their rights filled in the blanks. They had to fill the blanks in for even the white ladies, even for ladies. Like, no.
I mean, they did, bro, but they still got the most. Like, they got the most privilege, bro. Is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, shit, they ain't got no privilege to become president yet.
Could a woman really be a president though? Come on now.
You just said what you just said though. They got the most power and the most privilege in the country.
No, like the most, like when I say privilege, I mean like they get the most benefit of the doubt. They get the most benefit of the doubt outside of everybody. Like they don't have to be held accountable or responsible for like their actions compared to everybody else inside America. That's really what I mean.
Really? They used to burn them at the stake and call them witches. Women, white women too. You know that.
I'm talking about right, but I'm talking about right now though.
That was white women. They were doing that too, calling them witches. They didn't get no benefit of the doubt.
But they get benefits of the doubts all the time, bro. You can even go back to hold up, bro. Hold up.
It's a live show. I can't hold up. Go ahead, Boston Scholar. We'll come back to you. Go ahead, Deuce. Go ahead, Deuce.
No, I don't want to get into the white women bashing, bro. But you know what I mean. Certain sectors of this country, you know what I mean. You live a different life. I see that shit every night on this show. It's funny to me.
Say that again about different sectors of life. Say that part again.
No, you live a different life. My bad. I'm outside. You live a different life. Like the people in Texas, you know what I mean, or people down south, is way different than how we are over here. In many different things.
I don't know what you mean, Deuce.
So like dude's dude opinion on white women, you know what I mean? It depends on where he at. Oh. So I don't really want to be like, oh man, you don't know what you're talking about, or you know what
the chick that got Kobe locked, bro, the chick that accused Kobe of rape, bro. That's an example.
Terrible example.
My bad. I ain't mean to say that.
Yeah, that was a terrible example. And yeah, like you cut him off for that shit. Kobe got off. She was a hoe. And the people didn't believe her.
Well, it got dropped because he paid. He didn't really get off.
They dropped.
They were trying to stretch. They were trying to stretch that nigga.
She had about 3 or 4 different types of nut in it.
And none of that still mattered. None of that mattered. He was still gonna go to jail.
Nah,
until she
bro,
dropped.
He's still at risk of going to prison, bro. Like,
he was until she dropped that shit. None of that shit mattered.
So yeah, what if she did? What if she wouldn't have dropped it?
The charges was dropped
because he paid her $13 million.
The charges were dropped too. She had 4.
So he still lost. She still got what she wanted. She still got money out of him, so she won. Kobe just survived. He by not going to prison. But in that situation, she got what she wanted out of Kobe.
After the criminal case, because he did sleep with her. He did have sex with her. She did say later on that's a settlement out of court. But the criminal case, y'all mixing the criminal case.
No, bro, they dropped the charges because she took the payment. She took the complaint away.
So LA, you gotta have a complaint now for a rape, is what you're saying?
Yes, if you file a charge, bro, then you like, oh, they tangle it like that, homie. They didn't drop the case, bro. They were trying. His ass was still going to court. They tried to stretch that nigga about that shit.
They dropped. There we go. Hold on. Accuser wrote a letter. Okay, so she perjured herself. She wrote a letter saying she wrote a letter to the investigators. She perjured herself too. On September 1st, district court judge dismissed the charges on Bryant after prosecutors spent more than $200,000 preparing the trial because the accuser informed that she was unwilling to testify. On the same day that the criminal case was dismissed, Bryant issued a follow-up statement through his attorney. I ain't about to read all of this. I want to apologize to the young woman. Apologize for my behavior that night, blah, blah, blah. I also want to make it clear that I do not question the motives of this young lady. No money has been paid to this woman. She agreed to the statement would not be used against me. She agreed that this statement would not be used against me in this civil case. Although I truly believe the encounter was consensual, I recognize now that she did not and does not view the incident the same way as I did. After months of reviewing discovery, listening to her attorney, and even her testimony personally, I now understand how she feels, and she did not consent to this encounter. I issued a statement today fully aware that while on one part this case ends today, another one remains. I understand that the civil case against me will go forward. That part of the case will be decided between the parties directly involved in the incident, would no longer be a financial or emotionally drain on the citizens of the state of Colorado. And then they settled the next month. In August 2004, the accuser filed a civil suit. Settlement was a little more than $2.5 million. After allegations, Brian signed a 7-year, $136 million contract.
And that shit stayed him for the rest of his damn life, bro. They still talk about that shit to throw shade on him and to see what happened. But I don't want to get too graphic on this show, but it was really about something else. She wanted to have consensual relations with him, but it was the method that he used. But we don't want to talk about that here.
We just did. We here now. Go ahead.
Well, it was about the anal. Yeah, the anal. It was about that. it was about that part of it. Can you imagine how nasty a nigga got to be to do all that with a girl the first night you met her? Give me a break.
That's what he into. That's what he
man.
Why his wife was like, "You motherfucker!" Like, because you know he been trying to do it with Vanessa for years, probably. Okay, is it too soon?
Right.
Am I too far? Okay, I'm going too far. I gotta respect that. It's too soon. We'll wait another 10 years.
R.I.P. Kobe.
R.I.P. Kobe.
Well, we don't want to get on Vanessa. She ain't no angel. She ain't no angel.
20 years. You was doing it with her for the ass on the first night. He's like, well, you know I wanted what you on the first night. That's what he into. Damn. Doo-doo shoes.
With no protection. The first person you meet. The first hall girl walking down the hallway.
Come here.
They say he was hella drunk though, so you know what happens like that.
That sounds good.
Why that's so shocking, Deuce? Athletes do that all the time. That's how Magic Johnson got AIDS, bro.
Bro, I don't know how Magic Johnson got AIDS.
What happened?
Wait a minute. Johnson. Hold up. What happened? How you get AIDS?
Yeah, how you get AIDS?
I thought he had HIV. What happened? He got AIDS now? No, don't Scholar. There you go.
Yeah, when he first got it, it was AIDS.
No, man, you trolling now, bro. It don't go backwards. AIDS don't.
Nah, them Texas niggas got hate for the Lakers. You know, the Lakers send them home all the time. So
I thought it was AIDS and then HIV.
No, bro, it's HIV and it can grow. It can it's HIV, which is pretty much the gateway to AIDS. But no, it's HIV. It's not the same.
That's why I say the boxing scholar instead of the scholar.
He's trying to insinuate on Magic's sexuality, but little to be known, Magic was a real player, state to state, city to city. That's why the owner liked messing with him, because they was cool with the Playboy Mansion. So Magic, you can't tell me Magic gay. I'm sorry.
International Playboy, bro.
No, I didn't say he was gay. He was messing with. I watched the documentary. He said he was messing with like 7 women in one night.
What they got to do with Kobe and Dookie diving?
So Deuce was being. He was like he messed with a woman on the first night, and I said Magic Johnson developed his disease by doing that.
Oh yeah, you said that's how he got AIDS. He got them. He got those AIDS. Remember, Robert? Yo, speaking of Magic Johnson, I was about to bring up that Donald Sterling video. He said, and when he got those AIDS, we was there for him and all that shit. That shit was funny. When he said he got the AIDS, like it was a bag of chips at the corner store or something. What y'all think of this NBA owner right here? From the Phoenix Suns. Deuce, you are an NBA insider. Talk to us. What the hell is going on with the Phoenix Suns owner, man?
Man, it's just a peek behind the curtain, how these guys really think.
What do you
and
do?
then that's why What?
Story for the people who follow boxing.
Well, I'm not as sure on all the statements he made, but they were talking about he was making racist statements, and he got some emails about how he talk about the girls and all that kind of stuff.
All right, here we go. NBA suspends Phoenix Suns owner. How you suspend the owner of the team? It's like my wife making me sleep on the couch or some shit. Or you know what I'm saying? NBA Robert, like, come on, he's still in the house. You know what I'm saying? Fines him $10 million. That's like charging somebody who got $1,000 in their pocket $10. You know what I'm saying? He repeatedly used the N-word and made sex-related comments to workers, the NBA said in a handed-down suspension. So if y'all got him dead to rights from saying the N-word and doing stuff like that, why they don't go the Donald Sterling route? $10 million is the maximum fine allowed under the league rules, so that's the most they can even charge him. That ain't shit. That's a billionaire. The NBA said it's the biggest financial penalty ever handed down to one person. No, it's not. The biggest penalty is telling motherfucker you got to sell your team and you can't be a part of it. This is long-standing allegations of racism, misogyny. So what's going to happen when he comes back? He's going to be gone for 1 year. He comes back next year. The racism is out his blood. It's out his heart. It's out his mind.
They ordered him to some sensitivity classes, bro. His ass ain't finna do no. He finna sell that shit for $1 billion. Watching.
No, he's not.
All right, watching. That's what they did to. That's what they did to Sterling.
No, they forced him. They said you can't be a part of our club no more. That's different, bro.
It's the same fucking thing, bro.
He has been the managing part of the franchise for on at least 5 occasions, repeated the N-word when recounting the statements of others. Okay, so he will repeat stuff like somebody might say something like, yeah, and that nigga said blah blah blah. And he would actually say it. They say he repeated on at least 5 occasions. He also found to have engaged in instances of inequitable conduct towards female employees, made many sex-related comments in the workplace, and made inappropriate comments about physical appearance of female employees and other women. He also engaged in demeaning and harsh treatment of employees that constituted bullying. All right. LeBron James said this is not enough. This has no place in our league. Here we go. They got some backstories. Let's hear it. What do you say, right? He made a joke. An attendee made a joke to change the subject. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Damn, this started back in 2004. In a 2004 meeting with a free agent, Starver used a racial slur while recalling that a black coach or player would regularly use the term when he was in college. At least 3 witnesses told investigators an attendee made a joke to change the subject and ease attention, and one witness told Starver he could never say the N-word, even when quoting someone else. Like somebody told him that. It was like, hey man, even when you quoting somebody, you don't need to say it. All right, so somebody checked his ass. All right, good. At a team building function in 2012-2013, a black player used the word, and Sarver repeated it. See, he thought he was one of the boys. He think he Mark Cuban. Prompting a team representative to tell him, hey, you cannot use that word, even when these players are saying it. You can't say it. He complained that a black player on the Golden State Warriors used the N-word during the 2006 100. He's mad. He was like, why them niggas can say it and I can't? I'm joking. He didn't say that. But this was when they got their ass beat by the Warriors in 2016. He complained that, hey, a black player said this word but wasn't hit with a technical foul. He has also used the word when he complained to referees about to the Sun coach. Okay. He just want to keep saying it. He's one of those why I can't say N-word type dudes. And he purportedly put a quote on the player saying, well, I said it with an A and not an ER. Okay, 2010 to 2017.
Which is a big difference, man. So this is a bunch of bullshit, made up drama bullshit, probably about some fucking sexual assault going on up there, or sexual misconduct, but they trying to cloak it in the cover of, oh yeah, he said the N-word. Them fucking players don't give a fuck about that shit. Every fucking white boy that go to their game say, nigga, give me a break, man.
He said he was on the plane. They was on the plane, and a player's family member was boarding the plane and said, "White folks in front, niggas in the back." He repeated it, like to people on the team, like, "Yo, like such and such family just said, white folks up front, niggas in the back." He didn't have.
So LeBron James and Chris Paul is clutching their pearls over this shit. It's something deeper than this, bro. It can't be that.
Everything ain't always that deep, dude. Maybe they just don't want the owner of the team saying nigga. What's so hard about that to understand, dude? Dudes.
Bro, that's a double standard, bro. And it shows some fucking weak heart and sensitivity saying, cause this nigga saying nigga. All these fucking white boys and Mexicans say nigga every day.
So you okay with your boss at your job walking around saying nigga when you go to work? Just because you say it.
No, they do, bro. He ain't saying nigga, he's saying nigga. He must fuck with niggas. I don't take it as a derogatory term.
Okay.
It ain't hurting my feelings, they making me cry. I don't feel like a nigger.
Okay, I'm shocked to hear you say that. So you okay with white
You
folks?
allow a white person to call you a nigga with an A?
Bro, they do that shit out here. You know what I mean? You gonna fight mostly every white nigga in the hood. What?
At the job?
Yeah, wherever you at. If you cool with somebody like that, oh, what's up, my nigga?
Most people
You at the basketball court?
You can sue for anything in California, damn near.
Man.
But y'all, I find that hard to believe that in California it is okay for white folks to call black folks the N-word in the workplace. Long as
They do, bro. It's white Crips, white Bloods, all that shit, bro.
Ain't talk about no street shit, dudes.
Nigga, Crips and Bloods got jobs, nigga. The fuck you talking about?
Well, your boss is a Crip or a Blood, and
no, bro. I didn't say my boss is a white man, but it's one of the dudes I work with. Play basketball with him, all that shit. He say nigga.
Wow.
We talking about something personally or whatever. We're not gonna be at the damn meeting saying, "Oh, this nigga this," but if we somewhere working together, you know what I mean? He'll say nigga with me, or these niggas are tripping, or this one nigga said this. Like, no big deal. Doesn't mean the same out here in California. You don't know no white people that say nigga in Atlanta?
No.
For real?
Not in
all them white girls that be down there trapping, they don't be saying nigga with the. They don't do none of that shit out there.
Bro, I don't know what they do like that. I'm sure it happens though. I'm not oblivious. I'm not oblivious to the
What about in Texas, boxing car? I know all the Mexicans say nigga out there.
Not to my face. They better not. Especially not no boss. We're gonna tear that bitch up.
Man, I'm learning something new right now, I guess. Maybe I don't get out like that around the people.
Dude, they won't even, it ain't even acceptable to say the F word. It rhymes with hag. Like if you say that, they'll lose their shit on the job. But it's okay that people saying nigga in LA, that's blows my mind.
Well, I'm not in LA, but in LA they do say that. Everywhere. Everybody says it. It doesn't mean the same thing anymore.
Man, so all that hard work the Panthers did was for nothing. Y'all just let white folks call y'all niggas, man. It's okay.
Yeah, you can take it like that if you want to, but that's not the way we interpret it. For sure, though.
Do they only say it to y'all, or do they say it to everybody?
They say it to everybody, man. Like people say nigga like how I say it, like a comma. You know, it's like a comma now. Some people use fuck as a comma. Some people use other words as commas. People say nigga, or they describing somebody. No, they won't even be describing a black person, and they'll say, "Oh, this nigga did this" or whatever. It won't be a black person. It can be any person. I do that shit too, though.
What's up, Hero?
Is this breaking news to y'all?
What? The white folks?
Like everybody, white people, Mexicans, Asians, everybody say nigga.
I've heard a lot of people say it, but people don't just walk up to me and say that.
They probably I'm like, "What's up, my nigga? What's happening? What's popping, bro? What's up? What's up, my nigga? You want some smoke? Or what's up, my nigga?
Oh, you gonna
whatever?"
Walk up to me, calling me my nigga.
All right.
Yeah,
You gonna be doing you gotta line a bunch of fades up. You gonna be doing that out here.
that's just not. No, I'm just saying that's not in my aura, bro. Like I just probably won't rock with him like that. I probably like, okay, this ain't the room I need to be in. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it ain't breaking news. But I know it's pop. I know people do that when they around their crew. It's like Mick said when he around his homies out there in LA. He say it, they say it. You know what people can and can't say that around. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it ain't that big of a deal no more, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay.
But the ER is though. The ER still is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But the is not.
The is not. All right. Go ahead, pass the mic. Anybody got anything else want to add? What's up, Race Star? Hero, kids back. What's up, family? Duke over here enlightened me about LA culture. You said everybody's a nigga. You get a nigga, you get a nigga, you get a nigga. Call him whatever you want to call him in LA. No problem. Hero, you be saying nigga out there in LA and it's okay? Is it cool? Like, you ever had any problems? You call, because look, I've seen it on TV. I've seen it in the streets, but you know, these are kids calling each other that. Seen Asian dudes, oh yeah, what's good, my nigga? Blah 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 blah. Part of their culture, their hip hop. They're trying to be hip hoppers, little ragamuffins. But that shit don't be in my face. That should be something I see on the DVD or some shit. That shit don't happen in my immediate environment. They'll probably feel out of place. What's up, Right Side? What's on your mind?
Man, just glad to have you back, bro. Hope everything is well with you and the fam. Glad to have you back, bro. And I ain't had shit tonight, man. I just want to tell you, man, missed you and much love to you, bro.
Man, thanks, man. Feel good to be back. Hey, Right Side. Do you get called nigga by people like Asians, Mexicans, white folks? They just put the A on it and it's okay?
Hell no, not where I'm from. No, it doesn't work that way down here. But I will say I have heard individuals tell me that they have friends that they comfortable with them saying it, regardless of what race they are. I have heard that. So where I'm from, nah, it don't happen like that. But I can't speak on anybody else. So I know it ain't rocking like that down in middle Georgia.
And Warner Robins, that ain't happening. Huh?
It is what it is.
Yeah, still fighting words down there.
You damn right they fighting words, and damn it, if one of us fight, it's gonna be a big fight. So we ain't getting down like that. But like I said, man, I've talked to a lot of guys who say, you know, in certain areas, New York, the Hispanic culture up in New York, I don't know what it really consists of. I ain't been up there, so I can't speak on it. But I done heard guys from up there be like, yeah, nah, my niggas. Yeah, some of them Mexicans, my niggas up there, and I'm like, huh? All right, that's what y'all got going. I can't speak on it. I don't know the level of respect they have for each other. I really can't speak, and I'm just saying where I'm from, that shit don't rock. We don't rock like that.
Yeah, man, all that shit, bro. I'm just keeping it real with y'all, bro. Like, it don't mean that shit no more, bro. We be on some other shit, you know what I mean? You can say something, use the different kind of word out here and trigger a black person. But just saying nigga, especially he got the swag, he got tattoos, got his pants sagging, or he dirty or busty or something, like, nigga ain't tripping off of that. He ain't trying to trip on you. He ain't trying to disrespect you.
The nigga got to look like
he dirty. Did you say he dirty?
That nigga say
My bad.
Gotta want to date him. Do we got a nice swag? What's the swag like?
No, I want to clarify saying, like, bro, ain't no preppy white boy with sandals on finna say that shit. You know what I mean? But, you know, a white boy from the hood, usually dirty, usually scruffy. He say nigga or whatever, you know what I mean? It's whatever, bro. You know he don't mean no harm by it. He fuck with black people.
So just because you fuck with black people, you can say nigga? Is that
yeah, bro, because it don't crush our heart. We say it every day. So okay. Why should we mad somebody else get said? Why should that hurt our feelings so much? It don't mean the same thing. Nigger and nigga is two different things.
It's one thing not to hurt your feelings, but it's another thing to use it in the workplace. Your supervisor should be saying it, dude. How I talk to my friends is how I talk to my friends. I don't want the owner of the team And imagine what LeBron and these guys might feel like. Yo, I work hard to get to a certain level where I shouldn't be getting called that. You don't agree? You think they just being soft?
LeBron and them say it. LeBron says it.
Again, how I talk to my friends and family is not how the owner of the team should be using.
And he's trying to be down, bro. You don't act like you don't know no white boy trying to be down, bro. He don't mean no harm by that shit.
Bro, just because you're trying to be down don't mean you. All right, never mind. I'm not doing this.
No, it don't mean no harm by it. And that's what I'm saying, bro. When you say
when
you say everything is racist, bro, nothing is.
I'm not saying this, bro. There's a difference between me saying that the brother is racist versus me saying that's like this. If I sit here and I'm saying I'm cool with whoever, and I'm calling them whatever racial slur, even though they're in a different community. No, nigga, I'm not finna do that. You know what I mean? When I say it, if I say nigga now, you know what I mean? That's one thing because we have an understanding, and clearly what you're saying is you got an understanding with these individuals. So maybe your understanding is different from my understanding. And if that's the case, then I can't judge what you would take offense to, but at the same time, I will say I know where I'm from, and if certain individuals say that, bro, those are fighting words. It is what it is.
Yeah, and that's why y'all niggas still scared of white people.
How we scared of white people? What now we scared? God, we scared of white people now?
That's what this is portraying, bro. These guys are acting screaming, "Oh, bloody murder, because the white boy trying to be down. He ain't doing what Donald Sterling doing.
Do something positive for the culture, for the people. You know, just say N-word.
I think he does, but I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm defending this nigga, man.
Let me ask you, if I coach a football, if I coach a little league team, I'm not finna go out there and calling these kids niggas. I'm not finna do that. It's a context to everything we do. And once again, that's why I say the context that you bring to the conversation and how you relate to the individuals you rock with is different from the context I'm bringing and the individuals I rock with. You feel me? So what it seems like is it goes into the culture that's being created. And trust, I know a lot of white boys I grew up with in what people would call the hood. I know a lot of them, and I look at them as my family. But at the same time, they know that they ain't finna come around and call me no nigga. They ain't gonna. What's up? No, they ain't not finna do that. But at the same time, I'm not finna say what's up, my cracker. I'm not finna say that either. I'm not disrespecting them. And when we say it between each other is one thing, but once again, it goes into the culture that's built and the understanding that one another that we have with one another as people. And so if you accept it and you don't have a problem with it, I have no problem with you not having a problem with it. But if I'm around you and some of your partners that may be white, whatever, come around and say it, I'm gonna have a problem with it.
And you'll be the only one. So
I'll take that.
You know what I mean?
I'll take that.
So whatever problem you gonna make, you have to walk that walk, bro. But we ain't out here tripping off nobody saying nigga. We took the sting out of that a long time ago.
Interesting. What's up, Puro?
What up, Mark? What's up, panel? What's going on?
What's good, my nigga?
Puro!
Fucking Mark. I knew you were gonna say that too.
What's up, my nigga? Okay.
Shit.
Oh, Lord, I had to. I'm back, man. How you feel, homie?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How you feeling, Mark, man? You were sick. You were saying no?
Yeah, I'm about 70%, man.
All right, then.
I haven't had a fever. So hopefully it just stay down. I haven't took any Tylenol all day. Nothing for the fever. Just been, man. Just taking vitamin G, vitamin green.
Glad you healthy, bro. Glad you healthy, bro.
Yeah, man. Feel good to be back. What you think of this topic, man? You in LA, right?
Yeah, I am.
The Mexicans out there, y'all say what's up, my nigga, and shit like that.
Well, this is the thing through my unique experience. So, I was born in South Central, so I grew up there as a little kid, but my experience is unique is that I was literally like the token Mexican on the block. So it was like literally it was all brothers and me, you know, and my sisters or whatever. So, you know, like you hear, you know, as you start growing up, you start hearing, you know, all the homies say it on the regular. So like when you're a kid, you don't know any better. So so it kind of becomes part of your vocabulary. But also, just in my experience, you learn real quick, even if you go, say, like a quarter mile down the road and you think you're used to it and you say it and somebody picks up on it and they don't know you, they check you and they check you hard. You know, you get what I'm saying? So like literally, so when I was checked, I'm like, okay, you know, I can't just be, you know, like literally, obviously, like it's a word that like, obviously, look, my parents have never used it. Like my cousins don't use it, you know. It's just kind of unique to how I grew up. So like literally I knew from way back then, it's like, you know, I only like in my area, and then the people I know, like and then they know me for a long time, like yeah I have used it in the past. Like I don't know, I don't even know how long it's been, but I took that word out of my vocabulary a long time ago. I don't know for what reason, maybe because I left South Central, but then I moved to Carson, and I guess Carson's a bit more, I don't know, I mean it's not as hood as I guess South Central is.
Y'all Sadiddy.
You know, but I still, even when I moved to Carson, I was still like the token Mexican, you know, in a black neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? So, but I mean, I already kind of knew the rules, and I already stopped using the word, you know, to be honest. That's just my own unique perspective.
Can I give a quick example, Mark? In college, right, I had one of my brothers, man, and I still mess with this brother today. His name was Ro, or his name is Ro. You know what I'm saying? And now he lives in Cali, but he was from St. Augustine, Florida. And we came up in the dorms together and shit. And then he moved in with probably like 4 white boys, 3-4 white boys, right? And so we still fuck with Ro. So we go over and they saying nigga, and I'm sitting here like, wait a minute, hell. And so I'm checking people on saying that. I don't know you like that, bro. And then Ro, he telling me, he like, nah, they good, man. They saying that, they saying it like we saying. And I'm like, hell. And so I say that to say, it goes into how you deal with people and the understanding you have with people. So as Deuce is saying, I understand where he coming from, but I also understand where I've come from, and it's a standard that's gonna be held, and we always rocking to our standard.
All right. So my boy said, all right, where he from? They still say it. But some people still say it though. Pure, that's just something you don't do personally, but it's not uncommon to be around your family and friends, and they just be like, yo, what's up, my nigga?
Not my family, because my family, you know, I have all sisters. I'm the only boy, so I was the only one on the streets being a knucklehead. So my sisters don't have that in their vocabulary.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh? They listen to hip hop, and do they skip that word when it comes on?
No. 2 of my sisters don't. You know, they're more into rock and roll and Spanish music. But my other sister, like me and her, we listen to rap our whole lives, hip hop.
So what happened when the word come on? Y'all sing along or skip the word?
I sing along, to be honest.
Okay. What about her?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So when the DMF Rough Rider anthem came on, you was right there. Niggas want to try, niggas want to lie. These niggas want to why, niggas want to die. All I know is pain. Okay, you was right there with it.
Yeah, because like the way I grew up, it's like it's not a like, it's just a word. You get what I'm saying? It's a term of endearment. You know, where I grew up between friends.
Hell yeah, you paid $15.99 for the CD. You gonna get to sing the words, ain't that right?
Nah, it's not even about the money. It's just like literally like, I mean, it's just the way you grew up. It's the way you talk. You know, like
it doesn't mean it's
part of the streets. I haven't been part of the streets in a long time, so that maybe that was like, it's easy for me not to speak or use that word. But like, you know, when I was a kid and dumb and being a knucklehead, I mean, it's every other word for me.
It doesn't mean the same anything, man. These guys down there in the time warp. Oh, he said negligence. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It's all in time warp, bro. We sophisticated out here in Cali. Shit like that don't bother us.
And you also got to remember, like literally, I was like the only Mexican with my boys. Like Literally the only Mexican kid.
So they call it to you enough, you say it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Negroes cry too much about weak hoe shit. Southern have views of hearing. He said Southern have views on hearing people say nigga. People on the West Coast don't trip on it. Because y'all be high all the time too, right? Shit.
We got the good weed. That's why. Huh?
Good weed. Like, man, shit, that's my nigga. He got the weed. You know, keep it moving. Shit, shout out to Right Side. He said the champ is back. Feel good to be back,
I heard in New York, like Hispanic people say it all the time, right? Like everybody.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never been to New York.
Yeah, I hear it all the time from like especially like the New Yorkers, Dominicans, Cubans, Onions, like they right there in the mix. And yeah,
what about the ones in Florida? You know about that? I know the white boys in Florida say it, but I don't know about the Cubans and all that and Puerto Ricans.
I don't know about that either.
I got 5 on it.
White boys definitely say it in Florida. They be crippin' tough out there.
I tell you what though, in New York, they still ain't cool with all the white folks saying it. Like how y'all just said, all the white folks just say it. But I think it's like you said too, Deuce, like depending on where you at, because I remember even in North Carolina, even in Baltimore, even like down here, like I used to hear guys say, like down here they don't really say it like that. Like even if they from up north, they don't say it like that. Like the ones I know at the barbershops, they don't talk like that. But then again too, they don't have the numbers. You get what I'm saying? It's not like, it's just different in the South, homie, than it is like being up north or something like that. But up north, yeah, it's not hard to hear them say it, and it don't really happen. You don't really even. They look black. How about that? You get what I'm saying? The people who saying it, like, yeah, they might be Dominican or Puerto Rican or something like that, but they kind of look black too. They just look light skinned. The way they dress, the way they look like your cousin. We don't really separate them too much. He said I got to hear that $2 drop respectfully.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Shout out to Right Side. Yeah, so but I get exactly where Right Side is coming from. Like in the South, it's the South, homie. It ain't that long ago for them. You know what I'm saying?
Never been to the South, so I mean, like, I take y'all word for it.
Yeah, in the South is different. Like, the 60s wasn't that long ago for them. You know, when the water hoses and, you know, because you got people like me. My mom was born in 56? That wasn't that long ago. You get what I'm saying? It's not hard to think of your mom being a kid or a teenager and people treating her bad because of the color of her skin. That's not that far ago. You know? And some people got mamas older than mine, or grandparents older than mine, and still alive with those stories. But yeah, it is what it is. But it's definitely, like I believe, Deuce, what you're saying is definitely regional, right?
Absolutely. And you niggas out down there in the South got to get out that time warp. White people, they bleed just like us, y'all. They bleed just like us.
Sounds like a threat right there. Is that a call to arms or something? Shit.
Shots fired!
No, it's a call to stand up. Stand up out there. Stop letting them control y'all. What's happened in Mississippi should be a goddamn national emergency, and nobody doing shit about it. It's crazy, bro.
You talking about the water?
Yeah, man. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. And they got this nigga Brett Favre stealing $5 million from the welfare.
Right.
It's fucking nuts, right?
But he said he didn't know where the money came from. He gave it back.
Yeah, I believe him. You know, it's always kind of tangled and twist out with that shit.
I don't know about all that, but hey.
So what you mean? What do you say to make you say you don't know? What do you say? What you say, dude?
I was saying, no, I believe him, bro. These dudes talk to people, you know, they just the money. They don't know who these people are. He don't give a damn where the money coming from, as long as it's coming to him.
Wow. Yeah, but that water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi, that's crazy. Well, like
it's nuts.
But the same thing happened in it seems like this happens every time they try to use a private company for the water, right? Didn't it come from a private company?
I don't know.
Private government contractors, that's who it is.
Oh yeah.
There you
no
go.
damn private company.
There you go.
Private government, no bid contractors. Fucking Nancy Pelosi's cousin or somebody.
Damn. I'm gonna laugh with that.
Oh, I gotta fire shots at.
Bro, I gotta come back and ask a question, bro. Hold on, man. So, okay, we just agreed that the shit is regional. So when you go outside your region, and then it's somebody that you don't know, and they calling you, they saying, "What's up, nigga? What's up, my nigga?" Is that cool too? Or do you have to know them for it to be cool?
I don't know use that word no more, so I'd be like, "What's up, homie?"
Probably talking to Deuce then.
Man, I believe you walk your walk wherever you at, man. Don't try to. If someone's offended by it, okay, whatever. You might have to fight about that and give more respect, but you know what I mean, it's not that big of a deal, bro.
But all I'm asking is how do we draw the line as to who can say it of a different race? Where do we draw the line at, and how do we understand that line that's being drawn? Especially, like I said, when you go outside of your region, somebody like myself, if I go outside of my region, if I go to New York, if I go to California, you telling me it's cool for them to say it there, I'm gonna be offended by it, and I'm gonna check niggas. And so, at what point
you might catch
where's the line
you know what I
drawn?
mean? You might have to catch a fade. You have to line that up, dog. Like, you know what I mean? If dude respects you enough to turn it down, he turn you know me, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's your battle to cross, bro. Words should never hurt. Words should never hurt.
Bro, most fights happen because of words.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a low vibrational thinking people. Words should never hurt.
All right. So if words have meanings, like we all would agree on, and those meanings that they have, we think that they're disrespectful to us. You say words shouldn't hurt, but if words hurt because words have meaning, and because of the meaning behind them, we draw a picture of what you're trying to present to me using the words you're using. That's what we do as people. And so when you say words shouldn't hurt, then that's almost like saying words should not have meaning.
What's going on, Mark?
What's popping?
Well, words shouldn't have you emotionally attack people.
How about I answer this? What is the meaning of the word, my nigga? What does the fucking meaning has? What is it? Because if I come up to Marq Nash and I don't use the word, no, I'm pretty old to be talking slang.
You just used the word.
I used it here in an example. You got offended. I'm sorry.
You used it there.
Don't get your panties in a bunch.
Yeah, you're gonna get his ass a $10 million fine right now.
My thing is, the word no longer means what you want it to now say that it means. It doesn't mean that no more. Not amongst the hood, not amongst the culture. It doesn't. Stop acting blind and dumb to this shit. Because that's not what it means anymore. It doesn't mean the meaning of black man. It no longer means that. Stop the cap and stop the fucking bullshit.
There are multiple times the word has been used down south. Where I am from, there are multiple times the word has been used to demean
now this I can tell
individuals that's rocking with me, bro. What are you talking about? You saying that the word don't mean that, but I done heard niggas use the word to demean us, nigga. What are you talking about?
This I can tell you. It's if me and Mark are doing this, it's none of your fucking business if we cool with it. Now, if I come up to you and I say, and you're like, yo, I don't appreciate that, don't call me that, I on the spot have to respect that. You don't like to be spoken to that, and I have to respect that, period. But if me and Mark are doing our thing, it's none of your damn business.
Facts.
It's as simple as that. It's an individual and a group thing amongst who I am with my peers. That's all. But But to say that it still means the same shit it was before, stop it. You're too damn old.
For it, it may not mean the same. It may not be used against you that way, but I have been in multiple situations where it has been used to demean my people. But I've been in those situations recent, and this isn't. I'm not saying.
So then the connotation is different when they use it. Well, you don't think my ears ain't gonna perk up when someone's trying to say it in a negative connotation?
HOD,
of course you know
yelling?
the difference. Now, if you don't understand the difference, you're dumb.
Why you yelling? We can hear you.
That's the way you talk. Let him talk. Hey, because I'm Puerto Rican and I'm loud like a motherfucker.
Let's go.
That's just the way it is.
Word,
You're gonna get offended too?
No,
oh
I'm
my
not
God!
Offended. I'm not offended by you.
Come on now.
Loud. I'm asking.
I'll bring down my tone.
Thank you, because your mic is already loud, and then you're loud with it. We can hear you. I think 50 miles away.
I'll bring it down a notch, but you ain't gonna control this passion that's coming. It is not gonna
I'm
be
not
controlled.
trying to control nothing. The only thing that makes me sad whenever this topic keeps coming up is that it's always non-blacks who feel like the word doesn't have its meaning. And this
well, guess what?
But nigga ain't a black. Nigga,
I promise you, I was gonna put this in the chat.
Nigga ain't a black word.
I promise you that if I'm in the hood with my guys, my boys, whatever, my Marq Nashes or my people or whatever, and I say that, and you're gonna come across and acting like a Karen. Oh, that's not your word. You can't say it, man. My black folks are gonna stomp on your ass. My black folks are gonna tell you, shut the F up. What the fuck are you talking about? He's probably more nigga than you. That's what they're gonna say.
I'm not gonna act like a Karen, but I'm.
No, but that's what it is. They're gonna say that to you. They're gonna make fun of you.
Shut the fuck up and let the queen finish, bro. Let her.
Can I finish?
Let her rock, bro. Let her rock.
All I'm saying is, no, I'm not gonna be a Karen stopping people from using the N-word. I am someone who doesn't like it because it has a negative connotation and meaning. Regardless if it doesn't mean that now, it still has a negative background to say, because you wouldn't like it if somebody used a derogatory term for your culture and your race. You wouldn't like it, but yeah,
it's no longer a derogatory term.
Stop it. Y'all be overblowing that.
It's not a derogatory term.
That shit wasn't derogatory word to black people. That shit wasn't even derogatory to black people.
No,
y'all overblowing that shit. The nigga word is not a derogatory word to black folks.
We're not gonna talk about slavery. We're not gonna talk about that.
It's not slavery related. Because even black people, when they was using it, it wasn't no derogatory shit. The shit then became some ignorant slave shit.
That's the case,
it became ignorant slave shit that nigga didn't check it.
Okay, then if that's the case, then why
people used to check other races
when they use the
because
term?
People check other races about using it, and then as we lived amongst each other, that shit has started to fucking slow down. Niggas wasn't checking that. Learn the history of the word instead of reacting out of some slave shit.
I'm not reacting out of anything. I'm just
this ain't slave word.
But it has a negative meaning from that time, though.
It's negative. It needs to be demeaning, and no other people will call that but us.
Brandon Washington, stop the little slave ritual bullshit, because that ain't what the word nigga mean. I understand.
Bro, you don't do that shit tonight, bro. Don't do this shit tonight, Reggie, bro. You can't defend all that shit. It's a total different. It's a total different meaning. It's a total different meaning down here than what. Man, hell no.
You know what's more offensive? You know what's more offensive than the word nigga? It's coon.
Wait, let me say this.
I hear that fucking word used all the time, and I think that's a much more worse word.
HOD, let me say this. Do I need to prove to y'all how many niggas out the South use the N-word? Because I think they use it a lot. And I think y'all got the closest attachment to slavery than anybody across this country.
That's not the point.
No, y'all making weak ass points to a word that don't mean nothing.
Reggie, you changing, you moving the goalposts, bro. You moving the goalposts.
I don't move goalposts.
You moving the goalposts now. You just brought up the niggas in the South that use the word, bro. You said, oh, because niggas in the South use it. No, nigga, that ain't the point, bro. That's not the point.
Word don't mean what you niggas crying about. Y'all crying about it.
Man, stop the cap, bro. Stop capping, bro. Stop capping.
Being a victim.
All I was saying is
victim.
You like
cry about
so
everything, but
much,
serious shit.
mess around and go in the wrong neighborhood, and when you get your shit knocked, then you'll know what it is.
That's what they would have
They ain't
to
gonna
do.
do shit because they know better. That's not what it's being used for.
HOD, you a lie. That's
bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
That's bullshit. If I'm amongst my peers, like I said, if I'm amongst my peers and my peers could be
Yeah, if you amongst your motherfucking peers, that's the whole point. It's your peers. It ain't my peers, nigga. It ain't my peers. It's your
There you
peers.
go.
And
So
there's
then
a
my point is
different
that I will
mindset
not address
behind
it like
certain
that.
individuals. So when
That's
you out
why
there
I
in
will not address
California,
it
when
like
you
that.
in Las Vegas, when you in
That's why
in
you
New
will not
York,
be
it's
addressed.
one
Because
thing, bro.
hey,
That
you
shit
have to
don't
respect the
it don't rock
person.
the same down here, bro. It don't rock like that.
Like
We
I
don't rock
said,
like
I
that
hear
down here.
niggas in the
That's a
South
fact,
say
bro.
nigga
That's a
all
fact.
day.
Yeah,
Ain't no
when you
front.
get your
Where's down here
Now
at?
I'm gonna do a
why don't
video
you
for
use
you
the term
niggas out the
wetback?
South
Okay,
to
so
show you how many niggas
HOD.
say
So
show you how many
HOD,
niggas
when
say
you're
nigga. So
okay,
stop
so
that
HOD.
bullshit. Niggas be whining too much. Cut the crybaby shit out.
It is not whining when somebody feels
It's
offended about
crybaby
something.
shit. I'ma
People have
show
a right
videos
to
of
their
niggas out
feelings,
the South
Reggie.
saying nigga all
Reggie,
fucking
people
day.
have a right to feel
No,
how they
y'all
feel
weak
regarding
about
that
shit.
term. That doesn't make
Weak
them a
about it. You
crybaby
can't
for their
stop another
feelings,
person from
Reggie.
using this word that is
I
common.
can't stop it.
Everybody
You're
uses
absolutely
the
right, but
common
it's
fucking
wrong,
word
and they
nigga.
shouldn't use it because it's not like me. It's not like I'm out here using derogatory terms towards other races. And since HOD want to use it,
It's
with the
not a
homies,
derogatory term.
yes, it
Stop
is.
being a Karen.
I'm not to you. I'm not being a Karen.
It's not a derogatory term
As
anymore.
the individual who's Puerto Rican and probably doesn't even claim black unless it's convenient to him. Please.
Oh my
I'm
God!
black. I'm black. I say it. I'm black.
You
I
are
say
so
it's not a derogatory
retarded.
term.
I'm not retarded.
You're retarded with that.
Come on, I'm not. Because you know most
You're
of the time always
retarded
claim
with
white
that.
when they're
I gotta
black.
claim white. I don't gotta claim shit. I'm Puerto Rican and period.
Okay, and most Puerto Ricans
Period.
are what? They claim
Period. I
They
have
claim
it
to be
all.
white.
You
Even
jealous? I got it all. I got black. I got white. I got Spaniard. I got Caribbean. I got Taino in my ass. Well, I got everything.
Sir, you're reaching. You will never make me jealous. Ain't nothing.
Well,
that
then
you
stop
have
it.
that I'm
No,
jealous
Because you're
of.
talking some
y'all
stupid
turn
shit
this
with
N
that.
word into some shit that it don't mean.
That was
None of that
stupid
shit.
shit right there.
No, to you it's stupid. Remember that. That's to you.
No, what you
it's
said
to
was
you.
very stupid.
To you.
Okay.
To you
Well,
it's
I gotta
stupid.
get a call.
To
I got
some
a
other
call.
people it's
call.
not.
Let me let Brandon Washington speak because he did call in. Brandon Washington, you said.
Well, fuck it. I'm calling too. Shit.
Well, call on the.
Reggie, why would you call when you're on the panel?
I'm
just joking. I'm just fucking around.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon Washington.
That was funny. That was funny.
And like his
But,
audio is terrible
no,
if y'all cut him off. So let him have his moment in the sun real quick.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
basically on a serious note, when it comes to that word, the N word, we would appreciate it if people who are not black would listen to black people talk about it. You have black people on different sides of the spectrum. You got Reds on one side, we're saying that anybody can call him a nigga. Then you have black people like me, and Queen P, and Doug Wright side saying, I don't use that word in my vocabulary, so I don't want to use toward me. I don't give a damn what the connotation is. If y'all say the word change, that's fine. I don't give a shit. But to me, please don't call me a nigga. And I would appreciate that. No matter where you at, I just don't want to be called a nigga. And I know a lot of black people who feel that way. So
Thank you,
y'all go around and call people niggas, I don't want to be called that. And I would appreciate it if you didn't. And that's that.
Brendan, I have heard you call people on these shows niggas.
Right side too. Right side ass too.
Exactly.
That's true.
Look, when was it? About a week ago, we had that gentleman on this show, and he was using the word in a negative connotation. That was that chaotic whatever guy. Now, the way he was trying to be funny on that show, he was using it in a derogatory term. Now, even I was like, yo, man, I think you're going overboard with that shit, and you're kind of acting kind of, crackerish now. Because you're trying to, my ears perked up, because I'm like, yeah, this guy's trying to be demeaning. That's not the same connotation as when me and my boy are going to be talking about this like that. That was very different, because it has a different connotation the way he said it.
So why don't
and
you
he was black
back and speak with your homies then?
It's not the same damn thing. You see, because that word is totally derogatory. That word is totally derogatory.
It's even like this when Brandon said,
you're Hispanic.
No, it's not. No, because when the guys are saying it in the hood, it's not derogatory. Stop it.
The N word. Some people use that shit to greet one another. It ain't like you
Yeah, you're
calling
right,
me the
Reggie,
N
but
word.
it shouldn't be
It's people
somebody
that
who's
greet each
not
other.
All right,
black.
then
It's
put
not
that
enough
that
of black
I don't call people like
then make
that.
a
I cuss a lot,
PSA,
but do I
make a
cuss in front of
community
everybody?
charge,
No, I
and
don't.
that you're gonna say, hey, nobody should be using it, Patricia, because that's what should happen then. If that's where you stand on, which I agree with you with that, I think nobody then should be using it. But don't tell me this bullshit that you're gonna police the world. Who the fuck is gonna use
Who
it
am
and
I
who's
gonna
not?
police? I'm just saying I personally don't like
No,
it. I can't
and
stop
like I
nobody.
said, that's respected. You can say you're a man, and I can call you Mr. Patricia, and if you want. Hey, I gotta respect that because that's what you want. You see? I would respect that.
Woman,
I would respect that. So if you ain't, Now again, I don't use the word. I'm a bit too old for that.
I'm very content with that. I was born.
Well, I understand, but that's just cross-referencing to what's going on nowadays. You want to be called that, you want to be respected the way you want to be respected. That other person has to respect that.
So
that other person has to respect that.
So you're comparing gender to derogatory.
No, because it's still right. If you want to be called however you want to be addressed, you need to be respected to do so. You don't want to be addressed this way. If I feel you look like a man, and I'm still saying, and you say no, I'm a woman. No, then I gotta respect that. Okay, miss. Regardless, I gotta respect you.
To a derogatory term.
No, again, if you cannot understand what I'm trying to tell you about individual respect, about individual respect.
I don't agree.
It's about individual respect. Right side said not to use it to him, and obviously you're not. Whoever else was saying, hey, of course you have to respect that. And if you don't, then yeah, you deserve to get punched in the face. Period.
Through the Wi-Fi.
But yet you still use it when you're with the homies.
I just told you, I don't use that word. But when I was a young guy, absolutely.
With all that bass,
crying about too much.
Stop it, because you're crying.
Let me say this. The N-word ain't the fucking way in which y'all talk about people use it. People, it's no different than yeah, can it be replaced? Of course it can. But people don't use it to fucking disrespect one another. It's no different than a person saying, "What's up, my homie?" It's no different than saying, "How you doing?" No, but people say this shit. You hear it all throughout music. So you think people ain't gonna adopt that? People ain't using it to be degrading towards one another. Now that shit that he said, chaotic shit. No, you can't hit me with that, Patricia. No, I'm sorry.
Some people
this shit don't work
use
with
it
me.
to be degrading.
No, but when they degrade you, you know how to deal with them. But when a person ain't degrading you, you just looking for shit. Then you looking to play victim. Like a lot of people out here crying about this N-word shit go overboard with the shit. Ain't nobody calling nobody
when it's used towards you in a non-friendly way.
I hear people.
Look,
if it's not used in a non-friendly way, then you address it. It ain't even gotta be the N-word. You know when somebody's addressing you in a non-friendly way, and you know when somebody's not demeaning you. Now some people just want to act emotional because they hear a word that they don't associate with.
That they don't,
it's emotional.
I've heard shit is worse. I've heard people say things worse to me than nigger, and it was denied.
That's true.
It was not hired. It was unapproved for the loan. Like that was worse than calling me a nigger. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is this. Sometimes, man, when we have these kind of conversations, it's cool. We can agree to disagree, but we got to let people finish their sentence. Like, we can't every line cut people off, but now you're not even listening to each other talk. You guys are like listening to be competitive. Boston Scholar put something in the chat. I don't know if that's why he pulled up, but go ahead, Boston Scholar. He hasn't had a chance to speak his piece.
I just find it really, really weird that a rapper was just murdered in LA just for wearing jewelry, but you know, cousin and blood is offensive there, but the N-word ain't. So because some dirty ass white people, according to Deuce Times, is allowed to say it, oh, it's over. The history of it don't mean anything. Mark just said something, you know, he's been denied for loans or et cetera, et cetera. That's the worst things he heard. Maybe he was denied because they viewed him as a nigger. Like that's another avenue. Mark is a veteran and he still gets calls on his show during lives. We could be talking about fucking Reggie Bush, random stuff. And they call and they say nigger and they hang up because it's still used to offend people. They still are hanging people in Texas. Just because you're whistling past the graveyard does not mean the word does still not have the sting and the historical context that it has. That is not going anywhere. They're still going to view you as nigger, whether you allow them to say nigger or not. They used the word before we used it and embraced it. Every group has their word. Women can say bees to each other. gay people can say the F word to each other, but when it comes to black people, because it's so American for them to be disrespected, it's always gray area with this word. Well, he could use it. Are you going to police the world? Are you going to do this? Why can't we own that word? Why can't we have that word? We didn't get nothing from slavery. Absolutely nothing. They're not giving us reparations. We just want this one word, and there's gray area in it because it's American to disrespect black people. And that's why
you want the word?
Y'all create Mexes. Because Mex is allowed to say the N-word and he's from where y'all from, he doesn't believe it's okay to respect black people because he's so used to disrespecting them. So when he shows up to these panels, he's rolling his eyes. Oh, but he was on cocaine. Oh, but he was this. It's always an asterisk around black people, and he spends the most time around black people on the internet. But he does not respect y'all, and he doesn't respect y'all because y'all don't demand respect, and we do that in the South. That's my time.
No. Y'all get the most disrespect out the South. Them white folks disrespect the fuck out of y'all, and y'all do a lot of crying about what they say to y'all. Now y'all you put all that speech behind this shit about this word. What you talking about happened in California happens where you from too. And I hear it a lot. And I'll put the video together for y'all who want to act like it ain't said in the South, because I can listen and hear that shit all day. I can pull up shit in Mississippi and watch two redneck white boys use the term. It's been such a commonly expressed damn word. It ain't a word to own up. If it's a derogatory,
in New York, I promise
you want me to show you, Brandon, since you don't believe it, because I think I see a lot of shit going on in the world that y'all don't pay attention to. And I'll pull up a video. As a matter of fact, it was a very popular video of two redneck white boys, a younger white boy and probably a middle-aged white boy fighting at a gas station, calling each other nigga. Oh, cuz, this and that. So
I believe that.
Stop it.
Let me go to Brandon real quick, and we'll go right back to HLD. Go ahead, Brandon. I think you had a rebuttal, and then we'll go to HLD.
First of all, it's their word. So you don't think we believe that happens? They culture appropriation. They can do whatever they want. If they want to wear braids in their hair, they can wear it. So what are you talking about, Reg? You talking about?
Why you fighting if they can do whatever they want? You just defeated yourself, Brandon.
Reg, I made them wait so you can finish because I can't hear y'all at the same time. I need to hear this.
Let me say this. Because y'all don't have a problem with people calling y'all the N-word. Don't get upset with us because in the South, because of what we've dealt with and what we had to deal with, that we not okay with that word. Don't call us crying. Don't say that we whining and that we victims. No, I don't use the word. Therefore, I don't want to use to me nor toward me. When somebody uses it toward me, I'll correct them. I'm not a nigga. My name is Brandon. How about you?
Go ahead.
I'll give you.
Nobody's crying. Nobody's doing none of this that you're talking about. Nobody's running around here afraid. What it is we just demand respect. And it's out of place when we see other people that look like us don't demand respect, which is okay. If you want people to run around and call you that, knock yourself out. But don't be upset at us because we demand respect down here in the South.
In the South.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Rider of the Storm. He says, salute, Marq Nash. Welcome back. I don't know if they I don't know if they miss me, man. Shit, they up here cutting up tonight. HOD, go ahead, man. Reggie got a rebuttal.
As you can see, we're all fired up. We've been holding it up for the whole weekend, bro.
Right. I can't argue with
Look, I promise you this. The first people who gave permission for other cultures, non-blacks, to use the word are blacks, because they're the ones. I never used the word towards a black until a black called me my nigga.
A black.
Not a black person, a black.
A black person. What? I mean, sorry. What? You want me to speak professor talk here? I mean, I'm just saying. It was African Americans where you check off the box, right? They called me my nigga first, right? It was the community called me. It wasn't that I was using it. They embraced it to me.
So it doesn't make it right for you to embrace it.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Okay.
If it's a derogatory term, why would I be okay? If it was so derogatory, why wasn't I offended? If it was a derogatory term, why wasn't I offended?
I don't know why. But
please, because it's not a derogatory term. I know that it was told to me with brethren. It was like, yo, my man.
So basically, because of that, that's why it's not.
That's how it all started, because I promise you that. Now, earlier, the gentleman was on the phone saying, when you're using the ER, we damn well know what the fuck you mean by that. And anybody who be using that term even around me is gonna have a problem. Even around me is gonna have a problem.
Word, especially if we're not using derogatory terms within your culture. Just keep that in mind.
But let me say this, Queen P, because you keep saying that, but yeah, the term was derogatory, right?
Still is.
Let me say this, but it's commercialized, it's marketed, it's promoted, it's out there, it's been used in not a derogatory way.
NWA, stop it.
Those words that they describe, their culture never put a damn put a gold chain on it and put some rims on their word and made it cool and franchised it out to other cultures. You don't hear Jews say certain things. You don't hear the Latino community call themselves certain things.
Because they don't allow it. Unfortunately, we're the only
because there's not
allowed.
What's another way of saying wetbag that's not offensive like that? Give me another way of saying wetbag.
You're not Cuban. That's why.
Wet paper?
You're missing the point.
Yeah, if you're Cuban, you're
wet paper. Wet paper.
He didn't do that. HOD didn't do that.
He didn't. Yeah, he's using the term.
No, black people did that, Queen P.
But just because
no, it's not no excuse. It's a fact.
No, I'm not. Look, you're right that term has been. You're absolutely right that the term.
Is it no, Brandon? It's a fact.
Well, y'all spend your fucking lives crying about the word, and y'all police whoever gonna say it, because people gonna do what they want with the word. Y'all crying on it, so keep crying about it. Y'all feel how y'all feel, and nobody's gonna stop that. I think y'all should feel how y'all feel.
Everybody doesn't have to agree.
I think y'all should feel how y'all feel about the word, though. You should keep feeling that way.
But Mark, you're absolutely right. Yes, it has been commercialized by many artists, by many rap artists, black artists. But here's the thing: just because something's commercialized doesn't give other people. You don't have to use the term. I could hear it all day long. Doesn't mean I want to use the term. You have a choice to decide whether you use it or not.
But that's not the question. That's not even what's that conversation right now. The conversation is where you don't use the derogatory terms from your culture. That's all I'm saying. It ain't no cool way to say some of those derogatory terms for other cultures. Is that right?
Just okay? So basically, you're saying because it's cool to use the N-word, so that should justify not only blacks but non-blacks to use it too because it's a cool term
that's
to
a whole
use.
other argument. We can continue that. My argument that I'm trying to say is, like, we don't have to keep going back to they don't say that the Mexicans. Yeah, because that shit ain't cool to say it like that.
And it's sad that we live in a society where we allow non-black people to use that term. Maybe if we put our foot down and not use it at all, we won't have people like HOD who doesn't have an issue with it, or Mex ass who comes on here trolling.
That's a whole nother conversation, and we can have that. My whole point is when you singing your DMX song, like I said, that Rough Rider anthem, the first stance is niggas wanna try, niggas wanna drive. These niggas wanna wild, niggas wanna die. All I know is like you're singing the song. You paid
you
skip the term. Crazy.
We've had plenty of
crazy.
We have plenty of people who will skip a term that's offensive.
Man, who wasn't bumping that
people
with
so
the
much
15s?
rap music? They are not skipping that shit. Some households are whites made, but some white folks who buy into hip hop culture is not skipping over that shit. They have a respect of the word and the circles they in. Yeah, not everybody says. Not every white person or non-black person says the N-word neither. It's a select group. It ain't a widespread thing. Every black person ain't saying the N-word. It's a select group. It's from a younger generation. Like, y'all tripping.
It's more than the word too. You can sing along to that DMX song and treat me right. You get what I'm saying? You can not sing the DMX song, never heard the song a day in your life, and treat people improperly, unfairly, unjustly. That's what it's all about.
Yo, Marq Nash, when DMX is saying the word, what connotation does it mean by that word? Derogatory towards it, so he's demeaning his own people, right? Saying it, or what is the context of what he's using that word with?
Good point.
But what is he saying? Is DMX a coon because he's demeaning black people? He's using the N-word? I mean, then what is it? What is the connotation? What is the connotation then?
Using it in his own rap, he's a coon. Really?
No, that's your logic, because if it's demeaning and derogatory, then what context is he using it?
No,
can somebody explain it to me? Come on, we're at a panel here. What is the connotation that DMX is using the word?
Go ahead, JJ.
Hold on. What's going on with y'all?
Go ahead, JJ. Go ahead, JJ.
What's up with y'all, man? No, I just wanted to say, no, I'm listening to everybody. Like the thing is really this, like, as far as I see, no, if you're gonna say the word like, the thing is like, different people say the word, different people come from different places. For where we all from different areas. So different people say stuff, but it's like, all right, if you know it's a word that's going to offend somebody, you probably shouldn't say it on one hand. But on the other hand, if you're going to say it, you can't expect other people not to say it. Like, it's like people going to say the word, like whatever. Like, cause I know people that's from mixed families. So it's like they get called nigga all the time. You think they not going to say nigga and they getting called nigga all the time? They gonna say nigga. They getting called nigga this, nigga that. They gonna say nigga. You're not gonna tell them not to say nigga.
Facts.
I'll have to disagree. When I lived in the
But
South,
it depends on where you come from. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's
Because
fine.
and also I'm gonna say this. I got a friend, a close friend of mine that I grew up with. I never heard him say nigga, but he know not to say nigga. So it depends on who it is.
All right, go ahead.
What I would say is this: depending on where you live, like I hear derogatory terms towards other races as well. You're not gonna see me out here just using those terms. No, out of respect for that culture. I've heard derogatory terms used for Hispanics of different ethnicities, but do you hear me going around using those terms? No. Same goes for other races. Don't use those terms either. I hear it all the time. I'm not going to be inclined to be like, "Hey,
I don't remember Puerto Ricans calling each other spits. I don't remember Mexicans calling each other wetbags. I don't remember that at any point.
Sir. They call
I don't know.
If you
you cross the river, that's where the term comes. You cross the river, you get wet. You see, you cross the river, you get wet.
I know.
See, you don't even know the meaning of the word.
Sir, when I lived in Florida, they used to call
Puerto Ricans are not called that because we get to use an airplane. You know.
Whatever they
When
call.
I lived in Florida, they called Cubans wetbacks for when they came to
right, because they got to cross. They're getting wet in the ocean.
All right then. So it's not just Mexicans, sir.
What was the point though? Dude,
the point is, none of those words are used in a cool term in any of the communities. And the thing is, it wasn't changed because ER is not the same thing as GA, and we know that. So are we gonna say like wet pop, wet paper? What are we gonna use?
Who the hell uses what paper? Really?
Exactly my point. That's exactly my point. The word has been changed. The word has been changed.
No, it has not. To you,
it has been changed.
Let me say this.
Hold on. Let me say this.
You wouldn't have people who are still offended by the term.
You go back into when they start using this shit. You go back and
if it has been changed, then it wouldn't be used.
No, Queen P, you ain't about to come with that soft shoeing shit and not use with what the actual history is. You go back into the damn 70s, you watch blaxploitation film, you begin to start hearing the use of these fucking words. And this is what cool term words. Not every black person used this word. You have people of certain walks, pimps, players, and street hustlers that use this word. Cool word.
I thought they used jive turkey, but all right.
They use a lot of slang. We don't got one word. We ain't white. We don't use one word slangs. We have multiple uses of words. And you go back into the 1970s and watch blaxploitation films, you didn't even hear the word used that much. And you will start hearing little snippets of nigga. You hear Richard Pryor using the word nigga. You go before them time periods, you don't hear that shit. Red Fox didn't use nigga. Richard Pryor was of his era that started that shit. No, they were black. They start using that. Street players, but that's only in the celebrity world. You look at the community. Pimps, players, and hustlers would say nigga. And you would have older people get on it. When I'm a kid in the 80s, we heard people, ooh, if black people said the word nigga, and that thing would come up. But still, it was amongst street cats. And then now, as you move forward, the word becomes of more of a greater use. But even then, when they were saying nigga, it wasn't to degrade you. But people, the older folks will be of generational. You have generational shifts in the uses of words. And the newer generation, as we got younger and younger, have never used it in the tone of thinking it meant anything of disrespecting a black person as slavery. Half of these young black kids ain't never heard of fucking slavery. So y'all can act
Sadly,
like
and
you've
they're
been
not
born in the
learning about it
60s.
either,
You
which
ain't
is
been
even
born in the
worse.
60s to
I
think that the
remember
word means to degrade you.
I remember when Eddie Murphy was cooking Bill Cosby in the 80s with the word, with Richard Pryor. I mean, why? Because Cosby, yeah, he doesn't want to be addressed that way. That's fine, but he wanted to police then. He wanted to police Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, and they were goofing his ass because what the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't mean what it was. It no longer is.
To you, says the non-black
Well,
individual.
then tell that to Eddie Murphy.
I don't need to tell that to any of them. At least they're black, unlike you.
Oh my
That
God!
still ain't no excuse for that
I
shit.
don't even understand y'all's argument. Is y'all argument that because black people use the word that
Y'all can't just keep talking if y'all hear somebody talking. Somebody got to yield at one point.
Oh, the boxing scholar was going. Go ahead.
I don't understand the argument. Is the argument because black people use the word that everybody gets to use it? I thought ownership of the word means it's specifically for your group. Like I couldn't be at my job and somebody and I'll
Black
be the
people
boss. and
don't
she put
own
up-
the word,
Can I
nigga.
finish what I'm saying, please? I can't be at my job and a woman pull up and I'll be like, "Hey ho," like I would be fucking immediately let go from my position. Why
Yeah,
is it?
even
It's
if you
always
own the N word and
oh
sit
my
at your
god.
job, they'll
Could I
fire your ass.
speak,
So what are you
please?
talking about?
They ain't got
Could
no
I speak?
control.
Reg, the most hilarious part about this is you consider yourself pro-black, and I would consider you pro-black. I watch your content.
But
White
I'm
people
also
say the
real.
same.
I ain't
But
no fraud
listen,
about
hear me
shit
out,
I
Red.
talk.
Hear me
Y'all
out.
talking
Hear
fraud
me out.
talk to sound good.
Hear me out before you start. Just listen what I got to say. White people make the same arguments about the topics that you talk about. Systemic racism. They say, "Oh, you niggas ain't in shackles. Why are y'all complaining about this?" They use the exact same arguments you use today for the N-word. And like I said, I've seen people on the news murdered for less for saying blood and cuz. Why is it okay to say the N-word? It's considered American for black people to be disrespected. That's why this word will always have a gray area to it. Well, black people call each other that. Which came first? Huckleberry Finn or NWA?
That's just
tell an
Huckleberry Finn
African.
came
Tell
first.
an African
everything
that word.
you talking sounds good. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me get this right there, because I ain't stuck. Boxing Tyler, you know what you just did? You just brought logic to them. And when you say Huckleberry Finn, they don't even know what you're talking about nigger gin. So, because a lot of people ain't read that. So why did they take nigger gin out of Huckleberry Finn, Reggie? If it's not derogatory HLD, I'm listening.
Wait, say why did they do what?
They took a character out of the Huckleberry Finn book. His name was Nigger Jim.
Because that's an offensive word, buddy. But like I said, white folks ain't create the word nigga.
I got five on it.
I think we live in communities amongst people who live with us and they hear a certain language. It's a talk of a culture, it's a talk of a language, it's the talk of a community. And sometimes that's what it is. It ain't just pick up. And also that it has expanded outside the community because of an industry with music and consumers behind it. If you spewing out certain shit, you spew out love in music and people using love words. Is that still in your words? Can they not use it because they recite some damn word from your love song or from your energized upbeat song? They using lyrics, but no, people don't add that into the concept of shit. But wait, let me finish, homie, because I'ma speak. Don't play. You can't play on black being pro-black and thinking this because I'm speaking the truth of what I feel and know about the N fucking word. But if you're using certain words commonly, continuously, and people are consumer of this music and they ain't seeing where you using it in a fucked up connotation, you making it cool because even outside of rap, in the communities, we use it as cool. But now you done put it on track and people are buying it, it's going to spread across the world. But we live in communities with Mexicans who are our friends and we talk to them and use these words. They're going to pick up on something. I can leave the West Coast and move to the South and I'm going to start talking like I live in the country. So, I mean, y'all be going overblown with it. It's just the context ain't used to disrespect people. Like, young folks ain't doing that shit. It's a young used word. Not every black person say the N word.
All right, hold
No,
on.
so what he just said, if y'all going you gotta know that somebody.
I got somebody else here that needs to speak. Damn, bro.
I bet, bro.
Gotta yield a little bit. I know you heard me talking shit. Go ahead, TFT. He just got here. Let him get his opening statement.
I just caught the end of it where the statement was said about the N word. My honest opinion, if you don't want nobody else using it, you don't use it. That's my take on it.
He said what I was gonna say. That's about it.
My man said, if you don't want nobody else fucking your wife, you can't fuck your wife.
Hey, if you don't want nobody else
gotta let
using
us
it,
sit. You can't be sucking these things in public.
if you don't want to be discriminated against, if you don't want to be discriminated against, don't discriminate against nobody else. It's discrimination if you telling them, hey, I can do this, but you can't do it. That's discrimination.
Nah, that's different.
Oh man, can I sue? Can I sue?
What's different? You can lose your job. Y'all do know that. Like, that's how we got Phoenix Suns owner being suspended, $10 million fine. That's the max they can fine him, which was $10 million. He's suspended for a year, can't be involved in any of these basketball operations. Being caught saying the N-word and you're not, and what his excuse is like, yo, I'm just repeating what other people were saying. Like, somebody might have got on the white folks in the front, niggas in the back. He repeated it. He get in trouble for repeating the word as it's being used.
That's discrimination against him. He's using it in a negative connotation, and look who he is compared to, I don't know, Fat Joe or some shit like that. I mean, so what makes him different from Fat Joe? Really, a billionaire, a true white dude, a tax bracket. Oh, I thought we was all humans. Yeah, that's discrimination. We all part of the human family. What's the difference? Because he's using it in a different connotation than we would be using the hood amongst others. You passing it out. You passing it out. You saying, oh, Fat Joe can use it because he embraces it, but he can't use it.
Oh, but you can.
I don't talk like that. I'm too old to be talking like that. I'm here using it as an apprentice to make this conversation. But I don't use the word. I'm too damn old to be talking like stupid slang.
You used it before.
Hey, I got 10 and 11-year-old kids. That word is not allowed. That's profanity in my house. Amen to that. Amen to profanity. That. And I don't teach my kids no form of discrimination. When you tell somebody, hey, you can do this, but you can't do it because of the color of your skin, that's just discrimination. Oh, well, why can't he do it? Oh, because we victims. We was victims. You put somebody in the victim category, then we was slaves, so they can bro. You teaching kids that they were slaves on the plantation. And I heard somebody say, oh no, they not teaching kids that. Cut the TV on. Roots, they got a new Roots on Roku. All you gotta do, cut the TV on. Black people being portrayed as victims every day.
The Jewish people were victims of the Holocaust, and they remind people of that every day. So what's wrong with being reminded of victimhood? What's wrong with that?
When I don't remember the last time.
They have to the Holocaust that reminds everybody that they was victims of genocide in World War II, and they remind you of that every time you talk about Jewish history. What's wrong with that?
Black people not allowed to be victims.
And they got reparations. So what's wrong with that?
That's how we are as victims. That's how Black people are as victims.
That's what I thought.
But when if you don't talk about slave history, then that's a different topic. They ain't no complaining. That's no different.
Brandon, but in regards to
they
the
tell
Jews,
you just complain too much.
No, you ain't complain if you talk about slave history. It's something real serious to address.
But Brandon,
what's the benefit of it? What's the benefit of teaching kids that they were victims? Talking about something 400 years ago.
No, slavery ain't to teach you a victim. Slavery is to teach you to not have that shit repeated.
Don't know anything about our history. That's sad. They should know their history. And two, Brandon, regarding the Jews, in order for them to come to the state, they had to talk about what happened so that we may never forget. Because unfortunately, you have people who don't believe that the Holocaust actually happened, sadly.
Man, forget them Jews. Why do Black people care about the Jews anyway?
I'm not saying
why you gotta forget the Jews? Why you gotta forget the Jews?
I'm not saying
kiss no Jews.
I'm not saying it's about the Jews. I was just explaining why they keep talking about it. That's the reason why. That's all.
I've said this before about my.
Go ahead, Chucky.
What's up?
Yeah, because Brandon on the phone trying to overtalk like he on the panel. That I keep telling him his audio ain't that good. I got to clear space for you to talk. Go ahead.
I just want to say one more thing. Okay, go ahead. I just want to say one thing after she get done.
Go ahead. We'll pass it around. But Brandon, you got to join the panel. Like I said, over the phone, you ain't got the best audio, homie. And when you just blurt in like that, we can't hear them or you. You know, I'm just keeping it above.
I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for you to come to me.
All right, go ahead.
Just call my name.
All right. Go ahead.
All I want to say.
All I was doing was just explaining to Brandon why they keep talking about it. I'm not saying it's all about the Jews. I'm just saying why they keep talking about the Holocaust. I thought that was a condition in order for them to have sanctuary here in the States. It's so that we may never forget. Unfortunately, there are people who like to say that the Holocaust never happened when that is a lie.
Okay, go ahead, TFT.
This is my question. Why is it that when black people, whenever you mention something about black people, everybody want
your audio chopping up, bro.
Who's went through this, or the white people this, or this? You said what?
Your audio was chopping up. Couldn't hear you. You blacked out. Say it again.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Every time we talk about
I said every time you talk about black people, somebody else want to come along and attach us to another race or another class of people. If you say black people need to clean up, they're gonna say, "Oh, white people this," or Jews. A comparison to others is the thief of joy. If we focus on us, we might be able to build something. But if you want to, every time you talk about black people going through slavery, oh, the Jews went through this, white people put us through it. Why we can't just talk about black folks?
Amen.
You do know that everybody on this panel is not black, so keep that in mind. But all right.
Man, that shit don't stop shit. Why do black people worry about what other people tell them not to talk about?
Because how you gonna have a non-black person talk about a black issue that they can't relate to?
And who's that? They're not speaking on it. That don't stop black people from talking about black issues.
Do you see me talking about other races? I can't relate to that. Yes, I can see it from the outside, but I can't really be like in their spaces.
I wouldn't know about this issue because I mean, how the hell do I got like all these different types of blood up in my ass? I wouldn't know. My people wouldn't know about these problems of slavery and invasions and genocide.
Do you recall those bloods that you have in you?
I wouldn't know.
No, you just call yourself a Puerto Rican.
The Caribbean wasn't ravished.
By definition, being a Puerto Rican, that means he knows something.
Most of them Puerto Ricans identify as white, even if they have all that those mixtures.
Identify what on paper?
Depending on what Puerto Rican.
In general.
I mean, stop it.
Not all Puerto Ricans are the same, neither.
No, they're not.
You got white Puerto Ricans just like you got white Americans, you got black Americans.
No, but those black ones like to identify as white.
But again,
you can't tell a black Puerto Rican to identify as some American shit. You can't do that. And that's the problem. That's the problem with that's the problem with black Americans. Black Americans see people complexion and want to lump them.
It is what it is.
People be trying to lump people of complexion. We got different experiences globally. They don't turn themselves as black, so they don't do that. That's a black and American thing. That's a black American thing, and black Americans need to understand that. We lack the most understanding of anything. We can't tell people from the Caribbean how to be black. They got the closest attachment to the goddamn motherland. So what the hell, black folks trying to tell these people how to be black?
Go ahead, Brandon King.
Go ahead. That's kind of goofy shit.
They just got dropped off first. That's all that is.
I gotta be.
Go ahead, Brandon. After this, you got to pull up on the panel, bro. I can't have the bad audio, Brandon.
I will.
Go ahead.
Okay, Reggie. Number one, the people in the Caribbean are not closer to the people in Africa. The only reason they're closer, is where the boat stopped first. That's the only reason. That's where the boat stopped first. That's part of the transatlantic slave trade.
They just got dropped off first.
No, it ain't nothing about them boats dropped off. They got the closest thing to their goddamn culture, and even the white goddamn people got down there got a damn influence of African culture. So don't give me about no boat dropped off. They have held on to their goddamn culture. You go down there, you go all through Cuba, you go all through Cuba, and they do everything like Africans. You go through Brazil, they do everything close to Africa. So don't give me that boat drop shit.
You gotta let them talk, man, because either one of y'all gonna talk or both of y'all, but both of y'all can't. We can't hear y'all at the same time.
Oh, who talking?
Like he was talking and you kind of just swiped him. Say your last piece. No, go ahead, Brandon. Say your piece and then click the link.
Okay. And as far as me comparing, the reason I compared us to the Jews is because the brother that was on the panel talking about us being victim, and he was using it as a negative connotation. But I was bringing it to light that Jewish people consider themselves victims as well. So what's the difference? Why come they can be victims, but we can't? And there got to be something negative or wrong when we talk about the genocide and the atrocities that we went through. But when other people describe it, it's okay. That's the point I was making. So it's nothing wrong with us being victims. The thing about it is us staying victims. That's the problem.
All right, thanks.
Because
Ray.
we don't benefit from
Ain't
being
no
a
damn
victim.
victim.
Ain't no benefit from that shit.
Only the Jews benefit from being a victim.
Gotta have good audio. Go
Hell
ahead.
no.
Go ahead, Rich.
What's the
You want to
benefit
do
from
your
being a
rebuttal?
victim in the black community?
I don't want to
Yeah,
mute
yeah.
nobody.
I want to rebuttal to people
There
talking
ain't
about
no victims.
they got dropped off first. You go all if you go anywhere through the goddamn Caribbean, anywhere through Cuba, you see these folks have the closest attachment to anything close to Africa. American blacks don't. We've created our own culture. They do more traditional tribal shit than we ever do. So it's like to term them and what they need to act like is the most foolish thing that black Americans do. And that's why it's a divide in amongst us. Like, you don't tell people that they're black and this and that. They're attached to the land they come from. Just because complexions look the same don't mean we're the same. Our experience is different. That's just not to say that every black motherfucker in this country has gone through a struggle or even dealt with oppression. Some black folks come from privileged ass backgrounds. So people have to identify with who you're speaking with as far as your audience. People just lump everything like, oh, black people just poor. We all struggling. We just been through it. Every black person ain't been through. Some of these motherfuckers have silver spoons in their mouths all their damn lives. So, I mean, black folks come off with foolish shit when being too over revolutionary about some things.
All right, let me do this.
I got 5 on it.
Got one of my members of the neighborhood, my boy Clips, just pulled up. What up, Clips?
What's happening? Neighbors, how's everybody doing? How you doing? How your mama doing?
What's up, man? Peace to you.
Oh, man, I'm doing great. Everybody feeling good? Mark, you feeling great? Everybody good? We back.
Yo, he keeps injecting that positive energy.
We on some negative shit, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm at 70%, man. But I don't have a fever. I finally had 24 hours without a fever, so I'm back though.
God damn it, I'll do a lot. Let's go. All right, so let's get into this right now. Okay, now, Mark, you know what I'm about to say. People who've been neighbors for a minute, y'all know what I'm about to say. And can't nobody tell me no different. There is nothing more American than nigga culture, and nigga treatment. It is so interwoven into the fabric and the tapestry of this great nation of ours that you cannot escape it, you cannot overlook it, you cannot talk around it. Okay? Black people throughout the world have been the fathers and creators of mankind and civilization. And nowhere is that more prevalent than in America, where native black indigenous people and black Africans were not only used to build this country, used to define this country's culture, but were also commanded and demanded to surrender every aspect of our culture to this great American experiment. And so it is not a shock to me that we in the year 2022 are still trying to define ourselves as what's black, what is black, who can say this, who can say that, because it is very essential for this culture and country to exist, to incorporate, indoctrinate all of us into aspects of nigger culture, to where, you know, they didn't take no niggas from Africa, my last point. Like you've heard me say 1,000 times, they took people from various tribes, the Yoruba, the Ashanti, the Bantu, the Home. They took people from these tribes and forced them to act like niggas and assimilate and conform to nigga culture. Nigga culture, the original niggas are the white man. Okay? It was the white man who was ignorant, lazy, and willfully ignorant, shiftless, with no regard for himself or his fellow man. And when he took these indigenous black people in America and these native Africans and brought them over here, and he forced these melanated people to assimilate and adopt his culture. That is still one of the greatest crowning achievements of white society, and that is why they are so enthralled, so immersed and amazed by nigga culture. That is their magnum opus. They took gods and made them niggas and made us proud of being niggas.
That guy Eclipse 330, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, about 40% of that's true.
Do anybody know what the definition of nigga is?
Man, don't come talking that Jeopardy shit.
You
talking
can
about
look it up,
kings
sir.
and all that stuff. Don't talk that nigga shit from the spelling bee.
I like statements. I like declarative statements more than interrogative statements.
Just asking.
Don't start the shit niggas can learn from a white kid getting that word at spelling bee.
Just make a statement, Jay. What is it? Go ahead. We listen.
Nah, it's an ignorant person, but I don't know why we feel like we gotta take, like, that's our term because we ain't got nothing else. We just gotta hold on to nigga.
There you go. I like that.
Oh, okay. I was hoping you was gonna go with that word from the spelling bee, niggas.
Hell no.
Go ahead, TFT.
The last brother that said that people were taken from Africa, those people they were POWs, they were prisoners of war. And don't nobody talk about when the Indians was enslaved. The Indians sold each other back and forth to slavery too. They didn't have prison systems back then. When they fought against each other, if you lose the war, you got to work off your sentence. The people that came to America, they was prisoners of war. They make it seem like white folks, John Hawkins and Columbus just came over there and just dry kidnapped black folks. Nah, them folks, they were prisoners of war over there in Africa after they got done fighting each other. So some of that stuff he said was true, but a lot of that's misinformation.
No, I wouldn't say it was misinformation.
I think there's many little different stories and truths to everything.
To the brother who was just speaking, many of the African slaves were prisoners of internal African conflict. And African culture, slavery and all like that is indentured servitude. Do you understand what the concept of a Biafra is? The Biafra, if you don't understand, were periods of 50 to sometimes 200 plus years of racial displacement that was started first by the rise of Christianity, then Judaism, and Islam, forcing a lot of melanated peoples back into sub-Saharan Africa. So many of these African countries were inundated with refugees and had immigration problems. So when the French and Portuguese said, we got workers, he said, I got people who need a place to go. My country can only hold, say, 3 million people. I now got 30 million people because the last 300 years, either Jews, Christians, or Muslims have been chasing these melanated peoples from what was used to be called Northeast Africa, we now call it Middle East, and chasing them down into sub-Saharan Africa. So that is not misinformation. You're talking about one aspect of slavery. There were many ways and causes that black people came to America. They were indigenous black people, all right, that the anthropology calls the pre-Clovis peoples. And these people were by all physical and genetic counts black melanated peoples, but they had not Africans. They were here in America the whole goddamn time. The only thing that
let's go, Clips.
So your argument is the Native Americans wasn't they were African people, or what you're saying is the African.
Oh, what I'm saying to you, brother, hold on, brother. Let me just don't tell me what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you. I'm trying to answer your question. Hold on. I'm saying that there were Africans and they were indigenous Americans who lived in indigenous wholesome culture, not nigga culture. And they were, through colonialism and slavery, forced to adopt and assimilate to a culture that was designed and developed by the lowest of low aspects of European society. So we, as melanated peoples within America, were conditioned to strive to be the lowest of the low of their society. We adopted their lower class ways. The white niggas, the poor and working poor of European culture, who often were our overseers and were the ones who interacted the most with blacks. They were the ones who spoke isn't, wisin, yazin. There's no such thing as Ebonics. We didn't speak fucking English. We spoke Yoruba. We spoke Ashanti. We spoke Bantu. My ancestors, I'm Seminole. We spoke Michuki and Hikchuki, various Geechee languages, which were a combination of West African dialects and fucking Native American tongues. So all this nigga culture and all, it wasn't like that. And it was, no, yes, it was. This was very deliberate. If you understand about the holy bloodline, They were very targeted in specific tribes that they were hunting down, and they were capturing members of them tribes to bring over to America, because according to Masonic law, there are certain families in certain African tribes that, yes, we hold the holy bloodline. The same shit with Queen Elizabeth and all like that. We are the original people who have that bloodline. So they were killing off and hunting us. My family came to this. My family came to this country, and hold on. My family came to this country in the 1670s as French and Italian nobles, because I am a Moor. My dad descends from Spanish Moors. His family came to this country in the 1720s. Less than 10% of my bloodline ever fucking wore chains, because we were Geechee. We were out in the swamps, and we were fighting Spanish, Americans, French, whoever the fuck. And this was always our land.
So this was your land, or was Africa your land?
I'm a Moor. The world is my land. What the fuck do you mean? This is my world.
Okay, and this is some kind of pseudo stuff going on here.
Like, ain't no pseudo stuff. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand that actually how vast
Moors are just another word for black.
Moorish Empire? Do you understand how vast the Moorish Empire was? Do you understand that even Mansa Musa was already trading with America? There are many Africans who have so many ties
It's
to
more
America.
not just another word for black.
But this is what I'm saying though. You're mixing so many different time zones into the conversation. You're going from Moors to the Indians to the ancient times all the way.
You know,
people got to.
It's part of existence,
bro. Bro, it's all connected. What you don't understand is it's all connected. It's the same. No, it's not time zones, because it's the same thing. All right. All right. I'll say this. So I'll say this once, and I'll say it very plainly. Okay. As who I am and what I am. As who I am and what I am. It is all connected. It all goes back even deeper than that. It still goes back to fucking Samaria and various aspects of the Brotherhood of the Snake, who are fighting between bloodlines. Bringing black folks over here was very essential, because they needed black people of very specific bloodlines, because the Native Americans only traded with certain fucking people of tribes. Like I was saying, Mansa Musa and everything, there were so many African tribes who already had long 1,000-year established relationships with this new world. And so it was very important. Even Christopher Columbus had his 3 Moorish friends who were the ones who told him about this. Read his diary in his journal. They knew what they were talking about. They were seeking out America was the sacred holy land that so many indigenous people knew about, not just black people. There were also the Viking. There were various Asian tribes who knew about America. And this was a peaceful land where we coalesced, and we stayed away from Greeks and fucking Romans. And that's why the Greeks and Romans didn't learn about it until the 15 and 1600s, because it was a great fucking secret that was kept only known to members of the secret society, you know. And not to get too deep, but even Masonically speaking, corn is one of our most sacred and oldest symbols, dating back to Samaria. However, corn is only found indigenously on what continent? America. We knew this is our land. It was very important for them to bring us over here, but when they brought us over here, they were smart, and they knew, don't let us retain our culture. Because if we retained our culture, we would know that this is our land. Many of the original treaties that founded this country were not signed by white folks. They were signed with Moors and black people, with the native tribes. And that is how they do this. It's deeper than, slavery. No, it is a deep institution of trying to get royal bloodlines diluted or to debase themselves, so their bloodlines
So are you Native American?
Reign.
Are you Native American?
I am Seminole and Haitian, a direct blood descendant of Chief Osceola.
See, this is what people fail to realize. Not just you, but people fail to realize your people could have came over here more than once. You didn't just come over here one time.
Nigga, did you hear a word I said? I can tell you exactly when my ancestors landed their feet on this land. I can tell you exactly when. 1672 and 1710 on my daddy's side. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Do not assume or make assumptions with me and tell me who I am or where my family's from, because I did the research, brother. Talk to them other niggas. Don't talk to me about who I am.
You're a little emotional, man. You can calm down a little bit.
No, I ain't emotional. I just like you said. I'm busy as hell. I just told you.
No. I'm saying when a person starts yelling and screaming, like that's a feminine characteristic. That's what I'm saying,
bro.
Like that's kind of.
First of all, bro, I am at work. I am not yelling. I am at my goddamn job talking through a Bluetooth. All right. And I bet you think this song is about you.
I guess
I am at work. I am at whatever, brother. Listen, man, make your goddamn point. Put all that passive aggressive shots. Come on.
You don't normalize ignorance. What part of the world you at right now?
Man, I'm at your mama's pussy. That's where I'm at, motherfucker. Since you want to be funny, I'm balls deep in your mama's pussy.
He moral. He moral side. Moral, and he all
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at, funny. Yeah. Since you want to be funny, that's exactly where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
I want to ask the brother: is he an Israelite? Is the brother Israelite?
That's what he sound like.
No,
I was asking you. Are you an Israelite?
Oh no! I don't subscribe to all that type of stuff, man.
But are you a Christian?
No, I'm atheist.
Okay, so you don't have no higher power. You don't believe?
No, I'm my own higher power. I have my own moral compass. I don't read no books to try to tell me what to do morally. That's why I don't act like
the world was created. I always wanted to ask the atheist that direct. How did you think the world and everything got started?
I think the world's always been here.
No, it started from something though. What you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I guess I don't know. We don't know. Everything's a theory because nobody was here to see it.
So do you have a theory?
Everything's a theory. Yeah, I believe in the evolution.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that.
What's the evolution?
At one point, everybody was African until we started migrating around the world.
Who created man? Like who created the first man? And you said at one point you believe in evolution. Evolved from what? What from a single cell?
Well,
why we stop evolving?
Like from
what people would call monkeys today. We evolved from something that people would call as monkeys, but not the monkeys that you can go to the zoo and see.
Why didn't monkeys evolve? Why we ain't grow wings or something? Why we ain't getting better?
Say it again.
Why we didn't grow wings?
Why we didn't get better? Why we still killing each other?
We only been here for 100 years. You only been here for less than 50 years. We don't know what we're gonna evolve into.
But man been around for how long?
We've been here for thousands and thousands of years.
Wow. Hey, you guys forgot that the aliens came, then they kind of threw some new DNA up on here. You know what I mean?
I'm saying.
All right, you're going too deep for him, HLT. That's too deep. Don't do that.
I'm saying all of it is just theories. No one knows. Only thing, see, people need to study themselves. We so busy trying to study all these religious books. We should just study ourselves.
Wait. Just him studying himself though. He's studying his personal history, where his family comes. He doesn't tell me where all of our families came from. He told me where his family came from.
Listen to the way this guy
acts. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Listen
how you mean it ain't helping me? I'm the first of all, brother. If you gonna talk about me, talk to me. That's feminine as hell. All right. So first of all, like, listen, I'm not going back and forth with you. And the reason why you're getting this, and the reason why you're getting this smoke right now is because what I'm sitting here telling you, like Mark so eloquently put, I am telling you where I can see there you go. Yes, no, I said I'm balls deep in your mama, not your baby mama. She's tomorrow. Your mama.
You sound like her.
So,
just a bunch of ignorance.
You know what I'm saying?
Mark, is this intelligence?
That's what's going on. Anyway.
TLT, keep in mind he's being petty. So just keep that in mind.
Exactly.
Hey,
exactly.
He keeps talking loud, man. I appreciate that.
It's entertainment.
No, listen. Mark said, or like Mark said,
entertainment.
I told you.
Like started with him though when you started saying he sound feminine, homie. Like you brought.
Thank you. No, you don't even understand. It's up now. It's up now. It's up now, baby. No, don't clean it up. He here now. He just stuck some shit. Time for the stinky leg.
He's about to go off, y'all.
No, I ain't about to go off. I'm about to just laugh at your goofy ass because I told you where I came from because I did the research. I'm like you. I did my research. You out of your own mouth. You are an atheist. So the only thing you believe in is that you don't believe in nothing. That's okay. So first of all, your opinion is by itself muted. Okay, you're talking to somebody who did the research. You were talking to somebody who actually has the degrees, who actually has the paperwork, who's putting years down. And when I say this is where my family comes from, when I can tell you historically that my family has been fighting every single war since the Yamasi War for this country. And when I tell you my history of my family, and I know for a fact that yes, there many indigenous tribes were black people. Why? Because I am living proof. When I tell you that when at the age of 24, we did a genetic testing of my family, and we found out that my family comes from some of the 300 oldest genomes and the oldest bloodlines in the human genome. And so it validated the stories that the old heads down in Florida used to always tell us, how we came from an old family of Moorish kings who claimed to descend from West African kings from Ghana, and that we've been on the run and hiding because certain types of white people and Templars and everything were looking for our family because they tried to kill out the bloodline. Just like Cleopatra had her son snuck over here to America to hide him from the Romans because they knew that if Caesar's son was brought back to Rome, that they would have that bloodline. And that's why Caesarion's tomb is right there in Arizona right now. You can look that up. That is no myth. That is why you see Egyptian stuff and everything right here. I'm from the state of Ohio. There's several mounds. One of the oldest and most holiest sites in all the world is called Serpent Mound right here in Peebles, Ohio, where the Adena people were buried. The Adena people were giants who stood on average of 10 to 15 feet tall. They got as many of their skeletons in the museum right there at Peebles, Ohio. And when you go there and when they tested them and did the recreation of their skull structure on their face, many of the Adena people, by all physical measures, were black. There were so many black people out here that it was very important for them to indoctrinate us into nigger culture. Do you understand the story of a $5 Indian, where they were getting poor whites to claim to be Native Americans and paying them $5 so they could take our land because they were killing off the actual members of these tribes, because these tribes and these certain families and bloodlines are the ones who do have the claim to these lands?
So now are we going from the topic of blacks to now other ethnicities? Because wasn't somebody on the panel?
Yeah, what
saying
happened
that
to
we need to
niggas?
stop talking about.
I just want to answer one question. With the historical information and the documents that you have accumulated, what does that do for you individually? Did you go get some land in the name of morals, moral science, or whatever? What did you get from that with that information and research?
You know what I got? You know what I got from that? I'm gonna tell you honestly. I got, and that's why you sound goofy as hell to me, because I got exactly what you're talking about. Knowledge of self, to where I'm not running around quoting some shit from a book or some shit that I feel or some shit that some pastor told me. I'm telling you what I fucking know to be true. You find your own truth, but I just answered your question. Now you gonna listen, or you gonna just keep doing this?
But because you do a lot of
feminine as
talking
hell right now. Oh shit, nigga, shut up.
You
I'm
talk
gone.
for a long period of time, but you don't answer the question. Did you?
Nigga, I just answered the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Any tangible goods? First of all, my family still owns land from fucking Louisiana all through damn Florida. I really don't even press. I'm not pressed about that. And as far as tangible goods, you know, what does that really gain somebody
just say no.
in the long run? No, for real, no. Tangible goods. Okay, first of all, I could make any money I want and do anything that I need. All right, but you know what? You know why I can do that? It's because I was blessed with knowledge of self, and I had the opportunity to go and seek and find for myself, to where I have the confidence to move in this world and make what I need to make. I'm not worried about it. I'm not sitting here arguing. When you tell me your story, I'm gonna tell you what, if you want to say feminine energy, when you finally can stop being an asshole and just tell me your story, I bet you the first thing I'm not gonna do is keep cutting you off and try to be facetious with you, because that's your story, brother. Because I have knowledge of self. I don't scoff my teeth when a black man's telling his story, but you do, because you don't. So you hear a black man who speaks with confidence and you don't understand it. You look at it with cynicism. You're the first one scoffing your teeth. This nigga don't know what he's talking about. Actually, yes, I do, brother. Yes, I do. And that's why I'm talking to you so crazy, because you're proving to me that, you know what? You are just another proud ass nigga who's claiming to be woke while you're sleepwalking. Because if your knowledge of self is that important to you, instead of arguing with brothers on the panel, you can do what I did and do your own goddamn research. Then come talk to me, and we can match notes.
I don't.
And I bet you what, I'm not. And I bet you what, I bet you what, I bet you what, I'm not. I bet you what, I'm not gonna get passive aggressive and call you feminine and call you all this old crazy shit if I don't agree with what you said. Because you know what I'm gonna say? Well, that's that nigga's story.
So is it okay for white people to call you nigga? Do you get offended?
Say the truth, I get offended if anybody calls me nigga. It doesn't mean I always trip. Some shit, I like calling white people niggas because like I heard said earlier in the opening statement, white folks are the original niggas.
Agreed.
Open and closing argument.
Was that talking too loud? Was that talking too loud? Was that talking too long? Or do you got some little passive aggressive stuff that you want to say? Oh, but you said that, but say this. Oh, but well, what you mean when you say this? And then when someone tries to answer you, you just keep cutting them off, saying old goofy stuff. Bruh, I did my research. Bruh,
You
I can tell
you talk for a very long time and you repeat the same stuff over and over. But what I was asking you was,
and you don't.
What I was asking you was, did you contain any tangible items or evidence from your research? You said no, and obviously by the way,
No, you didn't. Whoa. No, you said tangible gains and tangible items and evidence. Shit, I still got. You know what I'm saying? We got the fucking genealogy test. They're actually encased in my grandma's house. The results of when they did the genealogy test of the oldest living members of my family. The oldest living members of my family. Well, actually, my mom's side of the family. Back in 2004. That's actually all in case. They actually were petitioning for 2 years to do a movie about our family. And the old head said, no. Why? Just know that y'all been trying to kill us off for thousands of years and know that we're still alive. And that was Uncle Bud and Aunt Ruby's dying words. Just let them know that we're still alive.
Whenever you talk, you said something about balls deep in my mama and all of that.
Show was.
Like that.
Show did.
Just keep in mind he was being petty when he was talking about your mom and your baby mom.
I know.
I'm keeping it real. No, shit. I'm keeping it real. What it bothered you? Fucking do something.
No. I'm gonna ask you
something, nigga.
I don't.
You know damn well this ain't going off the internet. Y'all don't even live in the same state.
Right. I'm in Texas, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm laughing at him. What you doing? What you mad?
I'm asking.
Shut up.
No. I'm gonna ask you a question. You got to give me time to ask you the question. So this is my question: is that your everyday personality, or did I bring that out of you?
No, I match energy. Since you being a fuck nigga, I'm gonna hit you with fuck shit.
You brought it out of him. You brought it out of him with your comment.
It's in it. It's in it, baby. Okay, I got you. That's all I was asking. That's it.
And just like you got a lot of bitch in you, but it's all cool. That's you, man. Hey, if all the people in the world, you one of them. Based off your conversation, your energy, and the fact that you really just want to fucking argue, man. You're like, for real, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting paid right now. I'm actually getting paid real well right now to just chop it up with my neighbors and have fun. Like, if you think I am worked up or mad, you don't know. Hey, Mark, he thinks I'm mad.
No, that's normal to you. I can tell that's normal to you. I can tell.
Nigga, you don't even know me. You don't know shit. Nigga, the only thing you can tell is that you ain't about to get your shit off on me. And every time you try to say something, you getting clapped right back. That's the only thing you can tell. Why? Because I got time today. Because guess what? Like I said, I am getting paid well to watch machines get fixed. And so you know what? I got time today. You're damn right. We can play this game tonight. Hey, Mark, you want to make this show go up? We can play this game. We can make this show go up. I got time tonight.
Hey, I appreciate that you're talking with that loud bass and you putting it on and you loud, but I also see that nobody's trying to police. But I see how that is. No, this is all I
couldn't hear that last.
We couldn't even hear you anyway.
I couldn't even hear that last part, buddy.
No, man, I appreciate that.
He's being petty.
I know they always are. That's why I ain't even tripping. That's what I said. I got time today.
I'm talking about HLB. No.
I know he is. I know HLB get that.
With his comment, no.
I know HLB get that. It's all good. It's all good. But see, here's my thing, though. Like I said my opening statement. I do since we go rehash it. I said my opening statement. First thing out of dude's mouth was, "Oh yeah, well that was some deep stuff. That was 40% accurate, but all the rest of that's all misinformation." Ain't that how this whole conversation started?
Correct.
But I'm feminine. I'm whatever. You came out your pocket talking out the side of your neck, and now you get mad because somebody. And no, I ain't giving two fucks about you because you ain't shit.
No,
because if that's the first thing out your mouth, when you talk to me, Oh, buddy, man, you lucky we ain't in real life. That's real talk. I'm gonna tell you, that ain't even no bragging. That ain't no bragging. That ain't no boasting.
Right.
I am a motherfucking man. If that's the
Now,
first
this
words
is
you
what I'm
got from
saying,
me,
though.
my buddy, you ain't gonna like how it
Right.
plays out.
Right. Threatening. Okay, this is what I'm saying though. Like the community where
No,
I'm
that
from,
ain't a threat.
like,
That's the truth. You ain't gonna like how this play
Right,
out
right.
because even like right now,
Can I finish?
shut your
Can I
goofy
finish?
ass
Can I finish
up.
my statement? Oh, can I
Man,
finish
you
my
can finish
statement,
eating a dick. Eat a dick.
No, okay. This is what I'm saying, Mark. In the community that I'm from, no one talks like this. The men don't talk like this. The women talk like how he's talking. The men go do it. We don't tell each other eat this sexual. Your mama, da 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 da. It's game time. We don't even talk like this. The women talk
Damn.
noise to each other back and forward, and the men about that action. If you still into that type of lifestyle, but if you exchanging information and just sparring with the information, if a person tell you, hey bro, that's misinformation, what you saying, then you prove what you saying is right. You don't get mad and start yelling and cursing. That's feminine, bro.
I didn't. Actually, I didn't start yelling and cursing. I started trying to say some more things, and you kept cutting me off, saying passive aggressive shit with it, like a little bitch, like a woman. So you can't take these stances of that's feminine shit when you came in with feminine energy, bro. Like what you were doing is called gaslighting, bro. Like what you are doing, you start an argument to say this nigga's trying to argue with me, when really I'm not even giving a fuck. You know why I'm disrespecting you, telling you can suck a dick and calling your mama 1,001 bitches is because you know what? You have shown me no motherfucking respect, so I have no reason or no emphasis or motivation to respect you at all because you are not a man. You are not even a human fucking being. Because you couldn't even disagree or even add to the motherfucking conversation without trying to make a passive aggressive dig at somebody, which shows me a motherfucking insecurity within you. And the fact that you keep on trying to cling to manhood as something that you stand on in your argument shows me that you're not, because real niggas ain't got to keep saying they real niggas. No, I wasn't threatening you. I'm making a motherfucking a statement of fact. Because if you don't like what I'm saying to you over the internet, if we was in real life, buddy, we wouldn't be talking, because trust me, if you interrupted me, disrespected me like that, that shit would have went left.
Right, I'm in Texas, bro. You know what's going on in Texas.
Hey, shit, I'm in Ohio. I'm in Ohio when I go to Texas often. So don't go there. If you want to do all that, you can drop addies and we can do all that too. That's easy. Or you can just fall back and realize maybe I came at this brother wrong. Maybe it went left. Let's reel it back and get back to a positive place. But if you got that on your mind like that, then get this smoke, fuck nigga, because you's a fuck nigga from a long line of fuck niggas. Do something.
Like, bro, I'm telling you the truth. Like, where we from, like, you a goofy. Like, dudes don't talk
Man,
like
you don't
that.
know. You a goofy, nigga. Where you from? Nigga, where you from in Texas, nigga? I'll be in Texas. Where you from?
Man,
Nigga, where you from?
Charleston White is from Texas, so that shit ain't true.
Where you? Thank you.
No,
Get this guy out of here. That's like saying, I'm from
Texas is a big state.
That's like saying every nigga in Ohio is real. Get out of here, nigga. Like, no, fuck Texas. Fuck everything else. Fuck Ohio. I'm talking about me and you. I'm talking about me and you. And said, I've given you several opportunities where I've even stopped trying to motherfucking be crazy and disrespectful. And I've just been like, okay, let's see if this brother's gonna try and reel it in. And every time you open your mouth, you can't even make a statement without signing some old passive aggressive shit out the side of your neck on some old greasy shit thinking you slick. And you keep getting mad because I'm gonna keep motherfucking digging at you every time you do it. Because you know what? I got time today, little buddy. I got time today, little fella. So we can do it.
I'm saying
it's okay, little buddy.
Saying, sir.
Man, don't even call me sir, man. Listen, man, you don't respect yourself, so you can't respect me. This, you know what I'm saying? Address the chat, nigga. Don't talk to me, fuckboy.
What determines who's mad? What determines that?
What determines what? Man, shut up, man. First of all, who is mad? Nobody's mad. I'm sitting here saying, what the hell are you doing, bro?
You said I was
mad. What are you doing?
I'm trying to... You said I was
know.
mad.
I'm saying you a hoe. I didn't say you mad. The only thing I've called you is a fuck nigga, a hoe. I called you motherfucking passive aggressive. I will say you a simp. And I said, I said I was balls deep in your mama. I sure was. Sure was. Your damn good time. I said that. What else I said? Oh yeah. Now, did I leave out fuck nigga? I did say you a fuck nigga. I'm like, the jury's out on that. We know. We definitely know. You giving me a lot of fuck nigga vibes, so I'm gonna stand on that one. But yeah, that's what I said. You ain't gotta tell me what I said. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it in your face. Shit, I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do about it? Nothing.
TFT, is this gonna deter you from coming back to this channel? Because it seems like you're new. Is this gonna deter you?
You said what?
Is this gonna deter you from coming back? Because of your argument with him?
From doing what?
Coming back to the channel.
Man, fuck that. This survival
No,
of
this
the fittest.
entertainment.
You gotta be fit.
Of course not. Of course not. This is entertainment, man. This is ignorance. I don't entertain. This is ignorance, man. I don't pay this stuff no mind.
Great.
No.
That guy Eclipse is trying to kick him off. Oh God.
No,
that guy Eclipse ain't do. Hey Mark, I ain't even trying to kick nobody else. Hey Mark, we're not the main one who said take my wrench. I ain't worried about kicking nobody else.
No, I mean for him
I'm
not to
done fucking
come
with you.
back. No, I meant.
Oh man, fuck this. No, he can come back and do whatever. That's not what I do. That's not what I do. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna tell a motherfucker quit addressing me. And if you got something to say to me, then you can say it like a goddamn man in my motherfucking face if you really want to keep trying to make personal attacks. And that's why I'm making personal attacks, because unlike you, I'm not just talking.
That's what the man is.
I mean, you can do it however we want to do it. You can, if you want to talk to me, if you want
to get violent.
I'm not worried about it, because you ain't about to do shit to me. You ain't about to do shit to me.
Man, y'all should do that shit like Michael Jackson in Bad.
Yeah, we have a dance off. There you go, Reggie. Let's have a dance off. I'm gonna moonwalk on this cool. Watch this shit, boy. I'll tell you.
I'm asking you when you say resolve it, you talking about resort to violence? Is that what you talking about?
That's obviously where you want to go. There's a million one ways to resolve things if you're a man.
No,
but I tell you what. Honestly, I think you need to go to violence, because you can't even. If we in face to face and you cut me off this damn much, yeah, there might be some violence happening, because that ain't even man talk. Like you literally started to argue. You literally started this back and forth, cutting me off, constantly trying to say little, oh well, whatever. So yeah, if we was face to face, it'd probably have to go to that, because obviously you have very poor communication skills, because you asked a question 3 times that I answered in my opening statement. But you don't actively listen, because you were just listening for an aha gotcha moment, because like a little thought, you are in your mind wanting to argue. You came into this conversation looking for adversarial energy. I came in this conversation saying what's up to the neighbors. My nigga Mark been sick. I just jumped on his live to say what's up. I got time today. I'm normally at work just in the chat. I could actually jump on the panel. That's my only motivation. And like I said, I got time today. So if we want to deal with fuck nigga energy, well, I deal with your ass too. That's all right, baby. Hey, listen, it's all right. You know what I'm saying? I can walk and chew bubble gum, and it's a small thing to a giant, because the shit you talking is goofy shit. You tried to literally tell me what my people
That's exactly what I sound like.
Nigga, you don't know me.
Brandon, he from the great state of Texas, Brandon. Stop trying to deny him. He from Texas.
You see his comment? He over here saying this man ain't from Texas. He's denying him that he's from Texas.
And see that? And Brandon damn near the mayor of Dallas. And he don't want to claim you, because that ain't, listen, I'll be in Texas. That ain't Texas behavior. Texas boys are gentlemen. Texas boys are gentlemen.
That you're not from Texas. He's in the chat, sir.
Driver license.
It's in the chat. Just keep that in mind.
Now he light skinned. Brandon dark to the mother. Brandon too damn militant to be light skinned. If Brandon was born light skinned, he'd lay out in the sun for 12 days and get that shit taken care of. But I digress. But, this is one of the reasons why certain conversations just can't be had of us as a people. As soon as we start talking about what is black, what defining black culture or whatever, now we have non-blacks who want to, either negatively or positively interject. And then when you have anybody who speaks with any sort of confidence, of any sort of authority, then you get these cynical blacks who they don't want to have the conversation. They try to derail the conversation and try to say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, where'd you learn that? Well, how come this? And where'd you study this? So you need to study and do research yourself. But how are you asking me where I learned some things, but telling me I need to do research myself when I'm showing you I've done my research? But all you can do is just parry back arguing points or gaslight me. And so, yes, I have time today, because, I'll be honest with you. It's that stupid ass energy that you're bringing is the reason why these conversations never go nowhere. You could have thought everything I was saying was bullshit and said, oh well, and jumped right into your goddamn talking points or whatever like that, and rebutted, diffused me without none of that extra personal shit. But you couldn't help it. But then when I start getting on you, now you get mad. Now I'm feminine. Oh, you want to resort to violence. Buddy, you ain't got to even go that way, because I already know you was moist on the inside. Look how motherfucking you approached me. You is not a Texas real nigga. Real niggas are in Texas. Shout out to Third Ward, Houston. Shout out to Fort Worth, Dallas. Shout out to San Antonio and El Paso. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Real niggas don't do that. Real niggas, I mean, hey, Red, when the fuck you ever been talking to somebody and a nigga just walks up to you and the first thing he says is, yeah, man, all you saying is information. You need to do your research. Now, how is that for a first impression?
Yeah, I was gonna say that because you were saying false stuff, so it's like it's not for him to prove it; it's for you to state why it's false.
Thank you, Reg. But can he do that? No. Goofy nigga just want to argue. I can give you dates. I can give you time. If I really gave a fuck, I can produce documents. But it doesn't matter because you goofy ass just want to argue. So yes, you're going to get treated like a goofy. Nigga, I call a spade, and right now you on fuck time. And you go in there, and you know what? And that's how I'm gonna view you, and that's how I'm gonna treat you. You got a problem with it? Oh well, nigga. Hold your nuts, quit being a little hoe.
Well, that was by my guy Flip. On the panel. Yo, I mean, I think, look, man, if somebody's talking, having a conversation, you know,
Joe, go ahead, HOD, I'm listening. I'm back.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, if you know, like right now, Eclipse was giving out a whole bunch of information that he's done on his own, and you know, let's say you're skeptic of any of the things you say, but it's okay to be skeptic, but you can't just say it's false if you don't have anything to back it up with to say that it's false and why and whatever. So at that point, you just got to take that information, do your own research, and then see how it is. But I understand what Eclipse is saying. I mean, the guy just, you know, just brushed them off and without any other, you know, factual content to rebuttal. So that's disrespectful at that point. I can understand that.
Well, he said, let him speak. Go ahead, TFT.
I'm saying, so the last brother that just talked, do you think that's justified for a man to carry out and talk the way this man talking? Do you think that's normal and that's normal to you? Because somebody insults you, you got to act belligerent and truculent like that. I don't know. You talking? If you're asking me, man, I get loud and I do the same thing too, especially in the car. Okay, I was just trying to see what was normal. You know, I'm not saying that
he asked the wrong motherfucker that.
I'm not saying it's normal to make it normal to me. When I'm passionate about something and I know what the fuck I'm saying and I believe it to be as so much, I'm gonna go off and that's it.
Sound muffled, HLD. Fix the mic, however it is. But TFT, go ahead. Yeah, these dudes talk about violence all the time, so like with boxing and UFC and shit like that. So yeah, and they come from different parts of the world. We all come from different parts of the country, right? The world, and everybody communicates differently, my brother. But go ahead, speak your piece though. But if memory serves me correct, they said in the chat you kind of initiated this with 40% of what he said was true. That means over half of what he said is bullshit. Right. Then you said his energy was feminine when he tried to explain after that. You don't think you don't think that's passive aggressive? You don't think he has a right to feel like, hey, this guy's kind of taking jabs at me?
Of course, but it's not about your action. It's about the other person's reaction. I can't control his reaction. If somebody telling you, Mark, what you're saying is incorrect, you can't yell and curse and scream at them. You got to tell them what.
Wait a minute. No, you just said you can't control nobody's reaction, and then you just said what his reaction is supposed to be. Man, get your shit together, bro.
Yeah, but everybody's gonna have their own reaction, and there's no like perfect example. If you spit in my face, I'm probably not gonna spit back in your face. You probably try to take your head off your shoulders. Right. But that's doing it. I don't want you to like, no, just spit back on me. Just spit back on me. Like, you know how I respond.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't play. Hey, don't play. Hey, listen. This is all that happened, player. Listen. Go ahead.
Now, Clips, hold up. Let's bring it down a notch. I'm having a conversation with you, dude.
Let's talk like regular people.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish saying what you were saying, TFT.
I mean, you took an example of something physical. Of course, that's going to provoke violence. But I'm saying a verbal exchange will lead to that. That's nonsense. And the only thing I'm saying is, I mean, no disrespect to you, Mark, but it seems like that you're saying, oh, yeah, that's normal. That's normal for a man to react like that. That's normal for a dude to get mad because you said some person don't like. Yelling at, yeah, your mama balls deep. Man, that's insane.
But in this space right here, what I tell you is this: people can't do nothing to you physically, and a lot of times words is what people have. That's all you have in this space. So people will say things to hurt your feelings and disrespect you when they feel like you hurt their feelings and disrespected them.
Right, there we go. That's a reaction. That baby hurt. That's what I was saying. That baby feelings hurt.
Yeah, and then it seems like your feelings were hurt as well because he said something.
Based on what?
Us having a conversation.
You're still talking about it right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, what did I say to indicate that my feelings was hurt?
Like we're talking about it right now. You was like, hey, that was inappropriate, I guess.
No, I'm saying from a man's standpoint, that's inappropriate. To anybody, that should be inappropriate.
What is TLT stands for?
So at the man's standpoint, from a man's standpoint, it's manly to disrespect. It's manly to disrespect the total stranger.
Go ahead, Mark. What were you saying?
Hey, what does TLT
you're gonna talk about that.
What TLT stand for?
TFT, actually, TFT, Terry from Texas.
Terry from Texas. All right. Well, let's get back on the point though. Like we can get past whatever differences you and Clips had. Like I said, as long as we keep this shit on the Wi-Fi, ain't nothing that gonna happen to nobody.
Right. Oh, what I was saying. Hold on.
Yeah.
And what I was saying when I was like, I'm from Texas. When he was like talking all that like quote unquote nigga stuff. I'm like, bro, we from Texas. Like everybody walking around with guns. Ain't nobody like really like doing a bunch of fighting and stuff. Like ain't nobody. You know what I'm saying? We open carry. Ain't nobody finna just come up to you and go to punch it on you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's silly.
Zero. I saw Trey hands and feet on.
All right. Real quickly. Let me just say. Here he goes again. And let's for the record, and we got it. This is recorded. Okay. The only time any gun talk and violence keeps getting brought up is out of Buddy's little mouth. Okay, because I keep saying we can handle it however. I keep telling them, hey, we can do it however. I say, listen, buddy. You know what I'm saying? I said, hey, you had 1,000 opportunities to try to reel this in, but you kept making passive aggressive digs. And so you goddamn right. Since you are showing me no respect, I have no respect for you. And I will keep on disrespecting you as you keep on motherfucking trying to justify your right to disrespect a total stranger. Well, this total stranger is going to keep disrespecting your punk ass. And that's all you got. And that's what it is. You are a motherfucker on the internet talking crazy to a stranger that you don't even know, trying to act like you are trying to have a civil discourse. Okay? That is passive aggressive textbook definition.
Right, but what I'm saying is, man, you're saying you're disrespecting. You're not disrespecting me. You're showing your ignorance. That's funny. That's a joke, bro. You yelling and cussing. That's not disrespectful. That's ignorance,
bro. Once again, nobody is yelling. I am standing outside of a fucking factory on a Bluetooth. It is probably coming through loud as hell because my Bluetooth is turned up to drown out the background noise. I am very calm. Okay, look at here, little buddy. Unlike you, I will cam up. Okay, you don't mean shit to me one way or another. I am not feeling one way about this ever at all. You are not going to do shit to me in real life and fucking the internet or nothing. But I will say that yes, when you started doing your passive aggressive shit, oh yes, I have spoke for you. All right, because once again, here it is, a conversation that's being derailed by some nigga saying, oh, he said D instead of the. Where you know that? And like motherfucking HLD and Reggie said, have you even tried to present any counterpoints, or you just try to go back and forth with me and argue and, oh, that's feminine, that's whatever. No, bro, that's feminine. You need to calm your ass down, because you know what? You're showing a lot about you. Because trust me, if you really think I'm mad, you don't know me. I don't get mad, buddy. If you really bothered me, I will deal with you. I'm not worried about it. It's nothing. You're human. You're a human being, bro. Your opinion is that. I'm not tripping.
Well, that's obvious. That's obvious.
Okay, let's move forward. Queen P, JJ, HLD.
I'm not even sure what a topic is anymore. I just know these two are arguing or
I thought we
having
were talking about
debate.
niggas, but I fell back.
The topic is that I'm human, and we're talking about who a nigga and the definition of a nigga is. Somebody said ignorance, right?
No, I think somebody said to
ignorant person?
look it up. No, somebody said to look it up.
Yeah, he ended up saying ignorant person. JJ ended up saying.
Oh,
yeah, JJ said an
No, I
ignorant
was
person.
saying, no, I was saying like what I said because we talking about nigga, and I'm like, do anybody know the definition? I was just wondering if anybody knew the definition of exactly what a nigga is.
According to Webster's Merriam Dictionary, a nigga is a willfully ignorant person. To act niggardly is to be willfully ignorant and very miserly and stingy with your money.
Okay, see, there you go. Now you got the definition
Okay.
that you could
All
have
right.
looked up.
Hold up. Being stingy with my money, I'm a nigger?
No, that is actually niggard. Niggard. Or
You're acting niggardly.
Oh man, well shit.
That means very stingy. That means very miserly. It was an old European term used for Sephardic Jews and Moors. And so that's that. And then in modern terms, that's why we say the thing about Jews being stingy is that all comes from the term niggardly, what they would call the Moors, because the Moors and the Sephardic Jews and Moors, they came into Europe and very shrewd and stout businessmen, and so they would say, oh, they're very niggardly.
So you saying Jews? It was
So
some
we
Jews
use the
that were
Oxford
black.
Dictionary to find the literal definition of the word. How about the slang definition?
I'll let y'all do the slang definition. I mean, because that's so subjective. Like, just like Reggie was saying, culturally, you got some people who they don't feel one way or whatsoever about the word. White people say it, whatever, it's in the music. So if you want to go to the slang definition, I mean, that's more of a perception or perspective. I was just trying to answer the brother's question that he originally posed, and to get this back to some sense of actually going somewhere. The Merriam-Webster's version is a willfully ignorant person. Back to what I said in my original statement about white people being the original niggas. And this nigga culture, nigga activity, and all that shit has nothing to do with black or indigenous people. This is something that we were taught and indoctrinated into.
So who's allowed to use the word?
I mean, me personally, I'm one of them type of people who, another black person, I say the word a lot, but still another black person, depending on whatever, I don't care what race you are, you might not get away with using that word around me. Or it depends on how I feel, to be honest with you, because I don't worry about the word, I worry about the energy. Just like you thinking I'm mad, I'm not worried about his words, I'm worried about his energy. God damn, that was the first thing out your face, nigga, you don't know me. To where that's how I look at words like that. It's like, okay, somebody says nigga, I might just be like, hey, chill out. Or somebody says nigga to me, I might just motherfucker snap on you and go in your mouth. It all depends on how I feel at that moment. Because you know what? As we were saying earlier, as Mark so eloquently put up, you can't spit in my face and expect me just to spit back on you. It's up now. You have no right to tell me what my reaction is going to be. Okay? If I start disrespecting Marq Nash right now and just saying some old goofy shit to Marq Nash, I have no control of Marq Nash wants to cuss me the fuck out, kick me off the panel, do all this other shit, and blah, blah, blah. Because you know what? He has his right to react.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what you did. I'm gonna like to go back and forth a little bit. Kicking people off, that's just too easy. That's no fun. It's no fun.
Exactly. No.
It's no
exactly, Mark. And that's
they're just kicking somebody off. Nah, let's have a conversation. Conversations.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but let's pass it around. Go ahead. Did you get your answer, HLD?
Well, I mean, I think it goes right back to the individual. I mean, if you don't want to be called that and somebody does that, right, you check them, right, and that's that's that. Now, is we all know it's not something you just go ahead and you say to any old person that you don't know, and it's part of your clique, it's part of your crew, it's who you with, it's your familia who you hang out with that you do so, and I know that's how it works, and so but just because and I'm a believer that I think the word should not be period. I think you shouldn't, because it does come from where it comes from. It came from the negative connotation, and then now we're trying to make it positive in some of the cultures and whatnot, and some people are offended. And so I think it should just be taken out totally. But you're not going to be able to police that, and because nowadays it's not no more a negative connotation when it's being used.
Fix your audio. You started sounding muffled.
Is that many of the conflicts that people have, and especially even on YouTube, don't stem from anyone calling somebody the N-word.
You chopping up too. Say that again, Reg, one more time.
No, I was saying it's crazy that many of the conflicts you hear with like disagreements, people going at it, doesn't stem from anyone saying the N-word. You can hear the N-word being flown all through conversation.
No, that's wrong, Reggie. I felt some type of way, Reggie. You know it.
Nope, Queen P, you be tripping about shit that's just so minor, but when it comes down
To you, it's minor, but if I'm tripping about it, it's something to me, though. Just like you may trip about something that I might feel is minor, but I'm not going to dismiss it. It's yours.
I'm making a solid point about this N-word use and how people act like it's such an offensive word, but many of the conflicts and fallouts ain't from people using the N-word. It's other things that create these situations that offend people and that create issues between people. It ain't the N-word. And the N-word can be spewed 100 times through a conversation and it doesn't create the confrontation between people. It's when people are doing shit to disrespect. Disrespect is found in how people come at people. Just like in the
audio. Reg, you gotta fix your audio, bro.
All right, I'm gonna jump out. I'll jump out.
All right, yeah, it's pinned at the top. It's pinned at the top of the chat. All right, bring back in. Yeah, gotta fix that audio. I don't know what that is. Go ahead, Queen P, though. You said you were bothered, though. You're bothered by it.
No, because he's saying like people. Well, I'll wait till he come back. I don't want to just say it when he's not here.
Fuck it. He ain't gonna listen to you talk anyway. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
All I was saying was for him, it's minor. For him, it's not an issue, and that's him. But other people may feel differently. Don't dismiss or minimize someone else who has a difference of opinion from you.
Yeah,
but it does come down to the individual person. It does come down to the individual person. If two other people are doing that and you're gonna acting like a Karen, oh, you shouldn't be using it.
Well,
you got a problem
because I don't like the fact that people.
You can't be doing that.
Black or especially
you can't do it.
Not black. Of course, it's not a big deal to you because you.
It's none of your business. If two other people are talking, it's none of your damn business. Now, if they address you, if they address you, that's when it's your business. And with all due respect, you have every right. I'm sorry. You have every right to address the person.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that
I was gonna go up and be like, "Hey, don't use the N-word." Like,
so then, what is the point of this argument? Because I don't think nobody here.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't even like black people using it. Much less. This is why we have people like you outside the race using the N-word and don't take it seriously and don't think it's a big deal. This is why we have people like Mex who go.
I can't. Who can't? No, don't use a triangle thing. You're talking to me. You're talking to me. You're talking to me.
Okay, this is why we are dealing with this issue. When we have people outside, when people outside the race use the N-word and they don't get checked, they don't get corrected, we have individuals like you and Fat Joe and Mex and all these other non-black people that feel like, well, black people say it to each other, so clearly it can't be a bad thing. Or you'll have a
That's not my argument.
That'll whine and complain, why can't I use the N-word? Because all the black people use the N-word.
That you're so linear with that bullshit explanation right
bullshit,
there. It is because you think that's why that's why I was using it. Do you think? No, let me finish.
Who is not black but likes to use
you think that out when I was a youngster? When I was a youngster and I was using it, is it because they use it? No, it's because from the whole black community it was being told to me.
That doesn't mean you have to use it just because somebody uses it towards you.
All right, and so we were all because it's not a derogatory until you get over your freaking head that the word is not derogatory anymore. When it's not used derogatory anymore, when you get it through your head when you get it
No,
through your
it's
head
in my head
that
that
the
it's a
word is
derogatory
not
term.
derogatory
To
used
you,
anymore,
to you,
and
it's
then
not
it would be
derogatory,
different.
but
It's
it is,
not.
because if it's not a
It's not.
derogatory term, then you won't have people getting their shit split when they use it based on
Well,
wherever the hell they're at.
I'm waiting on blacks be splitting each
Well,
other's
go
black
outside
because
your
of that
neighborhood.
shit.
Maybe go outside your neighborhood, go
Stop.
outside your state and use
Stop.
it. Maybe then we can see if we get this shit
What part of
split.
this damn nation have I not walked on?
I don't
Please.
know. I don't know where
Please.
you have walked. I don't know where you went. Hell if I know.
Please. It's bullshit.
To you.
It's
Emphasis
bullshit.
to you.
You have
To
look, you have black people here on the panel telling you it's bullshit.
No. We just had Reggie and you, and
Oh,
possibly
Reggie,
you
trust
as well.
me, there's many more than just one Reggie out there that has
There
the same
probably
sentiment.
is, but the only other person who felt like you
Because-
was him, and probably his cousin. Dude,
Oh,
that's about
stop.
it.
Stop. I don't know. You got to get out of your block because
I'm not. I
you're in
do
a
get out my
bubble.
block. No, I'm not in a bubble.
You're in a bubble.
No, I'm not
You're
in a bubble. Unlike you, I'm actually black, and I know where that term comes from, and I know why it's derogatory. You, the non-black person that used it when you were younger with your La Familia. Even though I'm gonna be blunt with you. I give it a whole damn side eye that you used it when you were younger. I bet your ass still use that damn term when you with the homies. I wouldn't even.
No, I mean, sure, you're gonna throw that aspersion because you got shit to stand on anything you're talking about.
Clearly, I had enough to stand on because there were some people who agreed with me, not only in the chat but on the panel.
Stop
and
it.
There were some people who
Stop
agreed
it.
with me, just like
Stop
there are some
it.
people who agreed with you.
This is the outrage. We have more outrage on this bullshit than on the shit that
It's
really
bullshit.
fucking
It's always
matters.
bullshit to the non-black
It
person
is
who likes to use
bullshit.
the term when
It
comes
is
to people who likes to
bullshit.
be invited to the cookout. They always want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. It's always convenient. They
Oh,
always wanna be a
stop.
part
Now
when it's
everybody's
convenient.
like that.
I didn't say
Everybody's
everybody.
like
I didn't
that.
say everybody. I said the
No.
non-black. I
me-
said non-black. I didn't say everybody.
Let me hear Reggie's mic real quick. Go ahead, Reg. Say 1 2 1 2. What's up?
2 1 2.
Go ahead. Say it again. It's
One-
choppy
one-
a little bit. If you're not, mute your mic real quick. Maybe that's what it is. Go ahead.
2 1 2. No, I think I was about to was.
It's still choppy, I think, Reggie.
Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, it's still choppy, big dog.
All right, let me exit out.
Okay, we heard
Chopping up.
we heard him say
Hey,
that.
Taylor Bell, welcome to the neighborhood, Taylor Bell. Congratulations. Come on in. The water's fine.
The water's fine.
That was weird. That's a weird flex. We are not about to pull an Aries Spears and all get in the no. When I say my man, I mean my man. Mwah. No, we ain't about that.
There you go, Mark. Hey, there you go, Mark. Clear it up. Clear it up. We got to clear it up.
When I say my man, I mean my man. Mwah. Kiss that nigga right on the mouth. What the fuck is up with Aries Spears, man? This nigga's a clown, homie. No comedy in that. Shout out to Taylor Bell. Thanks for joining the membership, man. You have unlocked access to a lot of great content already over there. Normally, I do a immediate members only show after this one. Also, okay, we lost Reg again. Yeah, and we do the fight parties. We watch the fight live, man. I think I'm gonna do a live scoring tomorrow, y'all. Probably gonna do a live scoring tomorrow. If not tomorrow, definitely Friday. We're gonna do a rescore Canelo versus Triple G 1 and 2. So I might do fight 1 tomorrow and do fight 2 on Friday. And then of course Saturday we got the big showdown. The trilogy is going down in a major way. Canelo versus Triple G Part 3. So definitely gonna have a good time with that. Again, thanks for supporting the show in a major way. Really appreciate it, big dog. All right. Man, we gonna call this the beef episode. I'm gonna leave this shit up too. I was gonna take this episode down, but damn, man, it's too much sauce up here. I want y'all to go back
Too
and
lit.
look at how y'all sounded tonight. And I hope y'all come back the next. Hey, look, Queen P, Taylor, Queen P, HLD. Y'all used to flirt all the time on the show. Look like them days over.
I don't have an issue, but if I feel some type of way, I'm gonna speak my piece. But I'm not gonna sit here and let somebody dismiss my thoughts because he can't relate to why it's an issue in the community. But he sure as hell can use it when it benefits him when he's with La Familia.
Oh, stop. Stop.
Queen P, I thought he was your spicy Latino.
I know.
Look, I don't have
I
anything
know.
against him,
I'm
but
hurt.
I don't agree
I'm
with
hurt.
his. I don't agree with his logic when it comes to the N word.
Man,
Mark, you know how I
So,
feel
Queen
when it
P,
comes to the N. You know how I feel when it comes to the N word. I don't
who's
agree
allowed to
with
say
his
nigga to you, Queen P?
Nobody. Because unfortunately, too many of us black people have been saying it. That's why you got non-blacks using it. That's why you got Fat Joe's ass who over here telling Krayshawn, yeah, you're allowed to use it as a white person. No, you shouldn't be using it either. Yes, it's Hispanic. We don't go around using derogatory terms for Hispanics. The fuck you using the N-word for?
So what? So what does it mean? What does the word mean?
Really?
When
Come
DMX is saying it, when DMX is saying it,
if you don't know what it
when
means, then why are
DMX
you
is saying
using
it, tell me. No, I'm asking you because you can
No, why
explain it
would
to
you
the whole
use a
audience
term that you
and the
don't know what it
panel.
means?
No,
Why
I'm
don't you
asking you.
explain what's already
No,
said
you
that's
don't because you got
explanatory?
no leg to stand on. It's gonna make you look dumb when you
Clearly I
can't
have enough
explain
legs
it.
to stand on that other people
You can't
agree.
explain
So
it. When
why
DMX
do
is
I
saying
need to
it, what does he
explain
mean
a
by it?
word that has a history? And why the hell do I care about DMX?
When Eddie Murphy is saying it, what does he mean
Dude,
by it?
Unlike you, all those people
When
are
Red
black, and
Fox
it doesn't
uses
make
it,
it
what does
any
it mean?
better. All those other people are black, unlike you, and that doesn't make
What
it any
does it
better.
mean?
Why don't
You know why
look
you
it
can't
up?
explain
Why
it?
why do I need to
You know
explain it?
why you
like
can't
to
explain
use
it?
Why do
Because
I
it
need to
doesn't mean
explain it
derogatory.
to you?
It doesn't
you.
amongst them.
No,
Amongst them,
to
it doesn't
you.
mean
To
derogatory.
you.
It doesn't.
To
No, it
you.
doesn't.
To
So that means
you. To
DMX
you.
is throwing derogatory terms to his own people.
Look here. I don't know why
Is
you
that
care
what
about
DMX
all these
was
other
doing?
black people when it's
Is
not.
that
We're
what
not talking
DMX
about
was
them, but we're
doing?
talking about you, though. We're not talking
Is
about
that
them. Why
what
do you have to
DMX
keep
is? See,
using
you
them?
cannot explain it.
My
Why
thing
you
is,
Because if
talking
you
about
why?
do,
You know what? For a
you
person that
you
doesn't know what it means, you sure use
well,
it.
let's
So
pass
why are
the
you
mic
using a
around.
term that you don't know what it means? How about that? Stop
All right,
using a term if you don't know what it means.
No, you don't. You just don't want to accept that it's been changed.
To
Yeah,
you.
we gotta pass the mic
To
around.
you, because if it wasn't a big deal, then people still won't be out here getting their shit knocked when they use it, when they fuck around and go in the wrong damn neighborhood. So please.
Oh no,
Just 'cause it
when
ain't
they
happened
use
to
it,
you
they're
yet.
using it. They're
Just
using
'cause
the
it didn't
ER
happen
with
to
a
you,
negative connotation.
Just because
They
you
use it
didn't
with an
say
ER
it,
with a negative
just because you
connotation,
don't have that
and
experience,
they
when
will
your
get
shit
popped by
knocked
me.
off,
Just simple as that.
Just because you didn't go outside your neighborhood to use
Oh
it in a different
please,
crowd and get your shit knocked doesn't mean that it's not something that can
please
happen.
stop it.
And yeah,
Stop
y'all,
it.
let's pass the mic. Go ahead, Pittsburgh T. Let me hear what he sound like.
Yeah, I thank you for your platform, brother. I've been listening to you for a while. I meant to tune in and get the membership.
Yeah,
Right
I
tonight.
came in the other day, man. I left him with it, and I had to get. Little did I know I was coming up on COVID. I didn't even know what was going on with me, but I'm back.
Oh man,
yeah, man.
yeah,
I'm about
but
70% right
appreciate
now.
your platform, man. But as far as this situation right here, I think there's no other word that other races want to tell black people how they feel about being offended. There's no other word that we can use in other ethnic cultures where they're offended and somebody else is trying to tell them how they should feel about it, or trying to redefine it. Another group can't define that word for black people. Black people have to define that, and that wouldn't be defined by younger black people. That's always the leaders of groups are always elders, not young people. And we're trying to let these young people trying to redefine something that they don't even understand.
Martin was a
It's not
young leader. Malcolm was a young leader.
Say it again.
Martin and Malcolm were very young leaders.
Well, I mean, when I say elder, I'm encompassing leadership. So, not just your age. You know, that leadership doesn't have to. Those leaders from those days, we don't have those type of leaders right now. That was a different time, which we were speaking of when you were saying Malcolm. Those were leadership, and they had those roles, and they had those mouthpieces to talk. Now, we might have a few folks that talking like that understand what's going on, and they were very knowledgeable. They weren't just talking and spewing stuff and not understanding what they could say. Even if you agreed or disagreed, you would most people that listen to them knew that they were knowledgeable in what they were speaking. So I just think people got to be careful when they're not that group, they're not black, and you're in a different group and you're trying to tell black people how they should feel about a word. Because we don't have the authority to do that for any other group. We can't tell the Jews that they should get over Holocaust. We can't tell any other group how they should feel about whatever situation that they have with it. And we can't use any ethnic slurs towards any other group and tell them to get over it. It don't work like that.
To be fair, they don't put their we brought up earlier. It's been, I love my niggas, but where my bitches? I love my niggas, but where my bitches? I call my niggas, cause wherever I go, y'all my niggas. East to the West Coast, all my niggas. Like, it's been been marketed, promoted, franchised out to other groups. Like these people put it in their music. The other races don't put their derogatory terms in music and on the cover of T-shirts and name rap groups after them. You know, and name
who owns those? Who
don't hear
owns
about
the record company?
the wetbacks.
Say.
It's not black.
Yeah, but now Hispanic people get offended by wetbacks. That's only a certain demographic.
Yeah, but you
But not
get
only that,
mariachi band. It's a Mexican.
There's a change in the word from ER to GA.
It's
You show me what you show me in any other derogatory term from another culture where they flipped it.
Don't cut them off. So
ain't
you don't
nobody
have to-
flipped nothing, brother. Who flipped it? Who flipped it?
What
Who flipped the word?
let's say like we were saying wetback. When have the Mexicans or Puerto Ricans or any that changed that word to be a brothering word amongst themselves?
Because I hear
And then it
nobody
expanded.
change the word.
Never.
I
Never.
can answer for you, Pittsburgh, in a calm voice. Here you
Go
go.
ahead.
Niggas with attitude. Like Reggie brought up in his explanation earlier, when you watch black exploitation films, it was used in the streets by the pimp players and the hustlers, the prostitutes. They used it. It was black folks that start using that word in terms of endearment, but also you can use it in a bad way, like fuck that nigga, or I'm gonna kill that nigga, or hey, I got love for you, my nigga,
or bitch ass, right?
Yeah.
But you're talking about other black people using it for other black people. We're not talking about non people who are
Other-
not black using it.
That black bro, so you can start that divisive. Other people
No, it's
use
not divisive. That's a fact. People. Okay, so if a black person
getting Reggie, you got going on where you at?
Reggie, I think it's your internet, man.
All right, I'm gonna switch
to
this phone. I'm gonna switch to the computer.
Well, make sure it's not me, is it? No, it's not me.
My phone. I'm gonna switch to the computer.
Okay, yes sir.
Actually, no, yeah. That's all. I will say this real briefly. Shout out to you, Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my neighbor. You know what I'm saying? Right across the line. But I agree with you on that. Not just dealing with the term N-word, but just dealing with all things and all forms of disagreement and discord. You don't have the right to tell someone how to react or how to feel about anything. I mean, you could say, well, I maybe thought your reaction was a little bit unnecessary or a little bit overboard, but that's still your opinion, because at the end of the day, I don't care if you just heard me say nigga 1,000 times talking to Reggie and fucking Marq. If HAD joins the conversation and he says, hey, what's up, my nigga? And I say, oh, hold on, buddy. Now, I'm sure HLD understands that, oh, man, what's the big deal? But he understands that in that moment, I obviously was not comfortable with him addressing me like that. And regardless of how he feels about the use of the word, as a man, he should be able to be like, okay, well, obviously, that shit don't fly with Eclipse. And then as a man, he's got to ask himself, do I want to keep using that term in reference to Eclipse? Or do I want to respect him and not say that word? And then it just goes from there.
Exactly.
It goes from there.
Hold on.
Exactly.
I just want to do a mic check real quick. Reg keep having a choppy mic. Let's hear how you sound now. I'll mute your mic, Reg.
Test.
Oh, he back.
That's him. Go ahead, Reg.
I'm on the computer.
Let me chop real quick on what Clips was saying. What he explained is exactly. And for, you person to judge. Not that I use the word, because I don't use it. I've never been on this panel using the word to address it. Hey, stop it! Stop interjecting, Karen. Stop interjecting.
Really, I'm a Karen. Dude, get out of here. Okay, Ken.
You are acting like a Karen, though, Queen.
No, I'm not. You a lie. You a damn lie. Just because I don't agree with something doesn't mean I'm
Let me
like a
finish, because
Karen.
you're not even allowing me here to finish my thoughts or anything.
You've been using the N-word all
Stop.
this time.
Stop.
Ken. Okay,
And the
What
purpose
should I
of this
call you for
conversation.
instead?
And the purpose of this conversation, yes.
You could get your point across without having to use the term at all.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Okay, Brad.
Did I call you that?
You called me Karen. Okay, Brad.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, Brad.
Look, again, let me finish the thoughts of what Eclipse was saying.
So we can go to. I want to hear what Reg had to say, because
all I'm just saying that what Eclipse just explained is exactly what I was saying. It's an individual thing. Now, first of all, I don't think anybody, even blacks amongst blacks, if you don't know that, right side doesn't like to be called that. Period. From anybody, he said, right? So you're not gonna come up to the man and just say, "Yo, what's up, man?" Right? Because You don't know the man. You don't know the man. You know with who you're saying it and what brethren you're saying it with. But you know, and if somebody is offended that you address them such way, hey yo, I don't play that. And that person needs to respect it immediately. Now if me and Marq Nash we talking to yo my nigga, yo man, and then I got Karen over here, hey, why are you saying it? That's none of your fucking business.
Okay, Brad. Okay,
that's none of your
Brad.
fucking business.
I didn't know my
because
name was
that's
Karen.
between me and
it was Patricia. It's usually actually on my birth certificate. It says Patricia, but okay. Brad.
I wasn't addressing you. I wasn't addressing
No, but
you.
who else were you calling a Karen but my ass up in this damn Karen? You've been calling me a damn Karen the whole fucking time, Brad. Okay, so I'm gonna call you Karen while I'm at
I love you,
Karen.
Quincy. I love you, Quincy.
She don't love you no more. That shit is over. Y'all ain't gonna be
Oh yeah, that shit dead.
What?
No, she loves me. She just, you know, she can't admit it right now.
Okay. What's that another Quaalude? She love you in the morning, huh?
Well, I'm telling you, that makeup sex is gonna be rough.
It's gonna be lovely. Fire. Fuego.
Go ahead, Reggie. Let's get it. Let's go ahead, man. Because you took a lot of energy to get this mic right. We got to hear it.
Yeah. So I was saying with this point, it's funny. It's funny, like when you bring up the N-word conversation and how people have these statements and responses about how offensive it is. But when you look at the conflicts that you see people have on the net, it's not conflicts over people's use of the N-word. It's mainly conflicts of disrespect, or people feeling as if they've been disrespected or slighted, not the N-word. So it's just like even with the use of the N-word, you go off how you hear it used. The person ain't got to use an N-word to show you that they're being offensive to you. And I think some people just go overboard with hearing the term and usage of that word. Like I say, in this current day and age, many people have different uses of the damn word. I remember coming up, like I always use as an example, in the 80s, as the words start to become more widely used, but still not amongst other races, but amongst black people. Elder blacks did not like hearing those words used by their grandchildren and children, but it still became a word, not used in the homes, but used in the streets. And even as you starting to see it seep into the households, to where inside the home, people are using these words, but these are still words that people do not tend to use in front of particular family members, but they use it amongst their peers. And even when you find people of other races who use it amongst their own peer group because of the influence they have seen. Now we see Mexicans and other Latinos use the word because we live within the same communities. We communicate in this manner, and this is elder language. Older Latinos don't speak like this. Older whites don't speak like this. This is the language of the youth, and the youth are not buying into what people talk about with it being some slave shit and it being offensive. You may take it that way, but before you take it that way, you should have the conversation with a kid, and rather than telling them don't use the word, because young teens who use that word become very defiant and will tell you "fuck you" in your face.
They'll
and use
still
it
be defiant even if you explain it.
More. Huh?
They'll still be defiant. They'll still be defiant even if you tell them why.
No, they won't. A lot of kids, you will be shocked by how respectable they would be towards you.
But
exactly
subjective. Let me say this, Reggie. You know you can type in on your computer right now. Sheriff says N-word, right? Cop says N-word. It's not them using it in no cool way with the young folks. They're using it right before they shoot people. They're using it to talk. It's a police chief that was bragging about, I shot that nigga 119 times. He wasn't using it in no slang.
Is it subjective though, Mark?
And there was another cop who was angry and said, I hate the N-word.
And look, I know about the point though, but look at the word to you.
He asked the question. He said, is that subjective?
Yeah, is it subjective?
No. Once you say I shot that nigga 119 times and you shot
we
him,
know what that is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So my point is, it's not just young people using it in like a colloquial expression like Reggie's saying. No.
Was it used the same way?
No, he didn't use the same word. He said nigger or the NER. Yeah, nigger. That's a difference.
Look, the bullets would have been the same whether he put an A on it or not.
Youth don't use.
Man, hey Mark, say that again. Hey Mark, say that last part again.
They heard him. The bullets are the same. The treatment, like I said earlier, it ain't even about what you call me. It's how you treat me. Because like I said, you can be one of these old racist white folks who don't even say the word publicly in slang and don't listen to DMX, but you shoot black people. You're part of a corrupt system. You're part of a racist, corrupt system and you know it. And you're doing things like this and treating people terrible versus somebody who said singing in a song, he ain't hurting me. He ain't stopping me and my family from moving forward. This police officer who was saying it is doing fucked up things.
All right, I hear you, Mark. Let me ask you this though.
I would say this. Just know that while you're saying that La Familia, Reggie, know that when we're going through our strife, that La Familia isn't gonna be there. Most of that.
Man, nobody stop it. Stop that.
No, we're not gonna
Stop that crap. That's crap. That's crap.
That's the wrong kind of fight. This is why y'all don't win that shit. You fight the wrong fucking fight.
Okay, right.
But that's not the wrong fight because guess what?
It is the wrong fight. You fight over the N-word that you learn from your ass. Like y'all
your
fight the
opinion.
wrong fight.
Well, let me say this: the Washington Redskins had to change their whole team name because of Redskins, and there was a whole group of people that said they ain't like that fucking word, and they changed that shit.
But you
it
know
ain't had nothing to do with everybody not liking the word.
Will be
There was
the
enough.
Washington niggers.
Can't say Redskins.
But Redskins is offensive to them. So it doesn't matter what we think that it's offensive. It's offensive to enough of them to where they said you're not going to use that word, and they made them change their fucking word.
Yeah, but what's
It
the
wasn't
difference
just.
though?
It wasn't the push of the Indians. It
It's not
wasn't
a
only the
slang
push of
word.
the Indians that made it change that because they've been pushing for that forever. It was the entire
But
community.
it was offensive.
It was whites, blacks, everything. Spanish. They were all against it, and that's how it changed.
You know what really pushed it? You remember when you remember when Dahani Jones, that black goddamn sports commentator, went on the show with the damn shirt, the Cleveland Caucasians?
Yeah, I saw that.
And he made a great
yeah.
point. So it wasn't just Native Americans pushing for that change. Many
it
people
wasn't.
found offense to that.
Offensive, exactly. So if it's offensive to a group of a certain section, it doesn't have to be every fucking body. It just has to be enough where it's offensive, where it's not used enough.
Well,
That's
it ain't enough
and
for us.
people have to respect that. And people got to respect that. It ain't got to be everybody.
Well, we ain't got enough. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think so.
And
I
that's the
think
most
it's
sad thing about it.
Look,
Maybe if we had enough, we won't be having too many non-blacks and blacks using the word. Yeah, you're right. That's the
things change and in different sectors.
No, we're not doing that. That's to you. That's to
No,
you.
yeah. What's America's number one celebrated holiday? It's fucking Halloween. And what do you? And when the kids go celebrate Halloween, what do everybody think Halloween is? It's about costumes and candy. But if you want to go to the original stuff of what it is, if you go to the original stuff of what it is,
with the N-word.
It's because something changed. You're not trying to listen. Something that was originally from witchcraft and shit like that, from witches and bullshit. Now it's only about costumes and candy. It's not the same. It's not the same meaning.
You're not changing the meaning of that word, man. There's people. Look, there's people down in the South that their grandparents have that name on their birth certificate down here in the South. So don't sit up here and say that you changing the word when there's people that's living that got that definition on their birth certificate. That's not changing. You're not changing that word. In your mind, people are trying to make it make sense of why they're using it, but you're not changing the definition of that word.
Or they're trying to make
Mostly
it acceptable
black
by
kids
adding
use
the
that
N
shit.
word and by
The
adding
use
the
of
A.
the other races using that word is not as big as young youth use. It's a youth used word, and it's not a word that has anything to do with your suffering or any of that shit. Young black folks ain't factor none of that shit in. People like speaking in terms of slang, words that sound cool. This has been words picked up on young folks trying to sound cool. Now y'all have added all that southern ass shit that nobody applies to. Like people
still use it offensively.
Let me say this, and I know y'all gonna be responsive to that, to me saying that, but it's the truth. But you go down in the South, there's a lot of young youth in the South who use that shit probably as much as people on any other sector of this damn country. And it's the youth that use it. Elder people don't use that, and older people in other races don't, unless most of them associate with fucking hip hop. It's a hip hop damn near lexicon ass word. Like, so I mean, y'all go overboard with the damn use of the word.
Our youth
Nah,
don't
they use it
know
when they
about
get
it,
mad
so they're
enough.
not even getting educated. That's the unfortunate part. If they knew the history, maybe that might make a difference.
No, but it ain't even about the use of the word. When you know a person's disrespecting, you address disrespect the way you would
Well, some people may find
address
the N word
a person can
disrespectful.
disrespect you, and if they don't use the N word, you don't react to it.
Yeah, a person can feel disrespected whether you're using the N word or not. But to some people, using the N word can be considered disrespectful as well.
Facts,
And
JA.
it's an individual thing.
I'll say this. When it comes to that word, I do believe that it has been monopolized and commercialized. And the word nigga is a verbal sort of McDonald's or a 7-Eleven. It's on every corner. You can't avoid it. Doesn't mean that we should downplay it. Doesn't mean that we should normalize it. It's, and just blanketly. Like, as much as I agree with you, Reg, I don't believe we should just blanketly just say, "Oh, we're giving it a pass because this some shit that the young folks do." Because there's truth in what Queen P say, that it is used so freely because a lot of people have lost the historical context and don't know all the different feelings and different whatever that come when that word is invoked. But at the same time, I am a firm believer in that we are a society of brittle spirits and that we can't, I'm with you on that point, Reggie, about we got to pick our battles a little more wisely. Like, I can't cry every time I hear the word nigga. I can't say, oh, that's racist every time I hear that word. But at the same time, I can't condone or normalize anybody, and especially a non-black, feeling that comfortable with addressing me as such. Now, lastly, with the N-word, with our usage of it, I've always looked at, like, say, during slavery times, when that's all you're being called. I look back at, like, even our families. You weren't allowed to use, I know growing up, oh, they didn't want us to use that word. Oh, no, don't be saying that. That's a hateful word. But whenever they mad at you, or whatever, here comes mama, auntie, and grandma. Nigga, get your ass off that. Nigga, what the hell's wrong with you?
That's what old white people do,
like,
too.
Exactly. Like, we've had this conversation, me and Mark have privately, how sadly, I'm about to start some shit. This ain't no gender war shit. But sadly, how the black women have taken over the black family, post civil rights, post the welfare reformation. We've had a lot of black women who've taken a lot of social cues from white men, to where a lot of our babies are raised by black women who don't. Even though they tell us don't say that word, they call us that. They tell us, well, black men are violent. We don't know how to handle conflict, but we are raised by women who, the minute she doesn't get her way, she starts screaming, threatening, or whatever. Like I pointed out to Mark, I love that one song, Duckworth, on Kendrick Lamar's Damn album. That very first verse, I beat your ass if you this, I beat your ass. He's talking about fear. How that the original fear that was brought into his life wasn't the white man. It was his mom, who, in her understanding of life, she thought that was being an authoritative figure, and she thought that was giving her son structure. But all she did was emulate the white overseers and breeding fear and nigga talk into us. So when we look about nigga culture and its effects on the black psyche, I don't think it's a cookie cutter solution, because there's so many layers to this, because it has been so interwoven. As much as somebody wants to say, like, you get a lot of black women say, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that word. But to be the first one talking about you want to look for a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. We really have found ourselves in this weird place with this word.
What is the solution?
Pass around, Clips. You gotta pass around, bro.
But real quick, what would be the solution, Eclipse, for the controversial use of this word? What would be the solution?
My solution for all things is personal accountability. If you want to use that word, just know that if you use that word, you might not get a response that you might not like. That you can't engage no one's response. You might say the word 10 times and then no one says nothing, but at 11th time somebody slaps you in the fucking mouth.
So what I've noticed is that the onus is always on black people, right? So Kanye West comes out and says slavery was a choice, right? The onus is on black people. The N-word, well, black people stayed in their music. Even during Jim Crow, they wouldn't allow the slaves to read. then said they had to be able to read the vote, and then wagged their finger, well, you should know how to read. The responsibility always is with black people. We have to be responsible for everything. So I'm glad y'all keep bringing up rap. Well, they use it in rap, right? I know another word that they used in rap, and it was the F word. 90s, the music was so derogatory to gay people. They used that word. But now it's not okay. Now you can be canceled for that word. So you know what they do? They did in rap, they removed that word because it belongs to a specific group. Everybody's I don't know why people are playing dumb. Everybody knows it's not okay to say that word because you don't belong to that group. Same thing with the B word. The N word is so, white people created a white robot in hip hop. You could Google this, to say the N word because they can't say it.
You can't say no other word but nigga.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear what you said.
You finished your point, Boston Scholar. Go ahead.
So that goes to my point of the LGBTQ right now. If I was to say the F word, they would shut down this whole live. HOD has said he don't say the N word while saying the N word on here, and we still running because it's American to disrespect black people, and it'd be okay. All they did was form a group called the LGBTQ, owned that word, and got rid of it in rap. The Baby is a hot rapper right now. The Baby said something after a concert, and he is now canceled. And everybody knows that the LGBTQ is not even a big consumer. But America knows that word is not okay. It belongs to that group, and they deserve respect. So they shut them down. But when it comes to black people deserving respect and owning this word and having a choice to use the word or not because it belongs to us, it's always gray area because it's not American to respect black people.
Does it belong to the LGBT? Does it belong to them?
Can I reply? Please? Can I reply real quick? The thing is too, that group came out and said they didn't want that word to be used.
Period. Right.
Collectively, black people having collectively as a group saying, "Hey, we don't want this word being used." But I get what you say. I'm not saying you're wrong neither, though, the Boston Scholar, because I think we just now got an anti-lynching bill on the books in 2022. And lynching black folks, I don't know for how long. Let me do this Cash App. Shout out to my boy Derek Lincoln. Derek Lincoln in the building. Thanks for supporting the show, my brother, in a major way. Let me give him the drop. Let me give him the Cash App drop.
A 10, a 10, a 10, a fucking 10.
You get what I'm saying, though, Boston Scholar? That's the difference, though. But we got Jay here. We got Pittsburgh T. Reggie's here. Reggie, what's your reaction to the Boston Scholar? Or either Pittsburgh?
I mean, I get where he comes from, but I don't rock with none of it. I think they go overboard with adding into hurt and pain into the usage of language by youngsters. I think conversation has to be held with youngsters. I mean, y'all put too much on thinking about other rap songs. He ain't that old because when this word start being used freely is when this song start getting used freely. Everybody keep talking about the record industry pushed it. It ain't had nothing to do with the record industry. People in the community were using this word. Now people act like it's such a big thing. This is a thing talked about in the 90s and shit like that. But now we got the record.
It was pushed in the 90s. It was pushed in the 90s by rap music. Rap music
it was pushed by language. It was pushed by language throughout the community, and people talk like in the community.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I said people in the communities talk like that. It's where other groups begin to pick up on it. You got to think, if we come into a less segregated society, we go to school with people of other races and we use these words. We all been young. We get older and act like we act all sanctified, like we don't talk. Many people start using this word from the 60s, or our parents, some people's grandparents, and everybody gets sanctified and turned around and switched. Young people, if you want to have a conversation, you want to have the conversation. You don't use it in your language. Young people use it, and they use it in the most greeting of manners. They can use it to disrespect people the same way girls can use the word bitch to disrespectful. When I was young, calling the girl a bitch would get you fucked up. But girls have classed that into some other shit. And they call it in the ways and to greet each other. And it could be derogatory, can be offensive. And it all depends on the tone in which you use it. the same thing. People ain't offending each other like that with the N-word, but y'all may take it that way. And I don't understand why, but there's other ways of offending you. Like I say, on these YouTube streams or even in life, many conflicts that occur in life don't stem from somebody calling you an N-word. They stem from disrespect.
But we can't minimize the N-word usage in the 90s. A lot of the hip hop music promoted a lot of the problems that we have now. They promoted gangs. They promoted selling of drugs. We didn't have any movies or anything that we represented, but we had that music. So if you look at those record sales with all those albums that was being pushed out back in the days, they had a lot of the problems that the black communities hail from now, and especially with that N-word usage. There were some people that were using it. Obviously, that just didn't start in the 90s, but it was hellified promoted in the 90s. And a lot of those rappers, pretty much all of them from the 90s, all your favorite rappers, you go listen to them songs. What are they calling women? What word are they calling each other? That's just what it was. And we didn't even know that. Like, if I'm not from California, but people listen to those records and they felt like they were there and they wanted to be there. And you give that to an 18, 15-year-old, and he's depicting that in his mind, he's going to run with it. So to me, that's what promoted it. And that gave it a boost over everything with that 90s music. It didn't start it, but it pushed it. And then the record industries, they pushed it further because it made them money. All that gang culture, all that shit got promoted. It started in the 90s and it got promoted. And that's where we are right now as far as that's concerned.
You know what really shifted this culture that we talk ill of and before rap music? It's these things we call black exploitation films, which showcased us in some of the most ignorant of manners in which you didn't see on film. But we love black exploitation films. And we see as we get rappers who come in the 90s who are influenced by black exploitation pick up on it. Black exploitation films where you hear the uses of words like nigger and pimping. What's that? You didn't see that in Hollywood film. You got that from black exploitation. Huh? What you said?
I'm listening to you. Go ahead. I'm gonna cut you off.
You didn't get that from Hollywood film. You got that from.
You cutting them off. You said you ain't trying to cut them off, but you keep cutting them off, and we can't hear you. Y'all chopping each other. Just mute your mic, Pete. And I promise we'll come right back to you.
I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like I say, people keep talking about the rap music and this and that. Many rap artists picked this shit up from watching these films that were coming out in the late 60s, early 70s, and it's black exploitation. It wasn't white Hollywood pushing that shit. It was black film directors wanting to kind of give a depiction of what was coming out of our community, painting a picture of our society, and also speaking the language in which was coming out of our society. And that's where you hear the N-word, pimping, hoeing, hustling, straight up dope dealers. And that's what you got from it. And so from those depictions, as the generation that becomes hip hop is young and they're watching this shit, influenced by it, they begin to tell the stories of it. They pick it up from somewhere. And so they hear this word. And then there's where you derive an industry from that. This is cool. This is what we look up to. But one time we ain't even got to get it from the film. We see it in our neighborhoods, because Hollywood's gonna go into selling off what they see in certain communities. So that's where this shit pick up from. Like, people be overplaying a lot of stuff. You listen to Richard Pryor comedy, him using the N-word. Like, but it derives out of goddamn black exploitation film, and it has taken off from there. Because like I said, you go into certain movies, you didn't hear this language.
But black, you know, Reg, that's not most society.
Society.
Can I just
go ahead. That didn't Reggie, real quick. I agree with you. Those albums, they were the same. That wasn't even close to being the same. The black exploitation films that you're talking about, they didn't have YouTube back then where you could just log in and click on. Everybody wasn't watching them damn films. But if you, no matter where you was in the 90s, if you was outside, you was hearing Tupac, you was hearing Biggie, just being played in people's cars. So
you chopping up, Pete. You chopping up.
Can you hear me now?
Go for it. Go ahead. Pick it up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you're not. What you're saying is not true, Reggie. But what I'm saying is those '90s music, it had way more traction, because you could be outside, and no matter where you were outside, you'd hear a car riding by playing that stuff. Those black exploitation films that you're talking about, that wasn't as traveled as it is now, because we didn't have YouTube. We didn't have devices in our hand where we could listen to or watch films like we can now. So it was very selective of who was able to watch those films that you're talking about.
Okay, well, look, sir, I disagree, because even before they had those black exploitation films, they had a way to travel the message around. People didn't watch boxing on TV back then, but you know what? Everybody knew who the champ was. They knew who won the fight because they was using the method of communication they had for the time, which was the radio.
Radio,
but that radio was everywhere. It was their YouTube. So you didn't need the YouTube to have it in your hand to know. Just how everybody know now, when something trending, everybody knew then what was going on. It's just a different way to communicate, but they made do for the time that they had. And those black exploitation films were huge. Just because it wasn't on your phone like YouTube, man, those movies were all over the place. And yeah, people know who Pam Grier is. Just like in Florida, just like they knew who she is in LA and New York or in Ohio. Like, those movies traveled, bro. That's a myth. That's a myth, bro.
Facts. Black exploitation was huge. That was a huge industry.
People from all over the country, and people migrated from the south to other parts. People know, man.
Yeah, black exploitation opened the door to black actors in Hollywood, bro. It was huge.
Also, brothers, let's not act like black exploitation films were the genesis of this. In the history of filmmaking, the first major American film, Birth of a Nation, was a film dealing with race issues and the formation of the Ku Klux Klan.
I want to say that.
In the early 1920s, and from then on. Yeah, they showed it at the White House. Woodrow Wilson had it viewed at the White House.
First Hollywood film, Birth of a Nation.
Exactly. And so now when we deal with, like what Mark said, no matter what the medium is, and no matter what the time, as far as American society, we can go back farther, but let's just talk about America. As far as American society, the seeds have been sowed and have been harvested 1,000 times over. And this is something that is cultivated. Like even in the 1920s and 30s, when you look at early cartoons from Tom and Jerry to Bugs Bunny to even Mickey Mouse, as most brothers who are educated know, that the original Mickey Mouse depiction, his name was Marcus Mouse, is actually an international white supremacy logo because Disney was racist. Many of them cartoons, like that's why they had to edit out the Dumbo. You can't, if you were on Disney Plus right now and watch that old Dumbo cartoon, many of the scenes with the crows will be edited out. Because if anyone's old enough to remember how them crows were in Dumbo, that was very much some racist shit.
They couldn't fly.
Crows, exactly. Yeah, they couldn't fly. And all they did is smoke and talk shit. Smoke, drink, and talk shit. You know what I'm saying? And so these things are deeper. That's all. Go ahead. It's deeper than just that.
What's up, Santos?
Salute, Santos.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening?
What's up, Tos? Talk to me.
Well, I was listening a little bit, just a couple minutes. I was hearing y'all talk about the black exploitation movies and how the N-word was perpetuated. And so much of other things that we shouldn't probably educate the others publicly as far as when it comes to our black culture.
Okay, we got noise in the background. That's you, Santos?
Say it again?
Yeah, that shit kind of loud in the ears, man. I don't know what that noise is. Go ahead.
Probably when I went over the railroad tracks.
All right, go ahead. You said we should educate the others about our culture?
No, we shouldn't. I mean, when I was a kid, certain things, it was always a saying, don't show out in front of company. And the other thing was, you don't say this, and you don't do this, or do that in front of others, white people. The N-word was not that prevalent in publicly outside of our community. We use it amongst each other all the time, but we didn't. It was a big no-no to use that word where I'm from in front of the others. And as far as both Reggie and Pittsburgh T were right about what they were saying about the exploitation moves, how the N-word got perpetuated and stuff like that. But at the same time, the word just wasn't spoken freely on a regular basis. It was a big no-no. And I didn't care wherever I went at when I was a kid, you know, different geographical location, it was the same rule that was in place. Now, I ain't saying it was like that across the United States because I didn't live everywhere. But everywhere I visited, that's the way it was. But we didn't have, like Pittsburgh C said, we didn't have the internet. Every car didn't, you know, if your car's riding around, if you heard anything from the stereos weren't quite as loud, but if you heard anything, it was going to be some good vibing music, you know, like some soul music, R&B, blues, or whatever. It wasn't on television, hardly at all. And as far as those movies were separate from the kids. Grown folks kept them detained amongst themselves most of the time. If movies that had a lot of cursing in them and all that, every now and then, you know, they might allow the kids to see it. But most of the time, those movies were separated from adults and kids. And so things just not, they had a better grip on things back then versus what we're doing now. We're just free to let everything flow. I mean, I get in the car with some people and they got the worst music playing. Got a infant child in the car with them, to a toddler, 2 or 3 years old. Those kids are sponges, man. They hear everything, soak it all up. It becomes commonplace and common language for them. And
good point.
That's what it was.
Pastor Ryan, anybody want to react to that? Good points.
Well, remember the music too. You had to have two different types of music. So you had one tape that was the clean version, and then you had an explicit version. So music has always been separated out. And in the 90s as well, is when you had Luther Campbell that came out, and that's how we got the free speech that we have now, because they was taking him to jail for him having those concerts and saying what they thought was offensive and was against the law. So he changed the laws to make them have that free speech, that they can have that. So it was a separate when it came to what was being played on the radio, the clean version versus the dirty version. And inside the clean version, it also didn't have certain derogatory terms, not just cursing. It was other stuff that wasn't allowed in there. When you watch the TV, when you watch the music videos, if they had a weed symbol on a t-shirt, they had to blur that shit out. You couldn't have that in the videos where you have it now. A lot of that changed around right after Luther Campbell and them won that freedom of speech stuff. All that pretty much changed. So we have to keep a lot of that in context. It kind of like build on top of what Reggie's saying. He's not wrong with saying, I'm just saying it's added on because music traveled more freely. And then you didn't have to be in front of the TV to do it. And also what happened when you're in music and you're outside, you're getting a vibe from other people listening to that music. And you go to the park, you play basketball, you hear the same fucking music. You go to the park, you playing, wherever you at, you hearing it out in the open. So that kind of changed around the 90s. You didn't hear that. That's all I'm saying. It kind of traveled a little bit more. And you got the reactions off of it a little bit more.
Good
point. It wasn't until after the Dave Chappelle show that they was really even saying they go on TV. They wasn't saying it like that at first. But after that, it was everybody say it after that. But you can't say any other word. You can't say any derogatory term, but you can say nigga.
Man, I hear bitch all the time. I hear all kind of language on TV.
Right.
Yeah. I be watching.
Bitch is different because that's not. But bitch is not to a certain group. Nigga is to like a certain group. Even though. But let me ask you that.
It's contested word like we contested now. Like it ain't termed as across the board as offensive. Like people say you can't say the F word. Well, that word is termed as offensive and you use it to offend people. A lot of people ain't using the N word offend. It's a slang word. Bitch can be, but bitch is almost to where it ain't termed as, and that's probably why they don't offensive. But the difference it ain't always termed in the way you use it. Like I say, some girls greet each other calling each other bitches.
I hear some people, when you say nigga, who are you talking about?
You can say like my homie. What's up, homie? My nigga. People use the word like that. Like, don't act like we goody two shoes and we ain't never used the word and we
No,
don't
that's a
disrespect
fact.
people.
But you can't like bitches. Like anybody could be a bitch. Anybody could be a bitch, but everybody's not a nigga. Even though we say everybody can say it, but like everybody's not that. Like when you say like a bitch, like all right, bitch, you could be like, all right, you acting like a bitch right now. That's a little different. Like, but nigga, like you usually talking about one
nobody
group of
says
people.
you acting like a nigga. Nobody says that shit. They'll say you bitch ass nigga.
Yeah,
They don't say
exactly.
you act like no nigga.
See, exactly. You
And
proving my
when
point.
you calling somebody, the disrespecting that is bitch, not the nigga word.
Both
Yeah,
of
you
those
can say
words,
that.
both of those words are big no-nos in our community. The word, the N word was more of a if it was expressed in different ways, like y'all saying, either it was a word of endearment, like that's my brother, my homie, or I'm proud of this dude for what he's doing or whatever. Say that's my N. You know what I'm saying? When it came down to the B word, that was a huge no-no, man. A huge no-no. And it still bothers me to this day because of the way I was raised and what I was taught about it. But I think television has allowed that word to be used freely because you only use that word if you meant negative intent back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and before.
Fighting words.
That's the only time you use that word. You didn't use that word because everybody knew that it meant a couple things. It means a female dog, and if you wanted to hurt a black woman's feelings and get to her, you refer to her as that. And she knew what it meant, and she didn't want to be equated as a female dog. But then television come in, and cable television is what really messed a lot of this stuff up. Cable was put in the households, and it was affordable. Once it became affordable and started being available throughout the nation, and it was in everyone's household, kids had access to all these programs, these different movies and shows, and they allowed the person to speak freely. Because when I was a kid, if it was a movie rated R, you weren't allowed to go there. Your parents, they didn't necessarily take you to that movie. You can go with your parent, but they didn't necessarily allow you. Then if they did take you, you were one of the few kids that you saw in that theater. When cable came out, changed the whole game. Folks just started speaking a whole lot of words freely and without respect for other people and not knowing exactly what it meant half the time when they're using these words. So it's now it's just so commonplace, it's desensitized, and people, I hear people use it like, the only people when I was a kid to use it was like pimps and just overbearing type of guys that ran this household that way. And women might call each other that when they're about to fight each other. Other than that, ain't nobody else using that word at all.
Go ahead, pass it around, y'all. Y'all pass it around.
But it wasn't no non-blacks using that word before the music industry. Non-blacks was not using that word heavily. We might have been using that word, but I can guarantee you, all of us of age know that it wasn't no non-blacks running around using that word like they is today. And a lot of that happened from the
We established that. We've been establishing that all night.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that promoted it. I'm just only saying that time period promoted it. That time period promoted a lot of negative things that you can't, once you take that out and put it out, you can't put it back in the bottle. So it's out there now. We got to deal with it. I don't even know at this point, like the gentleman was saying earlier, some people just gonna be offended, and you just got to have the wherewithal to know to take the temperature of the room. Because everybody don't feel like that. Like, I don't want nobody saying that shit to me at all. So I'm one of those. But you would know that when you say that. You're gonna be able to tell when you talk to certain people if they aren't going to say that. And people who don't like that word aren't running around telling people not to say it. They just don't want to be around that stuff. That ain't what they about.
And this the other thing, like when people get overblown,
you got to jump in where you get in, man. As soon as somebody stops, man, you got to keep your finger on that trigger, man, because if not, you ain't gonna get no chance, bro.
Right. But let me say this about, like, we're talking about the promotion of the N-word. A record company ain't promoting the N-word. The centerpiece to pushing music ain't the highlight. Yeah, put a few more N's in there, so when we sell it to the white market, that they feel very good in buying the album because you're using the N-word. That's not what's the selling point of music. I think people go overboard. The part is the language in which comes out of the community in which these artists tend to come from, and that's our communities, and the words in which we use. And it's been words that have, in one phase of life, when the words started becoming more commonly used towards the later part of the 80s and shit, and where black folks back then will beat up other races of people for using it, especially whites. But then that becomes toned down. The more and more it gets pushed through the uses of music and going out to suburban areas and rural areas and all that stuff. And then now when we come more integrated and mixed amongst each other and we in communication and we using that shit, then that's when people start using it. Because I remember going to a school in a white neighborhood where blacks is the smallest percentage of the damn school, but we presence-wise, we the most dominant people in there. It was nothing for us to call a white boy a nigga or them be around us and hear us say it. So, I mean, people pick up on shit. People are sponges to one another's conduct and behavior and shit. People got to factor in. This ain't a thing about offending you. No record label is selling albums to offend you because of the use of the N-word. It's part of a common language amongst people in this genre. And there's also another dark side of this genre of the ill kind of lyrics that come out of it. The N-word ain't the worst part of goddamn hip-hop. The new worst part of it is this damn death shit that's cooked up inside lyric and dissing the dead and dissing the hood. That's the problem in hip-hop, not no N-word.
So we can agree on that. Yeah, we can all agree on that. It's the gang culture that they got pushing down. It ain't the worst thing, but it is a problem. It's not the worst problem, but it is a problem. Because everything starts with your communication.
All right, but you saying that.
Boston Scholar, jump in, man. Stop taking off me. Just talk.
So the LGBTQ earlier, I mentioned that, and I talked about how they had onus of that word. So the word belongs to them, so they could call each other that and it not be derogatory. But rappers can't use it. They've removed it from rap. If you say it on YouTube, your channel is going to be shut down because they're worthy of respect. They don't do that with black people. They literally created a white robot to say the N-word. They would never create a white robot to say the F word because they do not respect us. And because y'all are giving people the onus to put the onus on black people because they use it in rap music and putting the responsibility on us, and then you're allowing white people to say it, you're creating how you're being treated. That's why they think it's okay to say the N-word. They're like, well, Chaotic Truth gave me the permission to say it. He says it to people all the time. So I can say it. Why can't I say it? No, that's not the way it goes. We made that word cool.
Rapping off of algorithms. It wasn't rapping. They didn't make it to rap like that. It was moving off of algorithms. Algorithms where it was just taking off a line, just random words and rhyming.
Did he say the N-word? That white? They made him white, mind you. They didn't make him black. Did he say the N-word? Okay, that's offensive.
But he was moving off of an algorithm.
What are y'all
He was doing it because a lot of the nigga word is in so much that he was saying it because it's used so much. He wasn't saying it because they made him say it.
So if he's in rap and they know that he used that word, why would they make him white? You're still missing the forest for the trees. Because it's okay.
Talking about? I'm lost on what y'all talking about.
They created a white. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
They created a white doll that robot, like iRobot, and he said the N-word, and everybody was offended. But it's because of the culture. It's because it's okay to disrespect black people. He's saying that he read the algorithm because the N-word is used so frequently in rap that he said it. But why did they make the robot white? Why did they make him black if they knew that was going to be a problem? They know. They put the green light on.
Did that become a mass-produced doll, or was it pulled from the market? I never heard of it.
I mean, why would they make them black? Most people here are white. Why would they make them black?
No. What happened with the sales of the doll? This is a doll produced by a company. So what happened to the production and sale of these dolls?
They took that shit down, Reggie.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not there no more.
Exactly. Thank you, because you can't do this shit.
Yeah, but why go through the process of doing it? Why make the attempt?
Are ignorant, bro. Some people are ignorant.
No, everybody on this panel is well aware. We just all said it, that they use the N-word in rap. If you're gonna make a robot that's gonna say some lyrics from rap, you know that he's gonna say the N-word. Why make him white? Because it goes back. Y'all are missing the forest for the trees. Black
More people are white in this country.
In rap, the majority are black.
What units did they sell this doll at? It was a failure. It was pulled from the market because it was offensive. So therefore, the people who pulled that dumb shit failed at whatever they tried. It didn't work. It wasn't accepted.
And the baby is still fed.
And then you were talking about with the LGBTQ and the F word. The F word is an offensive word. Don't nobody use that shit as slang. I ain't never heard no gay person call one another fag. Like, I mean, I'm sorry to say on your channel, but call each other that shit. Like, y'all going overboard trying to use this damn N-word as if it means the same thing as other words.
They definitely call
not used like any other word.
They definitely call themselves that word, and they have onus of the word, and it's not considered offensive when they do it because they're given respect, which was what the point I was making.
They're all in one tone on not using nobody else using the word, just like any other word that can't be used that's offensive to other people. The one word, but nigga is used. It depends on how you use it, and it's not on one tone to say nobody else can't use that word, and it's not even our word. I don't understand why we feel like it's our word,
bro. We are all on one accord, except for the people in LA. That it's not okay to call black people the N-word.
Well,
I think if we got
people where boxing scholars from use that shit while they trying to act like they the damn Black Panthers of not using a damn N-word. Like, come on, y'all can sound good for TV, but the truth is the damn truth.
No, but people can be offended by it, that everybody don't have to agree with using that word, and we all don't have to agree for people to stop using those words.
No, it's not a thing about agreeing to use it. It's not the agreement. You missed the point. It's not the agreement. He's stating that people in California are comfortable with people using it. It's a nationally used word. It ain't just a California
thing. Use it in different places.
But Rez, that's only because that's what you've been shown. I'll give you an example. Like right now, I think I said, like right now, if you look up 20 most dangerous cities in the U.S., right? Chicago going to be like 18 or 19. It's a whole bunch of cities that's way worse than that. But if you look on the news media, they'll have you believe Chicago, you're going to walk outside and get shot in your damn head as soon as you go outside. That's a narrative that's being pushed. So we don't know at what level that people are okay with that word being used. You see it in music, you see it in films. That doesn't mean people are okay with it. That's just the narrative that they're pushing. They ain't take no national poll for that to say who's okay and how many people are okay with that word.
It's subjective. It depends on the person. That's black or white. You can say nigga to a black person, they get offended.
Yeah,
exactly, bro. Exactly, because there's certain people who ain't gonna let you state that damn word. There's some people who push hard lines on it, and there's others who don't. There's people who push hard lines in life. Like you said, everything's subjective. So a person is subjected to how they behave when to react how they hear certain people use certain words. I cuss a lot, and I'm working on that shit. And certain people I know not to cuss around because they don't tolerate it. Everything just about an N-word. It's about knowing your surroundings, what group you're with, and certain people are mindful of that. Certain youngsters are mindful of that. A lot of times, it's they're not even conscious of when they're stating it when they're around. A lot of times, I ain't conscious when I cuss. Even when sometimes it becomes part of the common uses of vocabulary that these kids don't realize what they're doing. But if a respectable elder person came around and told them certain shit, a lot of these young kids will respect that shit. But the problem is, even in the generation before me that was using this word, there's a breakdown in communication between them and older generations. When those breakdowns happen is where you start getting this decline and decay. But too many people said, oh, the youngsters just doing this. No, the youngsters done learned this shit from people before them. This shit ain't just pop up out of nowhere. It's something that's been here that people have ignored and didn't properly address. You can't just address younger people with a forceful way of stop doing this shit. No, it comes through conversation, and they respect younger people. Respect older people. You've been here, they haven't. You live to a certain age, they haven't. But it takes for you to have real OG ass conversations with them, and they listen.
I hear you, Reg, but one thing you'll never get is a dude from Texas on this panel rolling his eyes when we talk about George Floyd and saying it's okay to say nigga. Because like I said,
you ever listen to goddamn Charleston White?
Yeah.
Checkmate.
From Texas.
I don't understand how is that a checkmate?
You say you never get nobody from Texas speak like that. I know a lot of people from Texas.
No, sir. That are not black. I was talking about Mex. You missed the forest for the trees again. Because Mex is from where you're from. Because you make it okay for Mex to say nigga, Mex does not respect black people. When you get Mex on these topics, Mex pulls up and disrespects black people. He rolls his eyes when you talk about George Floyd. He doesn't even want to admit that he was murdered. You will never find Rob G's from Texas. You will never find a person that's not black that will pull up and say the N-word comfortably. Because y'all create the environment of how black people are supposed to be treated. Y'all kill each other for less. Y'all kill each other for blood and cuz. But you will not. Dude said it earlier. We will fight over some shit. Well, what won't you fight over if a white person comes up and call you nigga? Like the historical context of that word.
You don't even pay attention to the history of your state. Ain't y'all divided over North and South in Houston? Don't y'all gangbang too out there in Texas? Like you can't push narratives with me, bro. Y'all gangbang too out there. Y'all gangbang, right?
Gangbanging is everywhere. But what I'm trying to tell you is everywhere. They respect us.
Exactly.
White people respect us enough not to say nigga to our face. They're coming up saying, hey, Reg, what's up, my nigga? They will never do. They won't do that to me and keep their fucking teeth. I guarantee you that.
But look, Boxing Scholar, even in the South where I agree with you, where people know like, hey, racism, calling somebody the N-word is wrong. Even if you're using it as a colloquial expression, term of endearment, whatever you want to call it. Racism is still alive and well in the South. So just because they don't play the rap song and say, what's up, my nigga, and ask you, give me some skin on the black can side, bro. They ain't doing none of that shit. Don't mean motherfuckers still ain't lynching. Don't mean people are still getting treated unfairly, unjustly. They ain't got to call you nigga. They just say guilty and lock your ass up for life.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point. The point was N-word. That's what we're discussing.
That's my point.
We're not discussing racism. We're discussing the N-word. We're discussing the N-word. So what I was saying is they respect me enough. I don't give a damn I don't give a damn if their great grandfather hung niggas for a living. They come up to me and they're gonna greet me with a smile and Southern hospitality. They will not call me the N-word. That is a no-no.
You believe that? And one of the most used.
But they do redlining. They treat you unjust. They lock you up disproportionately. The way they educate your children, the way you get disapproved for loans and credit, even if you are qualified, the way you're not hired, you're a right for work state. I can fire you tomorrow for anything. Yeah, you don't have but they didn't call you nigga. That's not the biggest of your problems. Is what I'm saying.
Just they call it to your face don't mean they don't say it.
Boxing
That's
Scholar,
the topic of the conversation. The topic of the conversation is the N-word. It wasn't systemic racism. And I got to prove for the loan.
One of the biggest played songs with the N-word is a song out of the South. And I think C Murder talking about fuck them other niggas because I'm down for my niggas. And I think you probably sung that shit and everybody else around you sung it. It was a major hit.
So what I'm trying to tell y'all is historically, the context of the N-word is ours to use. Y'all keep saying they took the sting out of it. Who took the sting out of it? It was us. It wasn't white people. It wasn't a collective group of Americans. So why should they be here to make the decisions on who used the N-word? We made that shit cool. We should have the ability. We should have the ability to say the word or not, because we're the ones that flipped it. It was not cool to say it until we made it cool to say it. So we should have the decision. Bro, can I finish? You keep cutting me off with these one-liners, bro. Yes, it's our word. I made my point very clear from the beginning. That word is ours. It's the only thing that we got from slavery. We did not get reparations, and we are not going to get reparations. White people call us that word to the point where we were like, okay, well, we're going to flip the shit. We flipped it. It's ours now. And now that it's ours and everybody else is excluded, it's gray area. It should not be gray area. It's not
Why
like
you
this
feel
with
like
the
that's
B
our
word.
word?
But you know what's funny? The N-word was never that serious of an issue until that white boy from fucking some black folks' favorite white show got on goddamn improv goddamn stand-up night and decided to go on a rant cussing going off of a black group, and then that's when the damn the N-word becomes an issue because he uses some old false.
You talking about Kramer?
I think that's who it was. Yeah, if he the one who was
Reggie,
on the
no,
news.
Reggie, you
Yeah,
wrong.
yes it is. No, yes it is, bro.
An issue, and he damn sure.
No. Oprah and them made it a huge issue, and a bunch of other people. When that white dude from Seinfeld,
Kramer, that's the first time you heard the N-word being used and being a big deal. Kramer?
Are you listening, homie? Time out. Are you listening?
Are you listening?
Kramer was having a meltdown that night.
Are you listening? The thing with this N-word shit becoming a wide, fucking worldwide goddamn conversation of using the word, who should use it, was after that Kramer shit. That nigga got on that comedy show, got to call these black people all kind of racist ass words, and then here comes the cover up for it is hip hop. No.
Hey, Reg, actually that was the most recent time it went public like that. Well, it was a big campaign to stop using it. That wasn't that was the most recent big time. That's not the first time.
I don't remember one.
Give me the other one.
No, give me the other one then. I don't remember another one.
I
remember his white ass.
Dave Chappelle,
Dave
Chappelle show when they started using on TV.
No, when Kramer did that shit, these niggas start losing their mind about the use of it and hip hop being the influence for that white boy going off like that because we use it too
Bro,
much.
I remember seeing this shit back when Donahue was around and Geraldo. They would do shows about saying who can say the N-word and people saying it in music because they've been using it since the damn 80s. Like, this been around. It's been around. That's why
the discussions back then were because white folks were getting beat up for saying that. It wasn't about not taking, it was about who can say it and who not. Now they talking about disowning the word when Oprah and them got to pushing that. Those discussions is different. Back in the 80s and 90s was when other races, because they want to say, if you can say why we can't say it, because they were getting beat the fuck up. The discussion now changes about why we still use the word, why y'all say it after Kramer got on stage saying that shit, and rather than condemning him because he comes off of some old clean image ass white show and him spewing out all this racist shit, it gets flipped back to a black culture and the use of the word.
Well, the black comedians supported him because they wanted to support themselves, and they didn't want to stop using. That was the biggest thing I remember about that particular campaign. But all the other, now that was the biggest push to stop using the word, period. And I remember in my lifetime. However, back in the
60s, stop using that word.
Hold on, back in the day when they were pushing to stop using the word, it wasn't pushed as hard. It was pushed, but not as hard. That's why this time when Kramer did what he did, they wanted to they wanted to be real serious about people. They wanted to make a greater impact. People stopped using it, and it still didn't work because the comedians supported it, and they kept using it, and the rappers kept rapping about it, and so on and so on. So, but yeah, you're right. There's always been a big push about it off and on throughout the years, but it wasn't as great of a push nationally as that was, and that was the most recent one that I remember. But at the same time, we're a detriment to our own selves. We create our own problems when it comes down to how people address us, because if we don't respect ourselves, why should we expect others to respect us? You know, just like my mom used to always tell me, if you respect your own house, when somebody come to your house to visit, they'll respect it as well. If you don't respect your own house, why you expect somebody else to respect it? And people emulate what they see, and we have allowed it. Now there was a lot of head busted. Back in my time, if somebody outside the race used that word in our presence, no matter if they would use it toward us or just accidentally let it blurt out of their mouth, they still got cracked for it. That's what I was trying to explain to the homie last week, Max, when we were having that discussion. But I'm just saying, it's a little different in the South than it is most places in the United States, in my opinion. So for us, it's way deeper. The people in California, I don't think their experiences are the same as ours. So they may not see the same affect as greatly of the use of that word from other people as we do. So it's just the geographical differences there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll say that one thing that's universal in the world is American currency, money, and the N word. Everywhere Russia has a version of the nigger, and they associate it to the black man. So regardless of what y'all say y'all see yourselves as, the America has convinced the world that we niggas. And it wasn't until the 90s where people like Pac took that and flipped it, NWA flipped it, and we took ownership of the word. That word belongs to us. And I get it, some black people get offended by it, and I just won't call them that. And I'm trying to take it from my vocabulary, but it's extremely hard because I love that word. But that word is ours to do what we want to with. That's the only thing that we got from slavery. We're not going to get reparations. So it's not a controversial issue unless you make it one. Like, it's common sense that word is not okay. That's why white people are getting in trouble for saying it. Because we know as a group that word doesn't have the same historical context. They used it to demean us. Their ancestors used it to demean us. They could never use it to endear us because of the historical context, and that matters. Just like the B word and just like the F word. I don't know why this is so complex.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You say you have a white significant other, and but you have your kids, and they calling him the N word all day. You think he's not supposed to? He's not going to say it back to them? They all grown up in the same house. You got this.
So,
you got the kids, and it's the kids now, and they calling him this N word, this N word, that. You think he's not going to say it back, or is he allowed? He's not going to say it back to him?
Yeah, I think he would say it back, and my kid was getting their ass.
I mean, but would you feel like, or would you feel offended, like if he said that, like back to him?
They don't call white people nigger. I only call my niggas because it's our word. I don't call white people nigger. My kids wouldn't do it.
I'm saying, but what if he was white? Like, it's not your natural born kid, but he coming up in the house with the rest of them.
He gonna get his ass blistered.
If he say it,
it's not
and they
okay.
call him that, like they saying that to him all day, and he say it back to him.
There is no scenario, sir, that you're gonna give me where I'm gonna make it okay for a white person to say nigga. That answers every question you could ever ask me.
No, I get it, because it just depends on the person, for real. Because I know some that won't say it, but I also know some that do say it. But if you're gonna say it, you can't expect nobody not to say it back. You can't expect everybody just to not say it back, unless everybody just say, in which we don't do, everybody just say nobody can use it. That's the difference between that and every other word.
He brings up a great point, because this actually exists, been existing for some years, and that's part of our brother Max's issue. You know, he come up in a multiracial family, and then they use it as a commonplace. And in a situation like that, you have to just outlaw that word, period, in your household. No one uses that word, period. And that way you don't have the conflict of the white kid versus the black kids, and the black kids being allowed to say it and him not being allowed to say it. However, we have to bring into our mind, do we allow this language to happen, or do we teach this language to happen? Because when we use it inadvertently, we're teaching them that it's all right. We're using it in their presence like that, or using commonplace, common conversations. Because you bring kids up, I don't care what color they are, if you bring kids up in the same household, if they're young enough, when they first get together, they're going to eventually create a bond amongst themselves, because they live together, and it's going to be them against the kids outside of that household. So they're gonna have a conversation where they feel comfortable, where they're supportive of each other, no matter what words they're using. So we have to understand: do we teach or do we allow? So that's a household leadership rule that has to be mandated, put into effect, and that's what adults have to be adults.
Yeah, that's like even some white, I mean, not even white households, but white kids who are raised in adopted families by a black household. and you see the conduct of some of these kids, you be thinking they no different than a hood raised black child. Or you look at the one white kid who's popular on the damn internet that milked something 70 something, where he constantly speaks uses the N-word. And then many people had issues. And when they hear the story of this white kid, his mom and them black because they adopted him, there's foster parents, so he speaks in a certain ways. He's from a black gang. And so you get that, like I say, environment, culture, surrounding plays an influence into a lot of this stuff. And a lot of people ain't just injecting these words to be offensive to you. A lot of people, environment conditions them to be a certain way. And he ain't using it out of disrespect, but he is influenced a lot by the environment he comes from. He's a white kid.
That's the way that the language is where his environment, that's the language of his environment. Just like you put us anywhere. If you take a child, a black child, white child, American that is, and you take them to Japan and you put them with a Japanese family, 10 years later, he's speaking the way they speak. He's speaking with the dialect, he's speaking with the same language, everything. He's doing what they do. Because
speaking
it's
Japanese.
Your environment, how you raise, what you're taught on a daily basis. It's just like, I don't know if y'all remember, there was some movies where they showed like these kids get lost in the jungle somewhere, and then the animals raise the kid, and then the kid is running around like a wild animal, just like, that's what they're familiar with. Okay, when you take a white child or you take a black child and you put them in opposing situations, you take the white child, put them in black family, take the black child, put them in a white family. Whatever the norm is on a daily basis, whatever the language is, whatever the dialect is, a few years later, you go and check that child out. They're speaking, they're doing everything that environment is doing, because that's the way they're taught. And I mean, we got a lot of white cats. All of us know a lot of white cats that come up in the hood with us that don't speak anything like a white cat. They speak like a brother. They act like a brother. They talk the same way about women that we do, and they speak everything we speak. That cat right there usually is giving a pass on the N-word, because you don't hear the hatred in him when it comes out of his voice. Because you're knowing this person, you're hearing this person. Because if the same person I'm speaking of, you don't put a picture up, you just listen to the voice. If you can't catch it to see if it's black or white, then you feel like it's not coming from a place of hatred. When you see the person, you'll be standoffish for a minute, but once you see how they carry themselves, then you'll be like, okay, that's who he is, So I mean, there's a cat on the internet. I won't call his name now. White guy. He uses it all the time. But you know what? Even after me seeing his video, seeing him on these platforms, it took me a long time to realize he was white. I thought he was mixed. You know what I'm saying? He's straight up white, but he's from the hood. He don't know nothing else. All he know is the black culture. He don't know the other culture. So
I don't.
Situations like that, you gotta be cognizant of too.
I don't know when y'all started cussing, but I started early. I started at 5 years old, and my favorite cuss word was bitch. But I still had sense enough at 5 years old never to call my mama a bitch, my aunt a bitch, my sister a bitch. You get the drift, right? Why does it come to black people? We always got to be inclusive and fair. They get words that can't nobody else use, that's exclusive to them, and they get it, and nobody says anything. But with black people, we got to be fucking inclusive. Y'all ain't learned y'all lesson from rock and roll.
Some black people talk like white people. Some black people talk like white people. What are you talking about?
No, you know why? They don't call themselves the derogatory terms we're not allowed to use. They don't call themselves that, but you know what? We use it all day.
You got black people that are raised by white families, and they speak strictly white, and they act white. They do white things. Black kids that grow up in the hood, and that's all they're around. If they mother or father is with the opposite race, but they're predominantly black in the culture that they're living, that's who they are. The white chicks become white sisters, and they don't want nothing but a brown penis inside of them. And the white dudes don't want nothing but some brown coochie to get off inside of. That's just how it is, man. I don't care what part of the country you come from. That's where it is in the hood. Period. It's just like we accept our biracial kin people. White folks don't accept them like that.
Y'all accept them, but
they don't. We always accept. We always accept anything that's similar to us, as far as language, culture-wise. It may not look the same, but we accept it, and that's just the way we always been as a people. But at the same time, we also know when it's coming from a harmful place. You know, Mex is very contradictory about a lot of stuff he says. But once you hear his story and how he was raised, who was raised around, and you see some of his people, you understand where he's coming from a little bit more. So it don't bother me when I hear Mex speak. If he says the N-word, it don't bother me at all. Matter of fact, a lot of people of color, depending on what their situation is, if they grew up in the hood, they can be Puerto Rican, they can be Cuban, they can be Mexican. If they grew up in the hood, I have no problem so much if they use it when they use the N-word. I have no problem. I don't trip about it a whole lot because I understand what they grew up a certain way. But if they just coming, if they that new dude coming around and they didn't grow up like that. That new dude coming around, they trying to get in like that. Now I got a big problem with that. You know,
right? Don't be
something that you're not. Be who you are.
Yeah, people have too much of this. Oh, go ahead.
Basically, what we're looking at is the intersection and the interwoven nature of Black culture and hip hop culture. Although the two are different, they are also very synonymous and so interwoven. Hip hop culture became the dominant culture of American society over the past 30, 40 years. And it became the language and the culture of the working poor. Therefore, you do not have to be Black to identify with hip hop culture. And sadly, certain aspects of Black culture, like the N-word and other negative aspects of our culture, have placed themselves, like Reggie said, almost as pillars within the tapestry of hip hop. So you'll catch non-Blacks who may feel comfortable saying the N-word or feel that they have some sort of right or claim to that because, oh, you know what I mean, and I'm not like that, or I grew up this way. I know on my record label, one of my founding members of my record label is actually a white man. And the running joke is, if anybody was, as hood as, if you know this guy, as hood and as fucked up as he is, he came from the shit. If anybody should be saying that, that's non-Black, it should probably be my brother Jay. But as a white man who is very conscious because he grew up in the hood, me and him, I often tease him because no, he does not say that, not even in anger, not even in whatever. And I always tease him about that because I'm like, man, I bet you just can't wait till I leave the room or something like that. Because no, he does not say that. So as much as you want to give these non-Blacks a pass, I just gave you an example of somebody who, no, he will not do that. He will not. And I respect him for that.
Hey, Clips, it's not. That noise is louder than it was before. I don't know what you did different, but we couldn't hear it before. But we hearing all the metal banging now, big dog.
All right, I'm gonna stay on mute again. Shit's starting to fire back up. They're trying to get busy with the shit.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, my bad, bro. It's not the best audio experience now. It was good before though. But go ahead, y'all pass it around.
No, I was agreeing with him because I got a like I was saying earlier, I got a homie of mine that I grew up with, and he will not say it. He will not say it for nothing. And he been around he been around everybody in the hood for real. But he will not say it. But also, I do also know other people that do say it, and I know people that also know people that confronted the person that do say it. Sometimes he was like, I don't like you saying that word. So it just depends on who it is and who they talking around. But if you're going to say it, like I was saying, you can't expect people not to say it.
Yeah, you gotta be mindful. Like I got a homie from our neighborhood. It's like the only Mexican in our neighborhood. But when you remember Passion of the Christ, he looked like Passion of the Christ, and you hear that motherfucker spew the say the N-word so damn much that some people see it, but because you hear how he talking, how he conduct himself around people, you knew what environment he was raised around, why he speaks that way. But people around us, we just don't take offense. Like you accept people around you. If you talk in a certain way, then you take that.
But if it's not talked in a disrespectful way, you don't make matters of that shit. That's just fucking, what's the word people say? You just looking, I can't even think of the damn word, but you just looking for some shit. It's basically like what I mean. It's like if it's not taken that way, the context, us understanding who he is and being around us, understanding that certain people you ain't gonna be able to speak that way. It's like certain language you ain't gonna be able to speak anywhere, period. You don't use it. But it's also environment is everything. Who you grew up around is everything. Now the rest of y'all, I don't know where y'all come from, who just think everything got to deal with your ancestry and shit and somebody offending it or rap music putting it in here. Like y'all have been so left in ancient existence. A lot of people out the South can't tell people from other places of how to conduct themselves in language. But yeah, can it be respect around that? Yeah. But y'all pushing all this old white people called y'all this and that shit. Don't push that on other people. Y'all keep that shit where y'all at. That's how you feel. Then that's what it is. Address it how you gonna address it. The other people ain't gonna find that way. To each his own how you address shit. And even with white folks who use that shit, they know when to use it, when not to use it. But if they've been raised in these environments, and like I say, some people come out have been raised by black families, and they're gonna speak that way. Some of them have always associated around black people who speak that way. So you're gonna be a reflection of the environment or the people you surround yourself with when you speak this way. And like I say, not all people talk like that, but you ain't gonna tell people and inject all that old slave history in on the N-word. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
No, you're right about that, Reg. Definitely the ones I do know that do say it, that's not black, they know who to say it around. They don't talk all that nigga stuff around certain people. They know when to say it and when not to say it. They know who to say it around. Definitely.
Because they know who to respect and who to disrespect. That's basically OG Cinto said something a while ago, and I agree with him 100%. He said that, we embrace mixed babies. White people will kick that mixed baby out their house along with the mama because they're not inclusive. As black people, that's our mistake. We're so inclusive and try to be fair on every subject. No, this is our word and we own it. And if somebody calls me an N-word to my face, I'm gonna turn into a dentist on their ass. Point blank, period. I'm gonna give them a pass. I'm gonna pass my foot in their ass.
Well, you got a lot of fight to be doing. You haven't had no fights yet? Where the stories up? Because I know somebody used the word around you. Because that word is used every single damn day.
Black people have called me nigga. No other person that outside of black, that's a no-no in the South. It's a no-no universally. That's how we got to this point. An NBA owner, billionaire, right? Probably came from that time. Used this word. He knew it wasn't okay, but he kept trying to force it to be okay. Now he's getting a fine. Donald Sterling. We know this shit is not okay. I don't even know why it's controversial. We know that this shit is not okay. Now, whether you made a personal decision for somebody to call you that, that's your business. But universally, that word in America with the historical context is not okay. It's not up for debate.
But who says somebody called me the N-word? This is what y'all keep crying about. It's people who use the word in their groups. I don't have friends that call each other nigga like that. And I don't have white friends that call each other niggas like that. But I do got white friends. They don't use the word. But when I hear that word used amongst people in their peer groups, I'm not running around crying about them using it. And I don't hear them using it in a disrespectful manner. I would never sit around while somebody's using racial damn words. I got history of checking white folks and other races of people when they say some racist shit in disrespectful ways. I ain't just on here talking about it. But when it comes to hearing them say the N-word, oh, what's up, my nigga? Dude? Ain't saying no disrespectful word to his friend, not to me. But you having issues with hearing people saying it, are you checking people when you hear that word spew out their mouth?
Yeah, I feel like everybody has that something that they'll cry over, Reggie. White people would say you cry over
have you beat up somebody
racism
for using the N-word amongst their peer groups?
Have I beat somebody up for using the N-word amongst their peer groups?
Yeah, because you have an issue with the N-word. That's what the whole 5 hours
so what I'm trying to tell you is they have enough respect to not say it to my face. They might go to their homes at night and be like, daddy, that nigga from the store. But they have enough respect in the South to not say it to somebody's face. It don't matter what they
even in Cali, what you think that people in Cali do it, they don't walk up to people's face and say, "Hey, nigga, I don't know." Ain't nobody doing that.
I mean, now when Deuce Time said that they do that. I don't know.
No, they do it with their friends like anybody else who uses the N-word. What's up, my nigga? They ain't walking to random people. Or they can be in conversations and use the N-word like any other person will use the N-word, not to walk up to your face and call you an N-word. Nobody's doing that. So since y'all have this major issue with the N-word and it's used every single day, the N-word ain't no occasional used word. It's an everyday used word. And I know you hear it every day. Are you checking the people when you hear them say it? And people don't walk up to people and call them the N-word.
I'm gonna just sum this up. It's gonna answer any question you have in the future. A non-black person is gonna get these motherfucking hands if they call me the N-word.
So therefore, how many of them have you beat up?
None of them have called me the N-word.
No, they don't.
Nobody ever called you nigga?
People don't really call people the N-word like that, but you hear it every day. So what is your response to hearing somebody saying it?
I don't hear it from non-blacks every day. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, well, you ain't getting out then. You ain't getting out.
In Texas, I'm telling you that shit is
I have
written
lived
down.
in Texas and I have heard other people use the N-word. And this is the earlier 2000s. It's more prevalent now.
Well, I can say this. I demand respect, and they ain't ever called me that shit to my face. We gonna tear that bitch up. I don't give a fuck if we in the church.
Look, even white folks I beat up ain't been over them using the N-word. So, but people gonna say the N-word, and they will say it in groups. Like, y'all go overboard with the damn N-word stuff. So you got a lot of fights to be doing. I don't ever hear none of y'all who got the problem with the N-word have I ever heard you with stories of beating these people up. And like I say, people ain't gonna walk up to you and say the N-word. Y'all have offenses to hearing the word used, and you have no stories of beating the shit out nobody.
Do you think the word should be used? Ready?
The word should be used. I think people use it in their conversations amongst their damn friends. Now racist words is a different thing. This is a slang word. Saying a word to offend you. These are words amongst conversations among
Have
friends.
you ever had it used to you offensively, Reg?
The N-word? No.
Yes. Have you ever been called a nigga by a white person?
Yeah. And you know what the fuck I've done? I beat them up. I ain't with no made up stories. A lot of black people, this is why people be thinking, I'm shocked with hearing you say that. No, it ain't. I don't go overboard. And many people get a misconception of me because you may hear me speak a certain shit has to be addressed, but that don't mean you're in one box. Like people deal in these pigeonhole systems. I'm not pigeonholed. I'm not against white people. I ain't no racist. But when racism has to be dealt with, you deal with it. Yeah, I had a white boy call me the N-word and beat the shit out of him. And you know who fucking had issue with it? Somebody black from me doing this shit. And you see it all the time when a black person's on video, since people got issues with the N-word and they beating the shit out of a white person, there's always some black motherfucking peacemaker breaking the shit up. And then even without even the N-word, every racist thing a racist person gonna say to you ain't the N-word. And I address it. I don't get on here to pull out a camera, to cry about it or whatever they doing, or to get in groups and what we faced up against and the war we against. No, I have addressed it. And I can tell stories about it. I'm proud of myself about it. That I have never let that shit slide. And ain't just no white boy all the time walking up into a motherfucker's face saying no N-word. Like y'all have, I don't know what world y'all live in and thinking these concepts. So I say people pick the wrong battles when it comes to what y'all fight. Y'all don't fight real shit.
So Reg,
Go ahead.
So to that, Reg, I'll say this. Me and you have been on this panel before, and we have talked about systemic racism, et cetera, et cetera. Some white people would say, shut up, why are y'all complaining? Why are y'all whining? Everybody has something that that could be considered whining about. Like, we're not whining, we're consulting. I'm consulting with other black people and telling them how I feel, and they're telling me how they feel. Like, this is really an issue in America. Like this is a topic, because if it wasn't, the NBA would be going crazy and finding people and doing et cetera, et cetera. Like, you can't get rid of the historical context, no matter how you feel. And like I said, that word is universal. In every country, they have a form of nigga. and they associate it with black people. So I don't care how many passes that they give white people. Like that word is gonna always mean negative connotation coming out of their mouth. Period.
And then,
So why do you feel like we own that word?
That
We don't
ain't even
own that
part of
word.
that white NBA owner's language, so he probably coming from a different place when using it. And did he say nigga like people on his team would say, or was he using it in a racial term? That's probably what's getting his ass in trouble.
So this is my problem with that. We don't have time to sit down and decipher. Like back when
There's
people were
nothing
getting
but
hung.
time. Life is about time.
Hold on, Reg. Hold up. So they still hang people down here in Texas, right? So let's say I'm out shopping, right? And I hear somebody say nigga. I don't have time to sit around and be like, did he say ER? Oh, I'm safe. He said it with the A. Like, no, that word is offensive. It's so offensive that we will be talking about boxing. A random person will call Marq Nash, a black veteran whose grandfathers fought in every war in this country, and call him a nigga because they're still aware of the historical context of that word.
Bro,
That's
it
not
ain't
happened
that
on
many
one
white
occasion.
people on here
It's happened on
disrespecting
3 or
people.
4
And these-
occasions.
And these boxing channels ain't that much disrespect coming from white folks. It's more black people fucking having feuds with each other than any other group. Like, so we stop that bullshit. We were just oversensitive with this shit rather than the reality. Can we address the reality? The issues on these shits with everybody who got issues is us amongst ourselves.
How was that facts, Reg?
Where
you get that from?
What? How many? Do you look on these YouTube channels and see when you see the beefs?
Yeah,
It's us.
but it's because that's what we looking for. But that's not.
What you talking about? I can go outside of boxing. I watch many things and content on here. I ain't just a boxing fan. I can go watch shit in the trucking industry, and when I watch trucking shit, I watch
these leftists and righteous, these left and rights, they gang banging like a mug out here, man. Come on now.
They do that. They do that, but I'm saying within our groups where people have the conversations on YouTube, majority of conflicts ain't because some white person came on here offending him. The real beast where niggas just talking about killing each other be between other black folks.
Yeah, but that wasn't my point. It wasn't about the killing. It was about the N-word. Marq Nash is the content
N-word
creator.
ain't the biggest issue on here. Y'all make that shit.
Reggie,
N-word
it's important enough that Marq Nash gave a pay-per-view fight for free to a white person. And at the end, he didn't like the fact that he had to rely on a black person. And you know what he did? He searched in his soul and called him a nigga. A nigga.
Well, he was a nigga. He was an ungrateful one at that.
So that, I guess that white boy represent all white people.
It don't have to be the only issue though, Reg. It ain't got to be the biggest issue. It ain't got to be the only issue. But it is an issue that we need to address because communication is important. How people communicate with you, how we communicate with each other. Communication is important. It don't have to be the biggest issue, but it is an issue.
Hey, let's keep it a buck. I'm sure many of us have similar backgrounds. When I was a kid, white kid, or any non-black kid used that N-word. We didn't as a kid, we didn't discern whether or not they were using it with hatred or not. We immediately either smacked them or punched them. You know, and if they want to try to defend themselves, they got beat down. So slapping was always first because it was more disrespectful. It was a attention getter. You don't use it was like a teacher. You don't use that word in my presence or my homie's presence, basically. However, as you get older and you mature, you know you can't fight every time because you're allowed to either get killed or go to jail or whatever. You learn to listen better when people say stuff. Yeah, true enough. I don't think the average person is just walking up to a black person and say, "Hey, nigger," you know. But at the same time, most of the time when they use it, it's when they're in when they get angry and they trying to show how much anger they have in them for the person that they're dealing with. If it's a person of color, if they have any ounce of racism in them, it's going to come out 9 times out of 10. And you're gonna handle it accordingly. But just now, if a person just having some casual conversation amongst the homies who they consider homies, 9 times out of 10, you're not smacking that person down. You might tell, hey, homie, chill on that word. You know what I'm saying? You know, but if you hear that word, if you feel hatred intent within the word when it's spoken, you're ready to address it as a black person physically. But if you don't hear racial intent, you may have a conversation or you may ignore it altogether. That's pretty much how our society has became amongst, dealing with each other, especially when it comes down to that word. Because the only time I know that the other folks use that word for disrespectful intent is when they're upset, or if they just tripping on some stuff like they, there's a mob of them, they trying to come out to all the people of color or whatever. They might come in spitting that game, But other than that, it's not that situation. Reggie makes some valid points. We all do about what we're saying, but and then my man, Boxer Scholar. I mean, like he said, he don't hear that word addressed to him on a daily basis, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I don't hear it addressed to me on a daily basis. Racism nowadays is not the N word so much in your face. It's everything else they do to keep you down, to keep you behind them, to keep you less than. That's what racism is now. It's basically the new blatant racism that's in your face that's disguised and camouflaged. It's not so much the word that's coming out of their mouth, because they know they let that word come out of their mouth, it's going to be a straight up slap or a punch or elbow or a knee or a whole lot of all of that. You know what I'm saying? If it's coming out disrespectful.
But you can't use that word at work, Santos. If you work for one of these big Fortune 500 companies and me and Reggie talking, I can't use that word at work without getting sent home and lose some money and possibly being fired. That's two black people talking. So corporate America don't even deal with that shit. We trying to make something that's not acceptable in the workplace acceptable out here where we get our bread. And we follow rules at work because ain't nobody trying to lose no money at work. No matter what we say, when they define these rules where you going to get your paper, you're not finna mess that up.
But like Santos was saying, the racial shit you deal with ain't the N-word. The biggest factors you deal with racism ain't no damn N-word. And you looking for N-word to be the thing that tears you apart. When it's the clean suit wearing white dude who's doing the most racist shit to hold you back and will never spew an N-word out of his mouth. But here we are searching for people that use the N-word and can't identify some racist shit for shit because you're looking for the uses of a word to offend you. And the most racist shit is happening, keeping you way the fuck back. Like, that's why I say people are looking for the wrong fucking fights.
No, it shouldn't be accepted though, Reg. Nobody's saying that it's the thing that's holding you back. Because I work in corporate America and I know some racist motherfuckers that they not throwing that word around. They are very careful in the way that they communicate with each other, but they doing a bunch of racist ass shit. So it's not even close or remotely close to being the most problematic problem that we have in society. But it is an issue. And these people know that they can't use that word because when they take their ass to work, they might feel like that. They not gonna fucking say it, is what I'm saying. That's like cops that when they act a certain way, when they get in certain neighborhoods, they don't act like that when they get in the fucking hood. They get some real good act right when they take their ass over to the higher side of town. They don't act like that. The same way with some of these folks. They know when they can and can't say these words, and we can't let them have a level of comfort where they can do certain shit because it leads to other things. So it can't even be accepted is what we're saying. We're not saying it's the biggest problem. It's by far, it's not even the biggest problem of the issues that black people are dealing with. It's not even close, but it is an issue.
Yeah, just because we're addressing this issue doesn't mean we're dismissive of other issues. So it's just the topic at hand. It's the N-word. Like, it's because the NBA owner said it, and maybe it is a bigger issue than what we're making it. Maybe it's the way the world views us as niggas. We took it and flipped it and made it endearment. But maybe the world won't change until they stop looking at us as niggas.
Maybe we should stop saying it.
But they said it before we started saying it. They looked at us as niggas.
I think certain conduct needs to be taken out where niggas stop acting like niggas, because there's some motherfuckers who really act like fucking niggas from the negative connotation of it. Where these motherfuckers are poor representations of what black people should be and what black people want.
So it ain't so much of the word. It's about the actions, about what people are seeing within people.
Exactly.
It ain't the word that's offensive. It's the actions. Like people too caught up in the wrong shit. The word is offending people more than an action. The more than what people are doing.
So you can act like a nigga, but yeah.
Some people
black.
should be one or the other.
It's an action. It's not you not black. Just because somebody say nigga, you can act like a nigga and not be black. Is what I'm saying.
White people
don't
be
mean black because they say nigga.
It should be.
If you're acting nigga, if you
White
acting
people
nigga, you acting ignorant. It's not saying you acting black.
The reason we took the word and try to flip it to make it a word of endearment amongst ourselves in our community is to take the power away from them when they use that word. The word nigga doesn't have the power it used to have, but we know what it means depending on how it's spoken. We as people, black or white, we all know what it means the way it's spoken. However, again, like we were talking about, Pittsburgh T was talking about if you speak about it at work, you can get in trouble. Reggie said something similar to that. And what I was going to say, again, it boils down to you don't show out in front of company. You don't speak a certain way in front of company or outsiders or the others or whatever, however you want to, categorize that. Because when you do that, you're influencing. You're influencing in a negative way or a positive way, depending on how you act and how you speak. When you're speaking outside of your family, outside of your community, outside of your culture. So we have to be cognizant of that. Me personally, that word doesn't hold the power that it used to hold against me when I was a kid, growing up in the 70s and a teenager growing up in the 80s. But at the same time, I know disrespect when I hear it, and I know disrespect intent when I hear it. We have to discern from that. And again, the biggest problem we have, again, I agree with Reggie, it's not the N word itself, but the way we're being treated as a people. Because racism, let me tell you, we gotta give credit what credit's due. White people, and it's not all white people when we say white people. I want the public to know that. But white people, they're very intelligent when it comes down to planning. They know how to strategize and organize, and they know how to come together to make that dollar. And if it means that they have to deprive a certain group of anything, they will do it. For the simple fact, it keeps them ahead of the other races. And as long as they can stay at the top, they're cool. When they feel like they're slipping, they come up with a new plan. And we got to be cognizant enough to understand that and realize what's happening so we don't get too far behind. Because we got a lot of, we made up a lot, but we still got a lot of makeup to do as a people to try to catch up. So don't get it twisted. When it come down to depriving certain groups of certain opportunities, that's your new race. That it ain't new. It's been around for a long time, but that's the racism. That's the racism in your face right there. It ain't so much the word. At least if somebody speak the word in your face, you know who they are. But it's the ones that you don't know about that's doing the worst things to you behind your back and setting you up for failure. Those ones you really have to watch.
But I think it's our language. Like, we need to learn how to, like, that word to me is more about language and how we communicate. Like, most of us, we work on these jobs and we get these 20-year-olds in here. They're not equipped to handle the things that's going to go on their job. Where you're getting that passive aggressive racism, where they not using the N-word, but they fucking with you and you don't know how to communicate. So you come off as aggressive and you either get yourself fired and arrested or you just get fired. That's more so what Reggie's talking about, where it's not the biggest problem depending on the environment you're in, but it is a problem. People that know how to have restraint and control themselves in certain environments, they're not going to do that. But communication is an issue when it comes to the youth, because they don't know how to communicate very well. I deal with them on different levels, and 20-year-olds, they sound like teenagers when you talk to them when it comes to certain shit. and they can't really communicate. And when they get in these rooms and they're locked up, you in the room with one of them, and it's the person in charge, it's like they almost shrink down to like a 10-year-old with the way that they're talking and the way they balling up their fists and the anger and stuff. So we have to do a better job trying to help these young folks. And if they even ask for help with communication, we have to be there for them. But we also have to be an example for that. So Reggie's absolutely right when he says it's not the biggest issue. It definitely ain't. But it is an issue because it leads to you not learning how to communicate and put some words together. You want to make niggas be the word for everything, and it's just not. Or know what I'm saying? That's not the word for everything. You need to actually learn how to communicate. Because even if you have your own company, own job, and you have a contract, and you got to call up and try to sell yourself and pitch yourself, you can't even do that. So it's a lot of bigger issues that we have in this world, but it is an issue that I believe leads to other issues. Where communication is being a key, important factor for young black men knowing how to communicate, or any man, just young men, period. But especially young black men, because I see them every day that don't know how to communicate. That's a huge fucking issue in that, and control their anger.
Is that a byproduct of social media?
No, it's a lack of teaching. You don't just not learn how to speak because of social media.
Only reason why I said that is because it was a time. Like I came up at a time to where we ain't have phones like that. So even let me just go down. I'm gonna just break it down to like this, just a simple one. Like to holler at a girl, like you had to literally go outside and talk to them. You couldn't just go online and look and scroll through and do and go on the IG, and then you couldn't do none of that. So you had to actually go out and talk to people. If you wanted friends, you had to actually go out and meet them.
But that don't mean you spoke well, neither. That's
no,
mean you know how to
but it helps, like you because it's like saying like the first time you talk to them, you might not land the first time you talk to somebody, but it's like you keep talking to people, you get better. But if you don't talk to nobody, you're never going to learn those type of social skills. Like you got to actually go out. I used to had to do a salesman job, and every day before we went out for like an hour, we had to talk to each other. Like we would be in a meeting and we'd just be talking. So it's like you got to learn social skills. It's nothing that everybody, like, you know, people that's naturally just good with talking to people, but some people they not that good, and so you got to learn those things if you don't really know it like that. But if you don't, you're not forced to do it. You know what I mean?
But I think that part of it is the social part where they don't, like the youth now. A lot of folks, like even us, a lot of people have a problem when they have issues when it comes to communication. It's embarrassing. So they don't seek help, and it keeps getting worse. Because the more you open your mouth and you sound foolish and you realize that people aren't laughing with you, they're laughing at you, the less you want to talk and the worse you get. So you regress. So until you get to the point where you performing activities like what you were saying, it's going to be hard for people to communicate. And it's going to be hard for you to strive in certain environments. You're going to fail in certain environments because you don't know how to talk. And you should have, when we was younger, used to have a communication when you was out there in the streets, and you had a communication when you was at work or whatever you was doing in the military, whatever. You talked a completely different way. You can't, communication works depending on where you are at. And I don't think a lot of these folks have figured that out. The youth haven't figured that out because they think they all can work off the internet. And most people can't support themselves off the internet. Most people can't support themselves where they self-sufficient and they work by themselves. That's just not reality. Most people go to work where they got rules and laws that they got, bylaws that they got to follow. And that really entails with communication, getting your ass in a lot of problems when you have conflict.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna have to disagree a little bit with what you guys are saying right now about the internet. I understand what you're saying, but it's not the internet. What it is, we as a people, we like to sound like who we think is cool when they're speaking. If the majority of the people that we people that we look up to or we surround ourselves with are speaking a certain way, like nowadays, the thing these guys are saying is, you feel me? You know, all this okay. If whatever sounds good is what we want to flow. What makes it sound cool, that's what we want to flow with. Reading, if you're reading a lot of stuff, your vocabulary is gonna be strong anyway. You could take a person who doesn't read that much, who come from a hardcore community, not very well educated, but if you, like my man Jay was saying about them having training in the mornings for the sales in sales that he was doing, If you take that, I know I was in sales for 23, almost 25 years. You take I've seen guys come in there had not a lot of book sense at all. Academically, they were not good. Period. They didn't communicate well or nothing, but they were sponges. They listened, and they really wanted to learn. And when they go through the sales training, and the vocabularies and everything are different than what they were hearing, they start mimicking that. They wanted to sound like the next great salesperson that they saw. And they wanted to sound like the next guy next to them. Next thing you know, they're speaking that way. And next thing you know, you think the hood is gone from their existence. But what it is, they're speaking the way people around them speak. Just like I was saying, if you take a black child, put him in a white family, let him raise up with that family, he's going to be speaking like them. And you don't even have to take the child out of the family and mix them. Just take a black family, take them to a white neighborhood, and then let that child grow up in that neighborhood with the majority of white kids and tell me how they're going to speak. You're going to sound like white kids. My son was a product of that. Now he when he got older, he felt like he had to change his dialect. We had to sound more black. He said, "You feel me more than any nigga I know." See what I'm saying? It's about who you're around, your environment, what you think is cool. What kids is about who they're around. When kids grow up, they get opinionated and stuff. It's about what they think is cool. It ain't the internet, because my little 6-year-old grandkid, he learned to read because of the internet. He learned to read at the age of 2. I mean, because the internet can be good, it can be bad. But whatever's around you, whatever's important to you, however people are speaking, that's what you want to emulate. Whatever's important to you, whatever sounds good to you. Yeah, just like we are here. I say the N word more than I need to, just like I said a minute ago, because that's the way most of us speak over these platforms that we encounter on a daily basis. And normally, everyday language, you won't hear me saying that at all. But that's what we do. We emulate what we hear, what we see, and what sounds good to us, and what feels good to us, and if we want to be a part of that kind of situation, we adapt and overcome, and that's what we do.
But I think that's a symptom of gang culture. See that gets to a bigger problem with the way we talk. Is that's all based off of that ignorant ass gang culture. That's where that stuff comes from. Because that way that they're talking, all that hip hop vibe, that wasn't what it was in the 90s, what it is now. That's all gang culture cloaked in music. That's what that is. And you can't take that stuff anywhere and do anything with it. You get yourself in a bunch of damn problems. You can't really do anything.
People talk slang before gangs.
To me, no. They talk slang before gangs. But let me put it like this: where I work at, people making over $100,000 a year, and when you see these dudes on the weekend, they look like they're a drug dealer. That's how much people are embracing this stuff now.
But look at the 60s and 70s. Look at the 60s and 70s. It was worse with slang, and also with certain dress and appeal. It's always been a thing that stood there, because it's a thing that comes up out of. I don't like talking down on the environments we come from, but it's environments that kind of look to be loud. I don't know what to say about it because I come from it, but you have always seen that. It ain't just the 90s. If you want to talk about the 90s is probably one of the worst eras of gang culture. Probably the most violent eras of gang culture. But you go to the 60s and 70s, they talked a lot of slang. There's a lot of hood shit from the way they talk. They talked a more unique, cool ass style than any era back in the 70s and late 60s. So
what I'm saying, Reggie, I'm saying the embracement of the entire culture, just not just the language. I'm talking about them embracing their whole culture of not snitching and all the gang rules. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Not just the talking of. I'm talking about the whole environment.
Pittsburgh, that ain't cool. That ain't correct, bro. It ain't gang. That not snitching thing is not about the gangs. That's been cold. That go way back before ancient times, man. Certain cultures didn't report other people that, and especially if it didn't have nothing to do with them. That's just snitching go way back.
Gang culture,
they were set tripping back in biblical time. I'm talking about biblical
So
times.
I'm talking
That's
about
stuff- that stuff
right
goes back
now,
way
right
back
now
there.
for black people. But right now for black people, that is embraced for gang culture. And then you can even start with
No,
the
it's not.
correction,
That's not
the
all
history of
gang.
gangs.
That's not
There's
gang.
no, but wait, but you can say, I'm
Pittsburgh,
talking
I
about
grew
right
up-
now. I'm not talking
I grew
about the
up in that
history of
culture.
it.
I grew up
I'm
in
not
that
talking
culture,
about the
bro.
history of
No,
it. So a
I'm
person
talking
that going
about
to
the
work
snitching
worried about snitching,
thing.
you telling me
The
a person
snitching
that go to
thing-
work every day worried about snitching?
Man, I'm just telling you, bro.
That don't mean there ain't no gang.
Not snitching. It's been around for years. It was always.
I didn't say it wasn't Cissos. I'm saying it's embraced because of gang culture, that rap music and all that shit transports it.
That's what I'm speaking against. It's not the. We give too much credit to gang culture. Everything ain't gang culture.
That is though, Pinto. If you go to work every day, where would you get that from? If I go to work every day, where would stop snitching come from? Where would that come from in my everyday life?
I'm getting ready to tell you exactly where it comes from. It comes from people being oppressed by another group of people, and that group, they feel like they're being oppressed, don't talk to those other people. It could be tax back in the biblical time, people that the publicans who collected taxes, the people that they would collect from, they didn't talk to them. They were like the police then. And then when it came down to slavery and stuff, you didn't talk to your oppressors. And then when it came down to what they established as the police, who are also, come out as slavery situation, you didn't people. I don't care if you were white or black. If they looked down on you as a group and they were oppressing you, you didn't talk to them.
I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about the history of stop snitching. I'm not saying that's where the history where it originated from. I'm talking about right now today. When a person says stop snitching, that's coming from gang culture. That might be the history that you think these young people that 16, 17 know anything about what we saying? These 20-year-olds know anything about the history of that shit?
Gang culture got it from cultures before.
You talking about the history. I'm talking about right now today. If somebody say stop snitching, where do you think they're getting that from?
I don't think it's a culture. I don't think it's a gang culture thing. I think it's a people thing.
Okay.
You got a lot of, let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something.
Did it when they came here. Irish did it. Many people do it.
The police don't want to snitch on each other. That ain't gang culture that we consider gang culture.
That is a gang. That's a blue gang. That's that blue line. There it is. That's the gang. That's a gang.
We didn't call the police a gang forever. We just started doing that.
That's a blue line. They call themselves the blue. That's the blue fucking line you don't cross. That's a gang.
We started calling them that about 30 years ago. Because we started recognizing gangs more nationally throughout the years. And that's when we started that. When we started recognizing the gang culture, maybe 30 years ago, that's when we started establishing the blue line culture, because we talked, F the police, and because it's always been like that throughout the country, not just the hood, but in the mountains or wherever. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I don't contribute that to gang culture. That's just a part of human nature. You got those that can put you behind bars or take your life or oppose you, oppress you or whatever. Your group of people that you roll with don't want to talk to them because they mean you some ill will intent. So you learn not to talk to them. That's where the no snitching come at. It ain't about the gang. Gangs learn it from their people. A gang member, he's with his family before he's with those gang members. He's learning in his household you don't be snitched, because when he coming up as a little child and he whining to his mom or dad all the time, he's quit crying all the time, quit telling stuff all the time. That's where you learn not to snitch at, originally, in your household. Nobody like no little snitching child. They don't like no little crybaby child.
Yeah, I don't agree with you.
Police don't like snitching.
Little was to go tell the police on people. When you had the police come, cops used to come to our schools. See, we all remember this because we of age. They used to come to your schools and do that war on drug shit. They be telling you, if you see something, tell something. Stranger danger. Remember all that shit? That was all geared for young people to go talk to police. So we were taught that as a young person to go talk to police. You don't see that.
In my neighborhood, in my neighborhood, we knew the police were going to tell us that because they always told us that, because that's how they solve cases. But we were also told in my community and in my household, you don't talk to the police. You don't tell them nothing. I don't care if the dude that busts your head, you know who he is, you still don't tell the police. You don't tell the teacher, you don't tell the police. That ain't no gang situation. That's just part of your upbringing.
I disagree with you sometimes. I mean, that's your opinion.
That's the way it is. I'm telling you.
It was things to avoid the law.
You survey white, black, Asian, or whatever. I don't care who you survey. Any families, Mexican, they all have that same creed. White folks have
right, but where did it come from is what I'm saying. Right now, today, where's it coming from?
It didn't come from no gang.
It come from family.
When we listen to the music, does the music not mimic the music that we're listening to? Don't that mimic gang culture? Go ahead.
It comes from avoiding jail. It comes from being oppressed by something. It comes from getting in trouble. You tell on someone, they go to jail. There's retaliation behind it.
You don't want nobody outside of your family or your culture telling you how to live. It's tribal. That's what it is. It's tribal.
Yeah, it's been adopted into gang culture, most definitely, and part of the drug culture that comes from it. But it's been something that has always been done. Somebody come looking for somebody, you don't say nothing. You tell the kids to shut their mouths.
It's just like when the bill collector come around your household, your parents already told you. Don't say it. Like my mama told me, newspaper man would come to the door, tell him I'm asleep. Well, I'm a little kid, I don't know how to lie straight. I told him exactly what she said. She said she's asleep. You know what I'm saying? I got a whipping for it, but I'm just saying. That's part of it, man.
Well, I mean, we can disagree. I understand what y'all saying. I get y'all point. 100%. Just look at it different. It's fine. Those are things. Those are issues that we got to kind of address, because see, when somebody that we care about, something happens to in our community, it's usually somebody that look like us, and ain't nobody saying nothing. And that whole stupid ass culture is why that shit perpetuates. Because when you find out that Ray done killed like 4 fucking people, and your niece, nephew, daughter, whoever that got killed, and that could have been stopped a long time ago if the community wasn't going to do nothing about it. That's a whole nother issue.
Well, see, a lot of times in certain communities and cultures, you want to police your own self, because you rather put some hurt on that person than to have that person locked up for the rest of their life if they're not totally a bad person. But if they're a super bad person, if you didn't want to see them get locked up, you go ahead and kill them.
That's what I'm saying. If we're hell, we need to handle that. If we're not going to do anything about it, we ain't gonna do shit about it. We're just gonna let this person run around terrorizing the community. What good is that?
See, now they are snitching. But back in my day, it got handled. If we knew who did what around, them molested a child, or they don't did some harm to a family member, something like that, they got dealt with. Trust me. But but now that people are reporting to the police and all that, now you gonna send them to jail because you don't want to do any time yourself. Because even though that person did wrong, somebody else might snitch on you. So now they
used to do a lot of take care of a lot of that stuff, like you saying, so they used to take care of a lot of that stuff outside of the police.
I'll say the police get more. I'll say in this gang, you call it gang culture with the snitch. I'll say the police get more help with cases today than they ever got years ago. I promise you.
The internet, the internet help them. They self-snitch.
They don't need nobody.
They self-snitch.
Crime Stoppers was here before the internet. You can call
no, but now they go, look, you ever watch First 48 when they figure out who is a suspect? The first thing they do is pull up that person's Facebook page and go right through his page and figure out what kind of car he drives, what kind of shoes he's wearing. All that shit, they self-snitch.
Well, that's true too. That's true. That's stupidity right there.
A lot of
they don't have to work. Yeah, a lot of them do it. They had beefs that they be ongoing beefs, and then that person end up dead, and then they figure out that the person they got ongoing beefs got the same kind of car that drove by, that's suspected to have done the drive-by. Like, they do a lot of dumb shit now. They're not hiring no gang of cops because they don't have to, because the cases are so easy for them to work out. Because they're putting public record out there of what's going on. So it's easy for them to go pull that shit down. And it's not like a gossip. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying there's cameras everywhere too.
Yeah, but I mean, if they got you typing this is your page, you type this shit, then I mean that's a record of it. you've created your own record against yourself, and you created videos yourself with guns saying you're gonna do something to somebody. If that don't get no more incriminating than that, and then they corroborated with witness statements, where people actually snitching. But it starts with you. You create that whole. These dudes are creating that whole situation on themselves. Which is a whole nother situation.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just the culture that we live in these days. Because what are you going to do about it at the end of the day?
But what's part of it?
As far as the violence and us coming together and things like that, like what are you going to really do about it? Like people are only acting out what they see every day. That's all.
I think that's a more complicated answer for that one. I think that go back to history and the programming that we got and different other things that we got going on that creates that situation. I don't think it's not as simple as us coming together. So we got a lot of us have a lot of self-hate, and people, they don't even realize that they have it. When you get older, you kind of see some of the things you did that was very fucking destructive, but you didn't realize what you were doing when you were young. And the guidance that you would have from an older person talking to a younger person, that'd be like the 40-year-old me talking to the 20-year-old me. I'd have a whole bunch of shit to say to me. Now, would I listen or not? Who knows? But my perspective would be completely different. You perform a lot of destructive behavior in your 20s. And that's from the history of Black people and the systems that we have going on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying. So it's not really a gang thing. It's just I think it's like a personal thing with us, right?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, it's a little bit of both because that's what's being promoted as a 16 to 20-year-old. What are you being pushed, and what you're seeing? Visualization of what are you getting of your image? Because we don't control our image. So the image that you're seeing of yourself, what does that look like? And then the people around you, they're copping to that same beat. They're looking like that same image that's being pushed on them.
I mean, we're all just products of our own environment, right?
To a degree, yeah. To a degree, yeah. But that's also, we don't control our image. So that's a bigger problem.
But I mean, like you said, as you get older, and you can't control your image more, you move different, right?
Well, you still don't control your image, but you realize who you have a knowledge of self, a better knowledge of self than you did in your 20s. I would imagine. I would hope. I mean, unless you're an old fool. You got some of them too. You got a lot of them. Just because you're old doesn't mean you know shit.
Absolutely.
I mean, and then even look at now, like even going into the military is kind of shunned. Where when I was younger, if you weren't going to go to college at 18, your parents more than likely they had this rule they wanted you out of the house, where you was going in the military or you was going into college, right? Most people look at the military like it's the worst thing in the world, and it saved so many people's lives and changed their whole lives. But just the perspective of the way you look at things now is completely changed. And a lot of that is, people don't think they're protecting their kids when they're harming their kids. They're getting in their kids' own way. And a lot of that's because a lot of women are single mothers, and they're dealing with it the best way they can. And they don't have the tools to raise a man like that. That's not like they're intentionally doing it. That's just the reality of it, in my opinion.
So what do you think the solution should be?
You got to start with yourself. First, the solution got to be yourself. No matter how much we get on here and talk about other people, like I can control what I say and what words I use and how I carry myself. So if I have to make a decision, I'm not going to use the N-word. I'm like ready to say I'm going to curse less. Then that's my conscious decision that I'm going to do that. So I can be first and foremost, I can start with myself. I can't control nobody else. The things that we want to have the community do, we have to first start doing them ourselves. Because there's nobody that's going to ride in and help us. Government ain't coming in there. There ain't nobody jumping out the window with bags of money. That's not happening. So you have to be able to be conscious enough to realize the changes you want made. You got to start making them things with yourself. And if you're not striving to be a better person and trying to change your family first, and you letting all this shit go on in your family, don't speak on nobody else. You ain't got no control on your family.
So basically, we got to start with the man in the mirror.
Yeah. Yeah. Why would you be worried about something else?
We got to go back to recognizing that family is the foundation that, the family setting, mother, father, in the household, working in harmony is the key to fixing a lot of our problems. We got to get back to teaching our children, like our grandparents taught our parents, and the grandparent and the parents, the great grands before that. We got to get back to that. When they were allowed to break up the black families, get the man out of the household, I think that's when the majority of our problems started within our community. And when we recognize that, we talk about it, but I don't think we fully recognize it. When I say we, I'm more or less speaking to the black women and some black men. Because some black men don't give a crap and don't understand the validity of it. But the black women that feel so independent and that feel like she don't need a man for anything whatsoever, she doesn't realize a lot of times she's a detriment to herself and her family. Because I'm living through a situation. My son's mother, 21 years later, she realizes, and she may have realized a few years ago, but her and I just started communicating again recently, and it's 21 years later, and she realizes that she's teaching my grandson now that he needs to learn from me what he can, because she can't teach him. She's saying it through her own mouth. She can't teach him to be a man, and his dad ain't the man that I am, which is my son. And so she's wanting that grandson to take more after me than his dad. However, what she gave me is the reason the dad is the way he is now. Everything I was trying to teach him and trying to prevent him from, she put a wall up to do everything she could to prevent my teachings to dwell within my son, our son. So it's what it is. So families, got to know, we got to get back to the family setting. We got to get back to parents really raising the children, good parenting, that is, not just, sitting around saying I'm home with my family. You got to really be teaching and nurturing. And until we get back to stuff like that, we're going to be, our culture of people are going to be down. We're going to be behind the 8 ball every time. And, we're not catching up to understanding that soon enough, in my opinion. But that's what it is. And that's part of us being a detriment to ourselves.
Well, men got to be men, though, Santos. That's another thing, too, man. Men got to be men.
Yeah, I'm speaking on that, too, because there's a lot of guys that just ain't who they need to be.
Men aren't allowed to be men like they used to be back in the day. Like the
women
is different these days.
Nah, a woman to let you be a man. If you listen, you could be a man at whatever stage you want to be. But some people don't do it because it's uncomfortable. Because now you got to be responsible for every goddamn thing. That's your shoulders got to be broad when you're holding up the family. Because you're responsible for your house, your mama house. You're responsible for a lot of shit. A lot of people don't want their responsibility, so they cower behind their women and everybody else, and they don't even realize that they doing it. They don't realize they doing the shit. It's not like an intentional thing. Responsibility is a tough thing, because when you ain't got nobody else that's gonna run in there and save you, you got to figure that shit out yourself. You need something else, you got to go out there and get it. Ain't nobody coming in there. And after you make a halfway decent wage, that government shit, that's over. You ain't getting no help from no government in no fucking form at some point. When you start getting house, when you become a homeowner and all that, that's over. That's done. So everything falls on your shoulders. And it's a lot of responsibility, and some people just can't, they don't want to handle it. I ain't gonna say they can't, they just don't want to.
I think it's more like a 60-40, maybe 65-35% thing. I think 60. I think it's like max 35% of the men who are not trying to step up and be that man they need to be. I was that guy. The reason my son's mother and I are not married, or didn't get married, I should say, because we probably would have got a divorce. She's so hard-headed. But the reason we did not get married is because, and she's never married to this day, because she won't let the man be a full man. See, some of these women, there's been some wrong done to a lot of these women before we get to them. And they have a trauma within them that they can't get around or let go in timely enough fashion to get their life going in the right direction with another person. I didn't know that for many years. I didn't find out my son's mother had been raped until it was almost too late for us. And she still deals with that now, but she's able to deal with it better now. Now she talks about it. She didn't talk about it in the past. Her brother had to force her, had not force her, but explain to her that she needed to talk to me about it, because I was done with us. And because I was tired of being treated less than, not allowed to be who I wanted to be, who I was trying to be, and who I knew I was. But and some of that goes, I got to carry some weight for her acting the way she acted also, because I went away for 5 years. So she got used to being in control. And then, that's a lot of the problem we have also, a lot of us getting locked up. But the ones of us that's not getting locked up is the strong percentage of us not being allowed to be that full man that we know we should be, that we're trying to be.
How did somebody stop you? How did somebody stop you? Go ahead.
Well, sometimes when a woman feels like she make as much as you do or just a little bit less than you, she don't want to give waiver to listening to you so much or taking your lead. Because one thing about me, anybody that know me, they'll tell you, I've never been a soft type of guy when it comes down to leadership. But at the same time, I didn't always make the kind of money I ended up earning. She was, I guess she was seeing people around her doing so much better than we were financially at the time. That and she was known. I was known for getting some money before I went away. But now I'm not in that space in my life. I gotta get mine the correct way. So it didn't come to me as quick as she may have felt like it should have. We never discussed that, but that's just the way I've always felt about it. At the same time, this is the same woman I'm talking about who lives with her mom right now. She's 50 years of age, and now she does really well for herself. She does real, she makes good money. Been on her job 21 years. The whole time I've been married to someone else. But at the same time, I know she thinks about it all the time about what it could have been had she had a little bit more faith in me. Because she always she knew and what attracted her to me was the fact that she knew I was no lame type of dude. She knew I wasn't gonna lay down and accept peanuts, throughout my life. But she, in patience, she got I think the 5 years had a lot to do with it, and she had impatience. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but since I was like but I think a lot of that fall on us, because when I was younger, right, and in the relationship I'm in now, I've been for a while, it's been over 20 years. Initially, I didn't want to take the reins, so she took the reins of everything. I just bring the money home, give it to her, and I felt like I was doing something. When I decided that I'm gonna take control over that situation, that was a fight because I gave it up in the beginning. That's my fault. So I had to correct that situation. A lot of times we start situations and then we say, "Oh, she ain't gonna let me do this and do that." No, I made that mistake from the beginning. Now, once you get somebody that kind of control, you have to fix it.
When I went away to do time, it's a different situation, but me going away to do 5 years gave her that same control mentality. You see what I'm saying? Yep. That's what I was saying, that part of it is my fault as well. I was on somebody's platform a few nights ago. I was talking to somebody individually. My son, I never got to witness my son play football. because she felt that she controlled our son because she had been with him all his nights, all his days, or those 5 years that I was gone. See what I'm saying? So she overruled me every time, and it pissed me off, man. You know, when I would take my son to the flea market and stuff like that to teach him survival. You know, basically what it was, survival and a different way to make money without relying on somebody else. She felt that was beneath him, and he didn't need to be learning that, you know, even though he loved it, you know. So it has a lot to do with it. But she regrets a lot of that stuff now, you know. But yeah, when we're younger, we don't know as much as we learn.
We made a mistake. We made big mistakes. It's hard to fix them.
Yeah, and me at that time, I had that dark cloud over my head, thinking about, you know, my conviction and going away for 5 years, and what position I had within my family, all that I gave up, because I came home, the level of respect for me after I got home was way different before I left. Now, that same level of respect that I had before I left is much greater now than it was after I come home, and what it was before I left. You see, because I'm doing things the right way. I'm doing things in a bigger way than what I ever did before I went away. So it's you know, a lot of people, they wait and they're tired of waiting. You know, for me, that's what the situation was. They tired of waiting for me for that leadership to continue. You know, after I was gone for 5 years. So yeah, we're a big problem, you know, within ourselves, me and Art. But I still think that some women, you know, some of the guys are okay. The perfect example. What's the name of that movie? Was it a Criminy or something like that? The one with Taraji P. Henson.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. She heard this dude like each other in college, and he didn't have nothing. He was cheating on her all the time, but he was brilliant, and he kept having hope in this device, and he kept trying to develop over the years. She spent all her inheritance and all that, believing in him, and she got so fed up with it, you know, she stopped believing in him, and influence from others as well. The next thing you know, when it blew. It blew for so many multi-millions of dollars. Now,
yeah, but I don't think that's women's fault though. That's what I agree. I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that's women's fault. I think that's men's fault. At some point, we made a mistake, and some mistakes you make, you can't fix them like right away. It takes you 2 years to fix some of that shit.
I understand that. But the reason I brought that up though, I was talking about the support and the trust factor. Now she did support and trust him for many years, but she got tired. And I'm mostly talking about myself. Those 5 years I was gone, shoot, my kids' mom said, you know, that most of everything that went on with the kids, they got accustomed to making decisions themselves because I wasn't there. And all I could do, they didn't discuss everything with me. They started off that way because that's where I had set everything up. But eventually, as time went by, that kind of dissipated. So when I come home, trying to step right back in that same position that I was familiar with before I left, it wasn't there. The throne wasn't there anymore. You know, it was like Queen Elizabeth reigned for 70-something years. Well, these women were reigning in my situation for 5 years while I was gone, and I wanted to come back and try to reestablish that. What happened? One I was wanting to marry, the other one I wasn't planning to marry at all. So they had their reasons, you know what I'm saying? But now as time has progressed, things have changed. Now they want to give, you know, the level of respect to the man that they wish they had years ago, continue to do. But at the same time, we're young, we make mistakes and move on. But yeah, it's men and women fault. It's not one
man's fault though.
Or the other.
It's man's fault. It's man's fault. Remember, we're the leaders. We're the leaders of that situation, Centos. When you make a mistake and you give up that power, see, that's your fault because you had the initial Like it's like when you trying out for a team and you try out for a position. It's up to you how much effort and what you do. And when you get a role on a team, that's a team. A marriage, a relationship, that's a team, that's a partnership. Your role, and man is the leader. Most of the time, men make more money than women. That's just a fact in most households. Women don't make the same kind of money that men do. That's just how it is in the corporate America and most of America. So we have the leadership role because a lot of financial responsibility fall on us. Now, if you don't want to take that, you just want to go make the money and give your wife the checkbook and not have to deal with nothing and never worry about nothing, that's on you when you decide to change or if you don't want to change. When we give up stuff, you can't just get it back and say, hey, you know what? I want to handle the finances. It's not going to work like that. You're going to fight like two.
Yeah, you break it up some. You there?
You hear me now, Santos?
Okay, you break. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. And what I was saying is like once you give your wife the checkbook and you just go make the money, you're gonna fight like hell to get that roll back. And we make the most money. So most of the financial responsibility fall on us to the point where if you don't go to work and you in the household, hey, y'all finna be cut out. But sometimes y'all will be okay. But the lion's share of the money's coming through you.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but
So
what I'm basing it on, as far as like the black families breaking up the foundations and things, it goes back before you and I come into this world. When our black women decided to get with the white women of America to fight their causes, they felt like they were being empowered in a certain way that they had never been empowered before, and educated in certain ways about their position in the family in ways they never have before. Then they find out they can be a part of a lot of different programs that gives them financial assistance that they never knew about before, providing that they exclude that man from that household. And a black man didn't have to be six figures or necessarily five figures. Well, he didn't have to be six figures a year. He didn't necessarily have to be five figures a year either. He just had to make a decent amount of money to take care of the family, where they eat, they had a roof over their head, clothes on their back, which they may not have clothes for every day. But they respected the fact that this man is in there help providing. And a lot of, a man may have been making $2 to $5 a week, $10 a week or something, but he was able to take care of his family because times were different expense wise. The women, they didn't look at how much he was earning. They looked at what he did for the family. He led the family. He did what he could for the family.
Who messed that up, Santos, is the simps. Simps messed that up for every working man.
No.
But these women think they're going to get it. No, simps messed that up, brother.
No, you're going to change your mind.
I was just adding to it. Simps messed that up.
Because I'm going to tell you, there was a lot of men that got drafted against their own will. They had to go to the military, go to the war and fight. Some made it back, some didn't. And when they come back, that foundation was broken up in a lot of cases. And they couldn't find, not all of them could find employment enough to take care of their families. And they had these programs set in place where, they want to keep the man out of the household. This stuff was a big part of that was by design. Not I don't know about the military part of it, but the part of the government aids and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of that was by design. And then you did have some men who hadn't even been to the war, who wasn't able to find gainful employment, that did walk away from their families. That's a simp right there, in my opinion, straight up. But it wasn't always the case. I mean, a lot of cases where the man was taken out of the household either by against his will, or the others did leave or didn't try to do anything, they get out there on that drug or whatever. But it's a whole lot of things that took place many years ago before we come along that help break down the foundational belief of family first in the constructive manner that a family should be: mother, father, then the children.
Well, I mean, you got to look at the part that we play in that, because we program so a lot of that. Over the last probably 10, 15 years, a lot of these men have programmed these women just to believe that they just pretty and we supposed to take care of them. All you got to do is be pretty. That's our fault. And you got entertainers doing that shit. You got regular people doing that shit. It's not. That's what I'm talking about with simping. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That simping part. That's our fault. And then they see their mama doing it. They see the grandma. So we created that mess because we accept that. If we don't accept that, that doesn't happen. You ain't that damn pretty. You get out here and you make some damn money with me. You don't got to make as much as I make, but you need to do something.
That's why.
And then they get to the point where they don't even want to work. That's our fault. That's not nobody's fault, but our fault that you accepting that foolishness.
Every female that I've been with, I tell them in the beginning, because see, I always know I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna get better and do better as time progresses. Because I know I'm gonna learn more as I go and figure out ways to survive easier than I have before. And I always make sure, and I tell a woman, if my woman, she has to work and she got to bring something to the table too. She may not have to make she don't have to make a whole lot of money, but she got to be doing something. If she ain't making but 2,000 or 3,000 a month or less, if she making 2,000 a month, I ain't tripping about that. As long as I got it. If she making 3,000, I ain't tripping about that. As long as I got it. If she making more than me, I ain't tripping about that either. But we gotta both bring something to the table. Now, I'm the type of dude. I'm gonna go out and get it, and I'm gonna try to make sure that I can handle everything regarding our lifestyle and our household and everything. I want to make sure I make enough ends to take care of all of that. That way, if she wake up one morning and decides she don't want to be there anymore, I don't have to worry about that financial transition taking place. I can always handle that myself. So I've always wanted to try to keep myself in that type of position. However, I won't any woman gonna be with me, she has to. I could be making a female a month. I'm gonna look at the female and say, what are you doing? Because I can get what you got between your legs anywhere. Yeah. Mile, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So what do you bring to the table? So you either help in this business or you go find a job or do something, Hey, go ahead.
It's the other way around, and they working and they making decent money. Let's say a woman making 90 grand a year. Your ass better be close to 90 or she ain't fucking with you. See, women have a higher standing when it comes to finance. Yeah. And we accept that. We accept that. We're like, oh man, she made 90. I need to do. You need to. Or they'll tell you when you get with them, if the dude's making less money, they be like, well, as long as you're working on something, it's all right. Meaning you need to catch up. They're not going to accept them making 90 and you making 30. They're not going to accept that. Men are accepting of that.
Women are programmed and conditioned to the fact that they are the prize. And I believe that we both could be prizes if we both have our stuff together. But I'm never going to consider myself less than a woman, period. And I make that clear to any woman. But at the same time, they see themselves as the prize. And they see themselves, women, the average woman, she wants to be upgraded. And she has no intentions on upgrading the man if she's making more money than him. The average man don't have a problem with that because most of the time throughout the years, society-wise, that's what we've done.
Yeah, but we make more money though, so they can't necessarily. For the most part, in most households, we make more money.
That's what I'm saying. We're not saying anything different. Yeah. I'm saying if you run into a woman who's 6 or 7 figures, right, and she run into a man that she like physically, but he's making a lot less money than her. No, 70% of those women are not going to upgrade you. What I'm saying is they're not going to bring you. They're not going to wife you. What they will do is they'll date you for a little bit. They'll give you some coochie. They'll give you some coochie if you're hitting it right. Yeah. And they'll keep you on the side. But you get no respect.
Yeah.
You just a
that
side
money.
piece to them. That's it. You
Yeah.
know, they ain't trying to upgrade you.
And then most dudes who make the kind of woman that these dreamy women want, they all married. Like dudes making like $300,000-$400,000 a year, all them dudes in that corporate structure, they married. Like you can't even move up to a certain degree and be single like that. That don't work. CEOs of companies and stuff like that, most of those dudes are married. Majority of them. They're not single dudes running around here like that. It's not a lot of dudes that's single running around here making the kind of money that these people think that they're supposed to be making. That's not how that works. Because they use those marriages for other things. That's a partnership. That's almost like I look at it almost like a business transaction, and the court lets you know it's a business transaction. Because when you ask get a divorce, they separate everything like it's a business transaction.
Oh, marriage is definitely part of a business situation. You know, you know, you talking to a person that's done experience that. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's personal and it's also business. You know, and that's the business part of it is what I was worried about the most, because I had more to lose. But by the grace of God, I came out pretty good. You know, so I was lucky. But at the same time, yeah, you gotta be cognizant of all that stuff, man, because let me tell you, marriage is an institution between two people, and it's supposed to be a unity. But at the end of the day, when you get to them courts, it's business. You got to divide all your assets and all that stuff up.
Yeah, where you gonna split it up? But you know, the alternative to that is the other side of that. Like you say, the core foundation of everything is family, though.
Yeah.
That's the foundation of everything. Without family, you ain't really got much. That baby mama, baby daddy stuff, if that's what it has to be, that's what it has to be. But the foundation of everything is gonna be family. You can build more together with a little something than just you by yourself.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something. Like right now, man, I'm enjoying my space at home alone. I'm enjoying the fact that I can just get up and go as I choose to. You know, like I wasn't planning to go anywhere this weekend, but I changed my mind yesterday. I'm gonna go somewhere else again this weekend. But the thing is, when you're in that family setting, you feel better. I mean, I do. I feel more complete, and I feel good. I have others to think about instead of just myself. And the fact that you don't have certain things go on in the household, as a man, I don't have to worry about as much. You know, you want to think about them, but you don't have to worry about them as much. So it's pros and cons to both. You know, and I've been telling people, you know, females ask me all the time, would you remarry? I said, yeah. If the right woman come along, she sparked my heart, everything lined up accordingly, yeah, I'll be happy to remarry. I love the institution of marriage. But at the same time, right now, y'all see the nickname on the screen. I just want to be the side nigga. I don't want to be primary at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't want all that responsibility. I just want to have fun. And that's what it is. So, you know, they both have their pros and cons, you know. But you know, I've raised my kids. I've been in a marriage that wasn't to the kids' moms, but shoot, you know, it is what it is. I don't live that life, man. So been there, done that, and got a T-shirt and got some debt to prove that I did it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it is what it is. But
you can't change that. But that relationship stuff, like that relationship stuff, a lot of that. Go ahead.
Good. I was just gonna say, we as a people still need to get back to family settings, though. We need to get back to the structure of family and think as a unit and take care of ourselves better than what we have been doing. And it will leak down into the next generation and hopefully the next generation and so on and so on. Because right now, we're at a loss right now, and we've been suffering through this loss for probably 50-something years now. You know, where we stopped being family first. So it's just
probably 30 years though. Probably the 80s and 90s, they was real big on that family stuff. And probably about 80s and 90s, that's probably right when you see that stuff kind of break them out.
Well, in my community, man, there was a time when, like in the early '70s, late '60s, early '70s, man. I'm gonna say early '70s because that's why I remember hearing the conversations. A lot of guys were running around. The war was just ending. A lot of guys were running around talking about let the woman take care of you, man. They even had one of the songs even talked about it. This is what was going on. Yeah. The guys were like, they can't find certain work, so they either wanted to use drugs and sell drugs or pimp, or since they couldn't find, certain types of jobs, and I just saw it was just a big background. Guys that went around, if they were popular with the females, they ran around creating multiple kids in different households, and just run around not being responsible for like you were saying, that a lot of them weren't being responsible for taking care of home, stuff like that. I saw a lot of that when I was a kid. As a matter of fact, it seemed like that's what you were supposed to do in the hood. It's just run around trying to do everything you could to not do anything during the day on a daily basis. As far as something productive, and still try to find out how to get a $1 or $2 in your pocket, and try to find out to knock off an extra woman or two.
Yeah, but remember, to me, like the 80s and the 90s, that's when we had all those trade agreements that screwed everything up, because you used to be able to go get a job at these factories, these car plants, and you could go straight out of high school and make enough money to go buy a car, buy a house, and take care of your family. They shipped all those jobs overseas, and then they brought in welfare, which created a whole nother situation for them. So now you don't even have that dependency like you were saying before. These women now you create a dependency where the man got to get out of the household for that woman to get those benefits that she can't get because that man can't provide now. So right now, a high school diploma is not enough for you. So you got to go some kind of post education.
You need right now. I used to say it all the time. When my mom and them were coming up, all they had to do is have some high school, and as time progressed, they expect you to have a diploma. Then as time progressed, they expect you to have some college. As time progressed again, they wanted at least an associate's degree. Time progressed a little bit more, they wanted a 4-year degree. A little bit more time went by, they wanted a master's degree. And that's pretty much where you are now. You can have a bachelor's. That don't guarantee you nothing. Even a master's don't guarantee anything, but you got a better chance with a master's versus a bachelor's. Yeah, that's why you need to learn.
You don't necessarily need a degree. You need education. So like a lot of the trades.
You and I know that, but at the same time, when you sit across the desk from corporate America who don't know you from Joe Blow, and you got that brown skin, they can look at your qualifications. Sometimes they'll tell you too overqualified. I've been told that. You've been told that. And then sometimes you just enough qualified to the point that they still don't want to hire you because you don't look like their kindred. They want to bring in somebody they have in mind already.
Yeah, but you know what? Now a lot of these trades. But see the trades now, a lot of folks, our folks don't get into trades no more, man. You could be an electrician, plumber, all that carpenter. Yeah. You ain't got to have no degree, and you can make real good money doing that shit. Plumber, make plenty of money.
In those fields, you want some certifications though, because a lot of times your license might be tied to certain certifications. So you want to have those, but I'd say which means you don't really necessarily have to go to a 4-year university.
No, you don't.
Or whatever, But at the same time, you and I both know that, and that's what we got to educate our kids on. Just like what I do for a living, you don't have to even have a high school diploma to do what I do. But at the same time, trying to get these kids to focus and do the right thing. Like my son's 34 years of age. Like I told you, I've told you this before, Pittsburgh. He's the only one from the family that's ever worked with me in the business, and I have every intention, if Lord's willing, to bring him back in eventually, but not right now because he didn't show me then when he worked with me any leadership initiative, and he doesn't show me that within him now. So I'm you know, as time progresses, I'll be talking to him or whatever, you know, like I did before. Hopefully he's, you know, understand. But you know, he's one of those cats. He got to blow them trees before he do anything. Now I don't have a problem with you smoking your weed, but what I always told my son is, you don't let your nightlife interfere with your day life. See what I'm saying? And what I mean by that, don't let your joys that you like to do when you're not at work mess up work, because then there's going to be a problem. It's either going to be a problem with me as your employer, or it's going to be a problem with him as your employer. So don't mess up until you get your own thing. You got to abide by some rules. That's just how it works. So anyway, you know, my son, he's not a morning person, man. He ain't ready to get up as early as he should consistently and get there on time. Now he'll do it for the other man consistently more than he'll do it when he was working with me. I had to give my son a 30-minute extra early starting time over everyone else, just to get him there about the same time everybody else showed up at work. Why do I have to do that? You know what I'm saying? You know, I tell him, you know, his start time was 6, their start time was 6:30. But guess what? He's gonna be there between 6:15 and 6:30. You know, when I told him his start time was 6:30, he was there between 6:45 and 7 a.m.
Well, you know, since everybody matured at different age, I think at some points we all made those crazy mistakes, but you know, at some point, that whole morning stuff and night stuff and all that, I ain't no morning person. You do what you got to do. Yeah, you do what you got to do at some point. You grow up. Everybody grow up at some point, hopefully.
Dude, I had hey, look here, man. Before I could hit them streets, I was getting in trouble. I had a problem with getting up 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. You know what I'm saying? But I did it when I had to. But you know, I had a job, man, one of my favorite jobs, not because of the money, but because of I had so much fun. Before I left high school and after I got out of high school, man, let me tell you something. I had to be there at 5 a.m. in the morning, and I was off work at 1:30. I loved the time I got off work, but the morning time was hard because, see, I'm still young. I'm running around trying to knock these gals off, kicking with the home stuff, and not wanting to shut my day off as early as I should, you know, my nighttime off, brother. I need to be, excuse me, I should have been in bed, be at work at 5 a.m. and the next morning. I should have been getting into bed no later than 9 p.m. at night. And that's like worst case scenario. But instead, the immature, youthful guy I was getting into bed on average, anywhere between 11 and 2 p.m. in the morning. 11 at night to 2 p.m. in the morning. Then I'm trying to get right back up at 4-ish, just to try to be at work on time at 5. And I knew the clock. I was punching in on a time card. If you can get there within the first 5 minutes, you were still on time. They gave you 5 minutes like that. I used every bit of those 5 minutes most every morning. So I mean,
you know what though, Santos, if it's important enough for you, then you'll get up in the morning. Like I give you an example, like I went in the Corps. I don't know if I'm pretty sure they still do it like this, but when you go to boot camp for the Marine Corps, you don't go to sleep for the first 3 days. You're getting paperwork done, you're getting haircuts, you going bouncing around from place to place, they're yelling and screaming at you, and you in a group with a whole bunch of other motherfuckers that's going through the same shit with you. And ain't nobody saying, I ain't no morning person, I need my sleep. Don't nobody say none of that crazy shit. But that's the environment that you're in. When you put yourself in certain environments that you ain't got no choice but to, it's either you're gonna succeed or fail. It's just as raw and cut as that. There's no middle ground. You got to make a decision.
Yeah.
You got to make a decision at some point. And I think sometimes we just don't put ourselves in those situations to where it ain't no falling back on plan B. Ain't no plan B. This is it.
Yeah. So I tell you the biggest difference between my son and I is I see the stuff he was doing in his late 20s, early 30s. He was doing all the way up to that point. I was done with that stuff by the time. Me going to prison, I got accustomed to getting up at 4 a.m. in the morning. No later than sleeping in was like sleeping at 5 a.m. in the morning. That was sleeping in to me. So I was done with all that. And I was in my early 20s, 20, 22, 23, stuff like that. So that was a big change for me in my life, opposed to his. Now the other part is, even, when before I got in trouble and everything, when I'm like 19, 20, before I started messing around in the streets, that job I had where I had to be there at 5 a.m. It got to the point, but I never been the type of person that had to have a lot of sleep. So I got accustomed to operating off 3 hours of sleep. If I got 3 hours, I was good. If I got anything less than 3 hours, it's gonna hurt me a little bit. So, and I knew that, so I would stay up as late as I could, just to get up at the last minute to be at work on time, or almost on time. And so I was, being late. I wasn't quite as late as my son on the average, but I was late at times. I can relate to it because I was young, but see, the thing is, what bothered me about him when he worked for me is the fact that by the time I got to the age he was when he was working for me, I was accustomed to taking care of a family. I was accustomed to having responsibilities and not just laying down and not, and neglecting what time I had to be at work or whatever. I wasn't, I was past all that point at earlier age in my life than he was. But he's 34 now. I'm ready to start talking to him about those same situations to see where his head is at. But when I'm over at their house visiting the grandkids, I'm seeing some things I ain't really feeling good about, just like I tell his mother. I still don't see a leadership initiative in him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we ain't been forced to do it either.
Yeah. And I know Stan will he needs to be forced. See, one of the things, she does too much for him when it comes to those kids. And I told her that. I said, he has too much help. He needs to be more responsible directly himself. And then he'll, a lot of people strive when they have obligations to take care of. Yeah. And now my son, once he get to work, he's gonna do a darn good job. You don't have to worry about that. You just got to worry about what time he's getting there, and after that, you're good. He ain't the type to be calling out to work, none of that. You know what I'm saying? But he will. He likes to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? So he just got to.
Well, I mean, hopefully in time he mature. You hope he mature because when we younger, we just don't get pushed like we supposed to get pushed sometimes.
Right.
Different situation happen. From some people having a baby, trying to save their damn life by them having a kid that they weren't expecting, and that kid pop out, and they walk around with that kid to change their whole life, their whole outlook on life. It just fucking changed. They don't want to do dumb shit no more. Now I need to take care of this child now. I can't do that no more. Certain situations happen in your life and they change it for the better. And sometimes it's not good situations, but sometimes you needed that. Jail saved a lot of people from dying. Military saved a lot of people from dying. People having kids, that save a lot of people from fucking dying. That you out there doing dumb shit and you have those eureka moments, like mama dying, grandmama dying, your daddy dying. Certain situations happen, make you change, and everybody different. But some people get a chance to mature and some people don't. You never know how long it takes somebody to change, or if they gonna ever change. Some people don't fucking change. But it's different now because when you get these 20-year-olds, you get these adults and they're still your kid. You look at them as your kid. Parenting is different because you're still trying to guide them and you're trying to help them. That job never really stops. That job never stops at all. You're just still trying to guide and cultivate as much as you can and give them the tools you can. But they still have free will at the end of the day. They got free will to make a choice of what they're going to do. Yeah. So we can only do so much.
Yeah, that's
if they don't take what you're teaching them. Yeah, if they don't take what you're teaching, it is what it is. But if they accept it 100% full tilt, then they'll be a better version of whatever you got to offer. Because everybody ain't got the same thing to offer. Some people really good with stocks and finances. Some people not that good with that. Some people know like the trucking business. Some people might know basketball or football. Whatever they have to offer to their kids, they're going to give their kids whatever they feel as an asset to them growing up. That's what they give to them, right, wrong, or indifferent. It's up to that child to accept that and take that to another level if they're going to do that. And we've seen that all too many times with all the all-time greats when it comes to sports, that they do that. Floyd Mayweather and his daddy, Tiger Woods and his daddy. The baseball, you see that with Bonds. What's the other one? There's quite a few that you've seen people who are in those sports or in those fields, and maybe they didn't. The ball brothers, where you see a parent, maybe he didn't get that far, and then the child come behind and he suck all that down, and then he take it to another level because they started him younger and they got that mentality in them.
Curry.
It's up to them.
Oh, Steph Curry did it. Yeah, he definitely.
Steph Curry, yep.
To a different level.
Yep.
Floyd Mayweather.
I can't even say the different name. Giannis Antetokounmpo, him and his brother now playing in the NBA right now.
Oh yeah.
Who?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean different ones. Somebody trying to get on here. Say in the max, we got a link. Now I don't know if Marq Nash still up.
Hey Mark, if you're awake, we got somebody in the that's backstage trying to get on.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So I don't have Marq.
Yeah, but that's up to them kids to take that. Yeah, I don't have. That's up to them kids to take that to the next level. Mark, you up? Somebody trying to get on. That's up to them kids to take that to another level. Serena, daddy wasn't no damn. He wasn't no McEnroe. But he wasn't no Arthur Ashe. Yes, he committed to that. And the kids body in full tilt. They whatever the daddy said, they was riding with him 100%.
But they did.
And the mama was down for it. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody bought in.
The whole family was on it. So I mean, but that could be anything. That could be the trucking business. That could be the electrician business. That could be the plumbing business. It ain't got to be sports. It could be the lawn business. I done seen somebody who granddaddy or daddy had a lawn service and wanted to pass it on to him, and he said, "No, I ain't doing that. I don't want to do that." And now he older, he looked back on that shit and regret it. Like, man, I was so damn foolish. You know how much money I would have made by cutting them yards that he already had them contracts set up that he was trying to pass on to me, and I was so damn foolish.
Right.
It don't always got to be no damn sports.
Right.
Be a car wash business. I know a dude down on our end, man. He washed all the corporate offices. That dude made plenty money.
Right.
Pretty sure he making like $300,000-$400,000 a year, easy. Because I know where he be washing at, and them ain't no $20 washes.
Right. So
it's all kind of businesses and ventures that parents set up for kids, and sometimes they don't take advantage of those things, man. They need to grab hold of it because it took your parents sometimes a fight to get onto that.
Mm-hmm.
And the crazy thing is they'll fight you sometimes not to do it, and then they'll go work on a job somewhere that they don't want to work on and be content with that and be happy with working for somebody else in a place they don't want to be, but they don't want to cut grass or be a roofer. It's crazy.
Right.
That's the bizarrest stuff ever.
Say it again.
No, I said that's the bizarrest thing ever when they tell you, I don't want to do that. That ain't what I want to do in my life. And you look up 6 months from now, they working at a retail store. Like, so you want to do this? No, I don't want to do this. I'm just doing it for now. So why you just couldn't do what I asked you to do?
Yep.
know, sometimes we fight the wrong thing, man. Fighting ourselves.
Right. That's why I always say you have to learn to pick your battles.
Yeah. Yeah, you fight yourself, man. I done seen it. I used to go to, the last time we went to Mexico, I bumped into a young lady that's in her 20s, and she had the same last name as me. And I met her dad and whatnot. But that young girl, she basically pretty much stays in Mexico. She come home because you can only stay there 6 months at a time. She'll stay there as long as 6 months is, and then she just fly out the country to go home for a little bit and fly back. But she do all these little odds and ends jobs. But her family got a whole business that she keeps saying she don't. Nah, I don't want to do that. Like, girl, you tripping?
Got too many options.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not good.
Right.
Sometimes it's not good. I mean, it is what it is. You got choices.
Right.
You got choices, and it's a lot of black people that live in Mexico. Unlike what some of these cats be thinking, man. It's a lot of people that live in them countries that's not. They ain't coming up out of them countries too, because they done figured out something where their life is easy. The cost of living is cheap. Food don't really cost them that much. They can travel. They don't really need no car. They can enjoy going to the beach without really being stressed out. Their life is a lot easier.
Right.
So, you know, right now you got a choice of doing a lot of different things. You ain't pigeonholed into no box of doing stuff just because somebody else did it. But you have to have some kind of plan to do those kind of things. You can't just wake up one morning and decide you just don't jump on a plane and do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you, life is can be very misleading if you don't know exactly what you're facing, what you're doing, all that stuff.
Sometimes we know, sometimes we just think we're special, and we're gonna create a way that ain't nobody else created. Sometimes they work out, but for the most part, it don't. It ain't that many special individuals when it comes to being gifted, mentally, physically. You know, most people are just average. But that's not the BS that people have been told. That's just what it is. And then it's not that you're average. It's what you work toward to gain that knowledge and apply it. That's what makes you above average. It's not that you're just born smart. That ain't how that works. You got to put that work in to become, you know, separate yourself from other people. And that's the hard part that people don't want to do. So when you get out here in this free world, man, you got to not be, you got to deny yourself some stuff that you should be, that you want to do some fun stuff to get to the other stuff, to get to that money.
Right.
You got to deny some stuff.
Sure enough. That's real talk for you.
Youth, they got it. They got all the advantages and disadvantages at the same time. It's a different kind of situation than we grew up in. They got more information. It's just what they're gonna do with the information that they got, unfortunately. Because knowing stuff and not applying it is just as worse as not knowing. Hey, well, Santos, I got to take this call. Marq Nash, thanks for your platform, man. Hey, I'm you on the other end, Santos, man.
Okay, bro. Mark, once again, thank you, bro, for allowing me to come by and listen and add to topics at hand. And I love the way you moderate. I always have. I guess I always will, bro. And I want to thank the chat for coming out and hanging out with Marq Nash tonight. And the rest of us, I want to thank everyone that was on the platform at one time or another. But in between time, and in the meantime, you get yours and I'll get mine. At this point, we'll say peace and soul. Y'all take care. One love.